Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to the elders, past and present, of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of Thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. Thanks, Michael. I have received a message from Her Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of amendments to be moved by a Minister of a bill for an Act to amend the law relating to Veterans' Affairs and military rehabilitation and compensation, and for related purposes. The following message from the Senate has been received. The Senate returns to the House of Representatives a bill for an Act to amend the law relating to Veterans' Affairs and military rehabilitation and compensation, and for related purposes, and requests the House to make the amendment in Schedule A annexed. The Senate informs the House that it also has made the amendments in Schedule B annexed. I'll give the call to the Assistant Minister to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that the amendments requested by the Senate be considered immediately.
I'll put the question. Those opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I'll give the call to the Assistant Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that the requested amendment be made.
The question is that the requested amendment be made. I'll put the question. Those opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. The following message from the Senate has been received. The Senate returns to the House of Representatives a bill for an Act to amend the law relating to elections and referendums and for related purposes, and informs the House that the Senate has agreed to the bill with the amendments in the annexed schedule. The Senate requests the concurrence of the House in the amendments. I give the call to the Assistant Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that the amendments be considered immediately.
I'll put the question. There is a motion before the House. The question before the House is the amendments be considered immediately. So I'll put that question. The way the standing orders work is once that question is stated before the House to deal with the matter immediately, it's not debated. We'll just get further clarification to make sure everyone is informed of what's happening in the House. The advice is the motion can be debated. The Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that the question be put.
The question before the House is the question be put. Order. Order. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Are you going to run through the childcare legislation next? Is the childcare legislation going to get ran through, or is that you have to actually do it tomorrow? Is that optional? Childcare is optional. You're going to go to childcare as well, which is correct. Great way without
Order. Order. I just asked the member for McKellar. She is interjecting from outside her seat. I can appreciate the energy, but I just ask all members that they just dial it down where possible. Lock the doors. The question before the House is that the question be put. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair. Order. Whilst order, all members. I ask the member for Mitchell, the member for McEwen is interjecting outside of his, as is the member for McKellar. We are in the middle of a division. I'm asking members to show restraint. The ayes will pass the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for North Sydney and Wentworth as tellers for the noes. Order. Order. The result of the division is ayes 65, noes 15. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. The question before the House now is that the amendments be considered immediately. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye, against no. Yep. The Leader of the Australian Greens is entitled to raise a point of order, but I am in the middle of stating a question before the House, so I'll restate the question for the House. We just moved that this issue be dealt with immediately and that no more further debate be allowed. So the question before the House is the amendments, as I stated, be considered immediately. So that's the question before the House. So I'll state that question again. Question before the House, the amendments be considered immediately. Those opinions say aye, against no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question before the House is the amendments be considered immediately. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Cunningham and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Warringah and Curtin as tellers for the noes. Order. I'll just ask the tellers to concentrate on their telling. Order. The result of the division is ayes 65, noes 15. The matter is resolved in the affirmative. I understand that it is the wish of the House to consider the amendments together. I'll give the call to the Assistant Minister.
I move that the amendments be agreed to.
The question is the amendments be agreed to, and I give the call to the Leader of the Australian.
Instead of helping people, the major parties help themselves. What a stitch-up.
Yeah,
On the
order.
last day of Parliament, instead of reforming childcare laws, it's laws to help the big parties.
The Leader of the Australian Greens will resume his seat. The Assistant Minister has the call.
I move that the question be put.
Order. Order. I just ask all members, we are dealing with matters before the House, and for us to deal with this, we need some semblance of order in the House. The question, so everyone understands what the motion is before the House. That's all I'm trying to assist, so everyone is aware of what is happening. The question is that the question be put. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Order. 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 I am drawing a line in the sand for this kind of behaviour. We are not going to behave in this way of unruly and simply yelling at people across the chamber. I understand. Order. I understand the issue is a motive for members, but this is not acceptable. So I need members to show restraint and some dignity while we deal with these issues on both sides of the chamber. So, lock the doors. The question before the House is that the question be put. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. And I appoint the honourable members for Cunningham and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Kooyong and Wentworth as tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 67, noes 15. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. So the question before the House now is that the amendments be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question before the House is the Senate amendments be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Kooyong and Wentworth as tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 67, noes 15. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. The following message from the Senate has been received. The Senate returns to the House of Representatives a bill for an act to provide a framework for preventing and responding to scams and for related purposes, and informs the House that the Senate has agreed to the bill with the amendments in the annexed schedule. The Senate requests the concurrence of the House in the amendments. To give the call to the Assistant Treasurer and the Minister for Financial Services.
Thanks, Speaker. I move that the amendments be considered immediately.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I understand that it is the wish of the House to consider the amendments together, and I call the Minister.
Thanks, Speaker. I move that the amendments be agreed to.
The question is the amendments be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Give the call to the Minister for Social Services.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that notice number 1, government business, be postponed until a later hour this day.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Order. I have received messages from the Senate returning bills without amendment or requests. I do not propose to read these messages, which we recorded in the votes and proceedings. And I give the call to the honourable member for Macquarie.
Speaker, on behalf of the Standing Committee on Social Policy and Legal Affairs, I present the committee's report entitled Inquiry into Family Violence Orders, together with the minutes of proceedings, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted? The Manager of Opposition Business.
Leave's granted.
Leave is granted. The member may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. We all know that Australia has been tackling the issue of gendered violence and reviewing and updating the laws and responses that are intended to keep women and children safe. There have been 1,733 female victims of intimate partner homicide in Australia between July 1989 and December 2024, including 35 women who were murdered by their current or former partners in the last year. Despite legislative reforms and other measures, the system we have has failed these women and their children. We want to do everything we can to make sure it doesn't fail others. This inquiry was focused on the barriers to safety and fairness for victim survivors in the state and territory family violence order system, the FVO system, and the federal family law system, the important intersections between jurisdictions and the accessibility of services and supports that victim survivors need to navigate both systems safely and fairly. We heard from victim survivors of family, domestic and sexual violence and the individuals and organisations who support and advocate for them. Women leaving abusive relationships must navigate two separate court systems to be protected by family violence orders under state and territory law, and to resolve parenting or property disputes arising from separation through the family law courts. This dual system can be time-consuming, confusing, costly, and re-traumatising for victim survivors, and can put them at risk and anchor them to their abusers. For example, once an FVO is obtained, the family law courts may then override it and put victim survivors in harm's way by granting perpetrators access to children. Furthermore, the presence of an FVO is no guarantee of safety. Current or historical FVOs were evident in more than 40% of 224 cases where a male intimate partner murdered a female intimate partner between 2010 and 2018. There have already been significant recent reforms to the way that the family law courts manage and respond to family violence and child abuse risk, and share information with state and territory courts and agencies, with more reforms planned. The Australian Government provides a range of programs supporting victim survivors, as well in partnership with the states and territories, and that includes legal and non-legal support in the family law system, assisting victim survivors through the social security and child support systems, and providing safe and secure housing. The Albanese government has recently announced the largest ever investment in legal assistance, the $3.9 billion National Access to Justice Partnership. This builds on measures already announced to improve access to critical legal and non-legal support for victim survivors, including a renewed 5-year Family, Domestic and Sexual Violence National Partnership, which will deliver more than $700 million in new matched investments from the Australian and state and territory governments, including funding to support those specialist services for women and services supporting children to heal and recover from abuse and violence. Funding is also being directed towards men's behaviour change programs for perpetrators of gendered violence. However, more needs to be done. I want to talk specifically about navigating the complex legal system. This is not something that women should be expected to tackle alone. The committee heard of many community organisations who successfully help victim survivors navigate the most complex aspects of separating from their abusers, the legal, the financial and safety aspects, as they impact on each individual case. The inquiry found that many of these services are forced to turn people away who may be in absolute crisis due to current funding constraints. The National Access to Justice Partnership, which commences in July, and other measures are intended to address these issues to ensure support services are put on a sustainable footing. It was not possible for this inquiry to determine whether the contribution of new and existing measures will address funding shortfalls, but it is the committee's view that adequate, ongoing and sustainable funding for wraparound legal and non-legal services is vital. One of the issues that became evident to the committee is the degree of variation in relevant state and territory laws and police responses to family, domestic and sexual violence across the country, and our conclusion was that it is unreasonable and a barrier to safety and justice for victim survivors. Australians have a right to expect access to the same protections regardless of where they live, but this is not currently the case. Variations in the protection of children, the duration of FVOs, the effectiveness of information sharing, the recognition of coercive control and police responses mean different outcomes for victim survivors depending on where they live. It also makes it difficult to understand how FVOs will work when victim survivors flee to a different state or territory to escape abuse. The committee found that a long-term, systematic approach must be adopted across all jurisdictions to increase safety for women and children as they navigate family separation, and to realise the ambition of the National Plan to End Violence Against Women and Children 2022 to 2032 to end violence against women and children over the next decade. Building an effective, systematic and national approach as outlined in this report's 11 recommendations must start with harmonised definitions of family, domestic and sexual violence, best practice and consistent FEO laws and police responses, and enhanced information sharing and risk assessment across jurisdictions so that all key decision makers, agencies and services are speaking the same language about risk. A long-term approach to increase safety for women and children will require all jurisdictions and agencies, including courts, police and other services, to work together. Victim survivors of family, domestic and sexual violence are usually advised to seek FEOs through a state or territory magistrate's court or from police before attempting to resolve parenting or property matters in the federal family law courts. This is because of the serious risk of escalation in the violent and abusive behaviours of perpetrators during family law proceedings, particularly in cases involving coercive control where a perpetrator's sense of power and dominance is threatened. The period of elevated risk is extended because family law matters are slow, complex, adversarial and expensive, and perpetrators often manipulate the system as an extension of their control and abuse. Most applications to the family law courts involve multiple family violence and child abuse risk factors. The committee has made recommendations that will build on the Australian government's significant reforms over the past 2 years that have made the family law system safer and fairer for victim survivors of family, domestic and sexual violence, including increasing the capacity of the Federal Circuit and Family Court of Australia to identify, respond and expedite high-risk family violence and child abuse matters, including reducing wait times and overall costs for victim survivors, making court appearances safer, making proceedings more accessible and providing more support to people with low English and or digital literacy, or who are living with disability, to First Nations and culturally and linguistically diverse people, and to Australians who live outside of the major cities. Improving the capacity of the family law courts to make orders for the protection of victim survivors, known as personal protection injunctions, and making these orders more effective, and piloting a children's advocate role to help ensure children are protected and their views are represented safely, as well as eliminating opportunities for systems abuse in both the family law and state and territory FEO systems. Police, the judiciary and legal professionals must have a deep understanding of the nature and dynamics of family, domestic and sexual violence, including coercive control, and how systems can be used to perpetrate further abuse. Further work to explore a single advocacy support model for victim survivors is needed. Victim survivors need someone to walk with them from the moment they decide to reach out for help, to guide them safely through separation, to advocate for them and to connect them with the services that they need. This report would not have been possible without the bravery of many victim survivors who shared their stories with the committee, and those who dedicate their lives to preventing and responding to family, domestic and sexual violence and support victim survivors to safely navigate separation. We acknowledge your strength, your courage, and we thank you for sharing your lived experiences and your advocacy. I also thank my committee members for their participation in the inquiry, including my Deputy Chair, which has delivered a unanimous report. And I want to especially thank the staff of the Secretariat, including Dr. John White, for all their diligence, advice and drafting expertise. I commend this report to the House.
I do thank the honourable member for her contribution, and the member for Cowper is seeking the call.
I seek leave to make a short statement in relation to the report.
Absolutely. Is leave granted? Is leave granted? Minister, can I ask you to come to the dispatch box, please, and decide whether or not you want to grant leave for a response?
Is granted.
That is so generous, the honourable minister. Now, I give the call to the most honourable member for Cowper.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to firstly thank the member for Macquarie for her fine words in relation to this report. I'd like to thank all the witnesses, particularly the victim survivors who gave evidence. It is unimaginable as a male to understand what many of you have been through. So thank you for putting yourself out there to enable us to act on your behalf to make these important changes that are needed. Your evidence was incredibly valuable, but sadly unsurprising. The failures within the system, despite the changes over the past few years, are still lacking. And they do not provide the supports that are required to ensure that other victim survivors and other victims are receiving the protection and the attention that they so desperately need. We heard through the inquiry that things such as real-time updating still don't exist in 2025. Failures in the system between states and territories and the lack of communication allow for abuse to continue in the system. Failures in the Act allow for abuse of procedure to continue the trauma of victims. Failures in the procedure at court to protect and prevent further trauma or harm to victim survivors. These are the things that we heard from you, and these form part of the recommendations to strengthen those systems and provide the protections for those suffering from this horrible scourge. But I've said in this place many times, Deputy Speaker, that despite the efforts on both sides of this Parliament, and I do note that this report, there was no dissenting report, it was unanimous. The committee worked well together because we all understand that this issue is above politics. We cannot be partisan when trying to rid Australia of domestic violence. But I've said that despite these efforts, despite the funding, only 17% of the sum $5 billion goes towards prevention and intervention. And whilst we need the adequate funding for the response and the recovery, until we adequately address prevention and intervention, dollar for dollar, then unfortunately these committees and these inquiries will continue. That funding needs to address men because, let's face it, men are the problem, but men can also be the solution. We need a nationally accredited men's behavioural program, and that needs to be funded. We need a specialised workforce trained in delivering men's programs, men educating men. And we also need a national curriculum in respectful relationships. A child going to school today in kindergarten, we need to travel with them until they reach university to educate them in respectful relationships, not just men, but men and women, to understand what good relationships look like. And that will take a generation. We need to fund prevention and intervention dollar for dollar as we do response and recovery. Again, I'd like to thank all the witnesses. I'd like to thank the committee and also like to thank the Secretariat for the excellent work, and I commend the report to the House.
I thank the honourable member for Cowper for his contribution, and I'd now call on the mover of the report, member for Macquarie.
I move that the order of the day be referred to the Federation Chamber for debate.
Go back one.
Did I go too far? I move that the House take note of this report.
Excellent. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. Now, I give the call to the member
Thank you,
from Macquarie.
Deputy Speaker. I move that the order of the day be referred to the Federation Chamber for debate.
So we're going to refer this to the Federation Chamber. You're moving that. We'll put the question. All that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. And we'll call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1. Early Childhood Education and Care 3-Day Guarantee Bill 2025. Resumption of debate on second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Goldstein.
I thank the clerk. The original question was that the bill now be read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Goldstein has moved an amendment that all words after that be admitted with a view to substituting other words. Now, the question is now that the amendments the member for Goldstein's put forward be agreed to, and I give the call to the most honourable member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And at the outset, I want to associate myself with the remarks of the earlier contributions of the members for Macquarie and Cowper in relation to the Standing Committee on Social Policy and Legal Affairs inquiries into domestic and family violence. And this legislation before the House, the Early Childhood Education Care 3-Day Guarantee Bill 2025, goes to the core of families. Families mean a lot. The meaning of family is vastly different in 2025 than it was just 10 short years ago, and certainly back in the 60s and 70s when I was being raised in a family situation where my late father Lance worked the farm at Brucedale between Wagga Wagga and Junee, and prior to that at Mara. My late mother Eileen, stayed at home and looked after the children, 5 children, and that was pretty much the normal. Dads went out and worked, mum stayed at home. But today it's very much different, very much changed, and so often mothers are now in fact in some cases the sole breadwinner, in other cases the highest wage earner, and society has become very, very different. I note from the previous Standing Committee reports and listened very carefully to the member for Cowper talking about men being the problem and men also being very much at the heart of the solution to domestic and family violence, and being a former police officer and having prosecuted cases of family violence as a lawyer, the member for Cowper is very right, very much right. Late last year, the director of the Wagga Women's Health Centre, Joanna Elms, who I have a lot of respect for her vision for what society could look like, and certainly Wagga Wagga, how it could improve, conducted, led, organised a men's forum held out on the Yarra Road at a venue there to see what community leaders could do about domestic and family violence, how we could be achieving zero violent crimes against women. And 90 to 100 community leaders gathered, and it was a men's-only affair. There were no women present, but Ms Elms had arranged that particular forum, and of course everything was on the table. The Wagga Women's Health Centre, which I have supported very much. My mother-in-law, Beverly Shaw, worked there for many years. I have supported that centre in my 14 years in the Parliament because it has women's issues at the forefront, and they were ahead of their time. They began in the 1970s trying to get access access to the pill, in fact, when it was difficult to do so in Wagga Wagga, very conservative city, but they formed that centre. They didn't receive any funding but for some philanthropic donations, and they did it on their own. I appreciate there's now calls for a similar type of arrangement for a men's centre and demands that there be a state and federal funding for that, but the women, to their credit, did it on their own. They did it on their own, and this was in the era where we were just starting to have more women in the workforce. I have to say, when we were in coalition, I was very proud of the fact that there were so many women in the workforce. In fact, the coalition saw women's workforce participation reach record highs at 62.3%. That was May 2022, just before this Labor government took office. And now, you know, it was a big lift on from when Labor had previously left office in 2013 of 58.7%. So quite a sizable jump and significant. I have to say that with this particular legislation before the House, it is interesting. When you read the May 2024 report of grain growers, they placed as one of their main, if not their top item of importance, this is grain growers, early childhood education and care. Now, this is an agricultural group, and in that report, and I'll read from it because it's fascinating to hear. Access to quality early childhood education and care, ECEC services, promotes children's cognitive and socio-emotional development, laying the foundation for academic success and fostering important life skills such as communication, problem solving and collaboration. Mind you, I'm reading from an agriculture report. That's the thing here. Grain growing takes place in rural, regional and remote areas of Australia where children and families experience more limited access to a range of quality ECEC services relative to those living in metropolitan centres, and in some instances have no access at all. And the report continues. Access to ECEC supports working parents living within grain growing regions by enabling them to pursue employment and education opportunities, thereby helping to alleviate workforce shortages in the grains industry and broader supply chain, and allows for greater economic productivity for our communities. Now that's grain growers. You would think a report from an organisation which has at its very heart the growing of grain, they would be talking about perhaps instant asset write-off for harvesters, augers, silos. That happened under the coalition government, but they're talking about early childhood education and care policy, and you can see how society has shifted. You can see the concerns in rural and regional Australia about this very important policy area. And I've said it so often, and you do get sneered at by those opposite who are quick to crow about the fact that they've got cheaper, more affordable childcare. But the rub in regional Australia, and especially remote Australia, is not affordability, it's availability, it's accessibility. Because in some areas, you can't find childcare to save yourself. Families, often led by women, sometimes single parent families, where the mother has custody, they can't get access to childcare, and they are expected to put food on the table. They are expected to earn the money, and some of them are seriously super mums, and you know we pay credit to them. But I know we had a situation in Lockhart not that long ago. Now Lockhart is a town, 2021 census, and the minister at the table and I have experience with the census, don't we, Member for Fenner? Absolutely, he says. And he'd be interested to know Lockhart's population, 33 2019, there was no childcare centre in that town, in that shire, and it is a huge grain growing area, one of the very best in Australia. Once represented in this place by the late great Tim Fisher, and not far from Borey Creek, the town that Tim put on the map. And of course, Lockhart Council came in to see what it could do to fill the void left by the closure of the childcare centre. And councils have to do more and more and more of the heavy lift when it comes to not just childcare, but at the other end of the scale too. Coolabin Shire, population 4385. It has provided for some time, for some years, their aged care services in that shire, which is only 3/4 of an hour drive northwest of Wagga Wagga, population more than 70,000. But unless the Shire, which runs the Allawah Lodge, unless the Shire did the aged care services, then there wouldn't be any aged care services at all. And the sad reality is that unless local government now steps up to fill the void of childcare, there won't be any childcare at all in some of these centres the size of Lockhart, and it's not right. And yet we have a government spruiking about its affordability when it comes to childcare. But it can be as cheap as anything. It can be zero cost. If you don't have a childcare centre, there's no use of it at all. And that is the point when coalition members argue about the childcare desert. And I hear so often the member for Mallee, who represents an electorate, the largest in Victoria, about the childcare desert. And I've heard her eloquently describe her lack of childcare services in that sprawling Victorian electorate. The member for Parkes, retiree member for Parkes, his electorate makes up half of the landmass of New South Wales, and one of the biggest issues in that electorate is childcare access, not affordability, access, availability. And when you have families desperately needing for services, desperately seeking places for the ability for them to go out and work and to put food on the table and to contribute to the economy, the economic wealth of this nation, but can't find placements for their children, then it is something, because there is market failure that somebody, somewhere, somehow has to address. This particular policy, there are several issues with this bill, including the removal of priority access for working families. It disincentivises aspiration. It increases access without addressing supply issues, something that I was talking about earlier. It does nothing to increase access or flexibility for families. And this is the issue. It's all well and good for Labor government members to talk about affordability. Again, if you don't have the infrastructure, if you don't have the service, if you don't have the people running the childcare centres, then affordability, that issue, it's a moot point. It doesn't address current cost of living pressures. And I know yesterday Labor finally, I harp on that point, lifted the biosecurity tax, which some might say, what's that got to do with this particular childcare policy? But the biosecurity tax was forcing our farmers often, many of whom need childcare access, to pay the biosecurity measures of competitors' food coming in from foreign countries to sit on the supermarket shelves in opposition to ours. And for months we have been banging on about this, and I know that Colin Beddles from Grain Producers sat in all the second reading speeches in the Federation Chamber about this. Didn't hear jot from too many other stakeholders, I have to say, disappointingly so, but same sort of people who were yesterday praising the Agriculture Minister for lifting it. Well, about time, because our farmers need every bit of help, and they need every bit of help when it comes to matters such as this: childcare support, childcare access, childcare availability. That's the issue. That's the rub. And we talk, and I listened to the member for Macquarie and the member for Cowper about the pressures on strained families. We don't need our families to be under any more pressure, and we need to absolutely support our families as best we can so that local government areas such as Lockhart don't have to then try to fill the void left by a centre closure, so that local governments can get on with the job of filling potholes, fixing the roads, repairing the roads, putting bitumen down, picking up the bins, organising what they do, and they do very, very well. Shouldn't have to be in this space. The bill has been referred to a Senate inquiry with a reporting date of 21 March 2025. Let's hope it's not too late to get something positive and meaningful done in this space, particularly about accessibility and availability of childcare services in regional and remote Australia.
Well done, and I thank the honourable member for his contribution. The question before the House now is the amendments be agreed to, and with that I'll give the call to the honourable member. But just before I give the call to the minister, I see the member for Burrow for Nichols was seeking the call.
Well, to
make a contribution
to this debate, Deputy Speaker.
Absolutely. I'll come to you straight after I come to the minister. The Assistant Minister and for Competition, Charities, Treasury and Employment has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. My 3 boys are now in secondary school or graduated, but this bill certainly brings back memories of the great benefits that they got from their time in early childhood. Attending the Acton Early Childhood Centre, I would sometimes cycle with my boys on the, one of my boys on the back of the bike. It was on the campus at ANU, and a lovely spot, just surrounded by areas where the kids could walk and where they could enjoy playing. They had little carts, and so they could be out and active in the play spaces. There were chickens for the kids to engage with. And there were educators who were dedicated to spending time with the kids, with reading to them, with singing to them, with nurturing them. Later, we moved our youngest to the Wiradjuri preschool and early childhood care centre on the campus of the University of Canberra, where their motto is we care, we share, we love to learn. Wiradjuri had a smaller outdoor space, but they made terrific use of it and enjoyed taking the kids for walks across the University of Canberra campus. I'm not quite sure what the young students made of these little tackers being taken across the campus, but the educators used the space to their best. What we really appreciated about Wiradjuri too was the way in which it operated in that kind of a teaching hospital model, Deputy Speaker, where those students who were studying early childhood would come in and be mentored by experienced early childhood educators. They had 2 pictures on the wall, one of Gough Whitlam, one of Vincent Lingiari, and they would tell the kids about that wonderful moment in which, in the land handback, Whitlam poured a handful of sand into Vincent Lingiari's hand, and Vincent Lingiari so generously, so extraordinarily said, "We're all mates now." They played the piano and gave the kids a love of learning and a love of friendship as well. And the times at those centres are ones which shaped all 3 of our boys. As it happened, we drove by the Acton Early Childhood Centre on the weekend, and the kids were immediately telling stories about how it influenced them more than a decade ago. Today, 1.4 million Australian children went off to an early learning centre, enjoying the benefits of a quality early learning education. We've gotten well past the notion that early learning is simply babysitting. Yes, there are huge benefits to workforce participation, particularly for women who've traditionally done the lion's share of the caring duties. But there's also a key education benefit, which is why it's so important to ensure that the early learning sector attracts and retains great educators. The early learning reforms in this country really kicked off in 2007 when the Rudd government committed to a series of significant early childhood reforms. Pay tribute to the work of Maxine McHugh in this reform journey. The Starting Strong 2 report acknowledged that that Australia performed relatively poorly on early learning and committed to a national quality framework, a framework which saw all early learning centres in the country properly assessed. That national quality framework reflected the fact that we recognised, the Labor government recognised that it was important to have quality as well as affordability at the heart of what was done. We've seen an increase in the number of children attending early childhood. But we have also seen constraints and challenges placed on the take-up of early learning as a result of the activity test. And that was one of the factors that led the government to commission a key Productivity Commission report titled A Path to Universal Early Childhood Education and Care. The three commissioners there, Martin Stokey, Lisa Gropp and Professor Deborah Brennan. I'd like to particularly acknowledge the work of Professor Brennan, who I've known for a very long time, since I was eligible for early childcare myself, and then at the University of Sydney when I took her course on social policy. She has been an extraordinary advocate for a better early learning system in this country. And I would like to thank, as so many members of the government has, the important insights that Professor Brennan brought to that Productivity Commission report. She is truly a national treasure, and her expertise and long understanding of the history of reform in this sector, as well as the international experience, really made this a landmark report. The Productivity Commission's report noted that nearly a half of one-year-olds attend some form of early childcare and around 90% of four-year-olds. Around 1 in 7 children aged 5 to 12 also attend outside school care. The report noted that the expansion of early learning has enabled an increase in parents' labour force participation, particularly mothers of children aged 0 to 4. It noted that in 2023, 3 in 4 mothers with children aged 0 to 4 were in paid employment. But the report noted too that not all children and families benefit from early childcare. In parts of the country, it said, services are scarce, and for some families, early childcare may be unaffordable or not inclusive of all children. Children experiencing disadvantage and vulnerability, while most likely to benefit from early learning, are less likely to attend. And so that has led the government to put in place this bill, which builds on our prior reforms. When we came to office, we brought in our cheaper childcare package, which cut the cost of early education and care for more than 1 million families. We implemented a 15% pay rise for early educators. This is part of a package that establishes a $1 billion Building Early Education Fund to build and expand childcare centres in areas of need. We have understood, as part of our reforms, the importance of ensuring that we're raising quality while also tackling affordability. And that is why in our reforms, which saw the 15% pay rise, we linked that wage rise to caps on fees. For providers to be eligible, they must not increase their fees by 4.4% in the first year, by more than 4.4% in the first year and 4.2% in the second year. That is putting wages up for workers and keeping costs down for families. We've seen vacancies in the early childhood education and care sector plummeting over the last 12 months. According to Jobs and Skills Australia, internet vacancy rates are down 22% in that sector since December 2023. It is good that we are seeing the increase in the workforce in that sector. We know that a universal early learning system will require a significant journey. And one of the things that strikes you when you read the Productivity Commission's doorstopper report on early learning is that it lays out a pathway for reform. The bill that's before the House today is part of that journey, but it's not the end of the journey. And I'd encourage members to look at the way in which that journey is set out, going right out to 2036, acknowledging the importance of steadily building up the workforce, the available early childcare centres, because we're going to have to build more early childcare centres in order to expand accessibility, and the importance of ensuring that the sector remains, that early childhood care remains affordable. Recent data shows an Australian family on an income of $120,000 a year, paying an average quarterly fee for 30 hours childcare per week, has saved approximately $2,768 since September 2023. Our cheaper childcare policy is delivering for Australian families. As is our Wage Justice for Early Childhood Educators Act, delivering for the early childhood educators. This reform journey is absolutely critical if we are to improve the accessibility of the sector. The Productivity Commission has noted that ensuring that all children aged 0 to 5 years have access to some form of high-quality, subsidised early childhood education and care for at least 3 days a week, 30 hours, for 48 weeks a year, would accommodate the needs of families and the benefits for children from ECEC participation. This 3-day guarantee is about making sure that every child can have the best start in life. It's about ensuring that we get rid of the Liberals' activity test, which locked out children and families. And we put in instead Labor's 3-day guarantee. It's a crucial step in delivering on the commitment to universal early learning. Now, the activity test has been at the centre of the debate over this bill, and I do want to take a moment to talk about our rationale for scrapping the activity test, which was introduced by the Liberals in 2018. As Jay Weatherall from Thrive by Thrive states, quote, "The activity test was intended to encourage parents into work, but in fact it has done the opposite. It has limited choices and made it harder for parents, especially single parents, to make an income." The Australian Institute of Family Studies and Evaluation found no evidence that the introduction of the activity test caused any increase in workforce participation. The Productivity Commission found the effects of the activity test on workforce participation were ambiguous. But we do know that the activity test has made early learning harder to access for many families, including disproportionately affecting those families that may be experiencing disadvantage. As the Parenthood's Georgie Dent said, the activity test is, quote, "a barrier that disproportionately locks out children who stand to benefit the most from participating in quality early childhood education and care." In 2021, only 54% of children in the most disadvantaged areas were enrolled in early childhood education and care, compared to 76% of children in the highest socioeconomic areas. And that is despite the fact that the most disadvantaged children are those who are most likely to benefit from early childhood education and care. We know this through a series of important randomised trials conducted in the 1960s, the Perry Preschool program, the Abecedarian program, the Early Training Project. These studies were critical because they used random assignment to assign children to high-quality early learning or to a control group. That meant that, as in a medical trial, we could be sure that we were seeing causal impacts of early learning. And those causal impacts didn't just show up in social skills and school readiness, but they carried through until the children were in teenage years, at which point the girls were less likely to become teenage mums, the boys less likely to commit crimes. And they carried through to participation in university and higher earnings. Those randomised trials showed very clearly the benefits of early childhood education for the extremely disadvantaged cohorts who were targeted by them. A similar randomised trial conducted by Yiping Seng, Jeff Borland and a range of other researchers at Melbourne set up a centre in West Heidelberg, providing high-quality early childhood services to children who had been exposed to domestic and family violence. Like the US randomised trials, the Melbourne randomised trial focused on a group of extremely disadvantaged children. And the Early Years Education Project, as it's known, is producing results as those children are tracked through into older years. Through randomised trials of this kind, we're learning about the impact of early childhood education and the importance of extremely high-quality early childhood education for extremely disadvantaged children. It's another area in which randomised trials are shedding insight into how to shape better public policy in Australia.
I do thank the honourable member and Assistant Minister, and the question is now that the amendments be agreed to. And I give the call to the most honourable member for Nichols. Your turn.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I too rise to speak on the Early Childhood Education Care 3-Day Guarantee Bill. I'll set out the legislation and what it is replacing, and then I'll talk a bit about our view of this and what the consequences will be on the ground. And I think this is another piece of flawed legislation by this government that will have consequences. Maybe they're intended, maybe they're unintended, but they'll be detrimental for our country as a whole, and that's the way we view this. Firstly, the bill amends a new tax system, Family Assistance Act 1999, and it removes reference to the Child Care Subsidy Activity Test to replace with the new 3-day guarantee, and it gives effect to the announcement made by the Prime Minister. What was the activity test and why was it there? Well, the activity test, what did it do firstly? It meant that parents and carers needed to be working or looking for work, studying or volunteering to be eligible for the finite, and I use that word, finite, subsidised care places. And noting that, volunteering and looking for work only count towards the first 16 hours of your activity level. And there was a whole formula, less than 8 hours, 0 hours if you earn above $83,280, 24 hours if you earn above that figure, and more hours you got, the more hours of subsidised care each fortnight. There were exemptions to that. These were carefully thought out and put into place by the previous coalition government. They were parents and carers would be eligible for 36 hours a fortnight if you identify as Indigenous, Parent Pathways participant and receive an eligible income support payment, mutual obligations if receiving one of these payments, whether it be job seeker, parenting payment, special benefit, or if you have a child that attends preschool. So that was designed to assuage some of the things that I think the member for Fenner was talking about and try to get childcare to the people who need it. But if we go back to first principles, Deputy Speaker, why do we have childcare, early childhood education? It is a finite resource. It's certainly finite. In fact, the supply significantly outstrips demand, particularly in regional and rural electorates like the one I represent in Nichols, and we have what are referred to as childcare deserts, and I'll talk a bit about that a bit later on. But the first principles are that childcare for a certain age enables working families to be able to get back into the workforce sooner than they otherwise would have. And that gives a productivity boost in Australia. And we certainly need productivity increases at the moment, perhaps now more than ever, while we've got a productivity crisis that's causing a causal factor in our inflation situation, which is then going on to impact the cost of living crisis. Productivity is so important to us addressing this. And the childcare focus was about improving productivity and not making a judgment as to what people want to do, but making sure that choice is respected. So if you choose that you don't want to go back to work and you have the resources or that's what you want to do, then you can do that. But if you do want to get back into the workforce for a variety of reasons that people do, whether it be the extra income, some people like being in the workplace more than others. Again, there's no judgment to that. Some people don't want to sort of continue on with their career development as well as having children. This respects the choice of all Australians. So the childcare arrangements that existed tried to prioritise the people who wanted to get back into the workforce, and we wanted them to be in the workforce, and I'll give you some examples about that, by making sure that they were able to get their children into the finite childcare places that existed. And it's had a positive effect. And when you see the childcare desert situation get worse, you can see the negative effect that has. And I sat in a park in a place called Seymour in my electorate, and I advertised anyone who wants to discuss this childcare issue and the lack of childcare places, come and see me in the park. And I had a number of parents come and see me in that park, and we sat down and we talked about things. And I'll remember one mother speaking to me about just not being able to get the hospital shifts she wanted, and she was a nurse in an already worker-depleted health system in regional Australia and regional Victoria, not being able to get a childcare place, and she couldn't go back and do the work that she wanted to do and we needed her to do. And her frustration at that, and the frustration of the hospital that she worked at, because they're short of workers. So that's the problem that we encounter with the lack of investment into new childcare places. But what we're worried about that the 3-day guarantee will do, will say that because everyone's guaranteed a place in childcare, whether you're working or studying or you're not working, and again, I just want to emphasise that we on this side, I think everyone, places no judgment on that. You know, everyone's free to live their lives as they want, but we want them to have the choice to be able to do that. But if those finite places are taken up by people who are putting their children into childcare and they're not working, then logically there are going to be less places in childcare for people who do want to work. And those people are doing jobs that need to be done. In my own experience, we had our daughter just over 16 years ago, and then we had a son over 14 years ago. My wife and I were both had careers in our own profession. I was working in agricultural science. She was working in animal nutrition. We wanted to spend as much time as we could with our daughter as she was a baby, and there was some good maternity leave, as they were called then. We hadn't quite moved on to paternity, but we were able to have some good time. But she wanted to go back to work, I wanted to be at work, and we faced the struggles that young families face. You know, mortgage repayments, you know, wanting to get ahead in the world, wanting to pay your house down, and also just wanting to keep moving in career progression and wanting to balance that out with the joy and the benefit to Australia of having children. And like so many families want to do, we want to make sure that that choice and that balance is there for them. So we put our daughter into childcare, and very successfully, and then the same with our son, and my wife and I were in the workforce and doing jobs that were incredibly important to the agricultural industries of the Goulburn Valley. Of course, agriculture is what makes the Goulburn Valley tick. So those first principles are that childcare is finite. I would love everyone to have access to childcare. I'd love everyone to be given $1 million. I'd love this Parliament to be able to give everyone in Australia everything they want. And the idealists and the activists who come to this place, some of them who will never govern, often say those things. You want to give everyone to everything because it feels great. You want everyone. But the trouble is we have finite resources in this country. We have finite workers. We have finite tax dollars. And we've got to make difficult decisions about priorities. And so this piece of legislation skews the priorities in a way that I think will mean that people who would like to get back into the workforce, particularly in rural and regional areas, will find it more difficult to do that because the already limited childcare industry, and when I say limited, I mean limited in terms of places, will become even more difficult to access because you've got the 3-day guarantee. So I worry about, you know, the unintended consequences of regional economies like mine, where we are begging for workers to come and live in the regions. We've got professional jobs, we've got trade jobs, we've got all sorts of jobs that are not being filled in our burgeoning economy in places like Greater Shepparton, in places like Seymour, along the Murray, in Echuca, Cobram and Yarrawonga. And because we've got these limited childcare places, we are not getting parents be able to go and participate in the workforce in the way they want to. Now, I just worry this is going to make it worse. And then we're going to get a productivity hit, and we can't afford another productivity hit, Deputy Speaker. The childcare deserts, people from regional Australia have often talked about this, and we don't seem to get much buy-in, although I do acknowledge that there does appear to be some funding for new childcare facilities. I'm interested to see how that works and whether that is focused on regional areas. And I'm interested to see whether, you know, I think it's been referred to as Senate inquiry, what that comes up with. And I note that previous Labor governments have promised to build a lot of new facilities but have fallen short in those areas. I would have thought, and I'll say to the government, I'll be much more likely to support this sort of legislation had they sorted out the supply side first. So if the supply side gets sorted out, if you can say that this 3-day guarantee is not going to keep any working family from being able to access childcare and enable them to get back into the workforce, if that guarantee was there, and I saw it on the ground where, you know, there's a range of different options, and sometimes those options require flexibility. Family daycare, which seems to be getting harder to do. A lot of families in my electorate have been so successful with that family daycare. People who run those businesses or had run those businesses and are no longer doing it say that the current government regulation just makes it impossible to do that. That makes it harder. I also think that there's a lot of opportunity around large employers in regional areas being able to set up their own childcare facilities. But again, I'm told that that's very difficult. You know, this place, this building, has a childcare facility, and I think that's fantastic. I think, you know, we want more parents to be able to work in this place, and the fact that they can drop the kids off at the creche, that's great. Wouldn't that be great in more locations in regional Australia? So the principle of this is that I think that the activity test was good. You know, people want to give everything to everyone, and I understand that, I do. But, you know, when you're governing, you've got to make difficult decisions to try and prioritise resources where you get the most bang for buck. In this case, from my perspective, it's a productivity bang for buck. So do we get more productivity out of prioritising working families into childcare or the 3-day guarantee? I certainly think it's the former. And again, I just want to emphasise, I don't make any judgment. I think it's fantastic if people want to stay home and work, and look after their children. If they make the decision that the finances don't work for them to get back into work and do that, I understand that. This is about respecting everyone and their choice. But the most important thing is Australia's never needed its productivity to be increased further. Productivity sapping measures like this and making sure that and limiting childcare for working families is a productivity sapping measure, and I think we should oppose it. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The member for Wirrawah.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It gives me great pleasure to speak on this important piece of legislation because few things are more important to my constituents in Wirrawah than access to childcare. And let me commence by thanking all those wonderful early childhood teachers and workers in the electorate that for the wonderful work they do and the care that they have for our children. It is much appreciated, I'm sure, by their parents and caregivers, but by the rest of society, giving them the opportunities for education into the future. I have made many visits to childcare centres in my electorate, Deputy Speaker. One such centre is Organic Seedings Childcare. I visited them a number of times. I know the staff, they are my friends, and I know how much they care about their children and the work that they do every day to give them interesting experiences. And they are high-quality staff that are making sure that our future littlies get the best start in life. I have a really wonderful and fun piece of artwork that was completed by the children at that childcare centre. It's a butterfly and it has all the children's names on it, and it was part of their curriculum looking at the life cycle of a butterfly. And I actually joined their class for a couple of hours one afternoon. And it is amazing how these really experienced childcare workers and education, people who do the education, can make that complex scientific information available to, littlies from 8 months old to 5 years old, and how they were able to explain to me just exactly what was happening. That's what is happening in childcare centres all over the country all the time, and that's why we need to make sure that that all of our children have that access, because we know that the first 5 years of life is the best time to give them the educational foundation they need. So I very much thank all the childcare workers in my electorate, but particularly those who've welcomed me, like Organic Seedlings. I believe clearly in access and opportunity. Specifically, but not exclusively, this includes the access to good quality healthcare, quality access to education, access to good jobs and training, and access to quality government support and help if it's needed. On top of that, and especially relevant today, access to childcare. Labor fundamentally believes that every child in Australia deserves the best possible start in life, and it is what every parent wants for their child as well. It's essential to get the best start in life is access to early education, because we know how important the first few years of learning are. When a child starts kindy, it's vital they don't start behind, and this bill will work towards making sure they don't. Those opposite claim to championing accessible early education and care, but their track record says differently. When the former coalition government introduced the activity test in July 2018, they promised it would simplify childcare payments and encourage greater workforce participation. Instead, the activity test hopelessly failed. It created new barriers to workforce participation and made the childcare system even more complicated. Jay Weatherall of the Minderoo Foundation has perhaps summed up the failed activity test best when he said the activity test has always been punitive and unfair. The facts and figures testify to Mr Weatherall's quote. That is, data from the Department of Education shows the number of children from low-income families accessing childcare went down from 32,000 in 2018 to 6,500 in 2019. This is just shameful. The bill before us thankfully replaces the former coalition government's disastrous activities test with a new 3-day guarantee in early education from the 5th of January 2025. That is, all families will be guaranteed 3 days or 72 hours of childcare subsidy each fortnight. For families caring for First Nations children, there will be a guaranteed 100 hours of childcare subsidy per fortnight. And families who work, study or train will continue to be eligible for the 100 hours of the childcare subsidy each fortnight. This reform will increase entitlements for over 100,000 families, with 66,700 families expected to be better off in the first full financial year of operation. For example, families earning between $50,000 and $100,000 will save on average $1,460 per year. This provides a genuine cost of living relief for those families on top of Labor's tax cuts and the energy bill assistance. Crucially, Deputy Speaker, no family will be worse off because of this legislation. The 3-day guarantee adds to Labor's impressive record in the area of childcare and early education. It builds on cheaper childcare, which has cut the cost of early education and care for more than 1 million families, and builds on our 15% pay rise for early educators. It forms part of a package that establishes $1 billion Building Early Education Fund to build and expand early education and care centres in areas of need. Specifically, the fund will build and expand around 160 childhood education and care centres. As a result, there will be around an additional 12,000 ECEC places for Australians in need. Labor is building a universal early education system. We're improving affordability, boosting supply, increasing accessibility and recognising and rewarding the vital early childhood education workforce sector. Reforms such as this one are very much in my DNA, and they are Labor's DNA, and they make me proud to be a member of this Albanese government. We are the party of opportunity, we are the party of access, and we're the party that helps out, and we're the party committed to making sure that no Australian child is left behind. I commend the bill to the House and thank the Minister for all the work that they've done in all sectors of education, making sure that every Australian has the opportunities that they deserve and the country really needs.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The member for Curtin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, which removes the activity test for early childhood education and care. Childcare is important for children and for families. And the activity test, which requires that parents are working or studying in order to get subsidised childcare, is based on an assumption that early childhood education and care is a benefit for parents but not for kids. But quality care actually benefits kids, especially from lower socioeconomic families. Quality early childhood education is linked to improved academic achievement, reduced delinquency, increased school completion, higher earnings in adulthood, and improved social and emotional well-being. This benefits everyone. And I remember, after having each of my 3 children, the challenge of looking for a job while still caring for kids full-time. And it feels like a chicken and egg situation. You can't afford to pay for the care unless you have a job, and you can't search for a job, go to interviews, or even to know how much you'll be able to work until you've secured childcare. Thrive by Five's Jay Weatherall points out that the activity test has particularly punished single mothers, casual workers and those looking for work. They get trapped in a cycle where you can't get childcare if you don't have a job lined up, but you can't get a job if you don't have childcare lined up. Now, it's fantastic to have the option of staying home with your kids, but I know how much my kids gain from the stimulation of being in centre-based care and how important the workers there were to their development. Educators at my kids' childcare centres taught them things that kept surprising me as a parent. They came home with new knowledge, new ways of resolving conflict, as well as the inevitable new viruses building up their immune systems. Now, this bill provides a guaranteed minimum of 72 hours per fortnight of subsidised early childhood education and care for all families, regardless of whether mums are working or studying. All households with a total income of $530,000 or less will be able to access some level of subsidised care, and it will provide much-needed cost of living relief for nearly 67,000 families in the first year alone, and lower-income families will save an average of $1,460 per year. For Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander kids, that guarantee is 100 hours per fortnight, which is aimed at closing the gap in school readiness. Catherine Little, CEO of SNAKE, which is the national voice for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children, calls it a game changer for First Nations babies, meaning more children will be ready for school and set up for a thriving future. Ms Little also refers to wider impacts in the community, with recent studies showing interventions in early childhood education and care settings with vulnerable children and their families may be the key to reducing youth crime. Now, I understand that in the short term, this will put pressure on the sector, but short-term transitional issues should not prevent good long-term reform like this. We need to be able to be bold and have ambition rather than only seeing the transitional problems. The transition will need to be managed, but paying early childcare workers more under the laws passed in November will definitely help. And it's always chicken and egg with supply and demand. If you change one, the other one needs to catch up. But unless we actually make these bold decisions, then nothing will improve. This change is supported by the Productivity Commission, the Women's Economic Equality Task Force, the ACCC, Thrive by Five and Early Childhood Australia, all of whom have made important policy contributions to improving outcomes for both families and the economy over the long term. And WA's own Minderoo Foundation has pointed out that this could lead to almost 40,000 parents being able to return to work or increase their hours if they want to. So I join Parenthood CEO Georgie Dent in commending this bill. She says dropping the test is a profound win for children, equity and the nation, and I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to. The member for Blair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Before I started preparing myself for the speech, I had a look at what I looked at in a previous bill and what I'd said in a previous bill, and looked at some of the speeches that people had made and some of the reforms we were doing in relation to the Cheaper Childcare Bill back in 2022. And under that particular bill, what the government was doing with a really forward agenda was lifting the childcare subsidy rate to 90% for families with a combined income of under $80,000 for the first child in care, increasing subsidies for families with one child in care earning less than $530,000, and keeping higher CCS rates for families with multiple children aged 5 and under and in care. That plan was about making childcare more affordable. About 1.26 million Australian families, about 8,900 families in my electorate were benefiting. Meant that about 96% of families who use childcare would be better off. In fact, no family was worse off and was delivering real benefits to Australian families. And it meant that a family on a combined income of about $120,000 a year with one child in care would save about $1,780 in the first year of the plan. But I remember those opposite railing against this particular bill when it came up, and this policy, this plan, you know, engaging in all form of political gymnastics when we brought the bill in, and constantly attacking us for the policy and the settings that we're doing and the reforms we were making. And it's sort of deja vu because in the last 24 hours we've had Liberal and National Party people in this place saying, childcare's not affordable, it's not accessible. It's as if somehow after about 9 or 10 years in government, doing nothing, I might add, nothing, and then we bring in a massive change back in 2022-23, massive change to help Australians right across the board. They railed against it then, and then we announced a policy in December last year, supported by stakeholder after stakeholder after stakeholder, as the member for Curtin said. Even the National Farmers Federation, not exactly an affiliated member to the Australian Labor Party, coming out and saying how wonderful the policy was. And you've got Liberal and National Party people from rural and regional Queensland and elsewhere saying we can't get access to childcare, we can't, it's not affordable. They haven't got a policy. There's nothing from them. Yet whinging and moaning and carping and going on. That's all we've heard for the last 24 hours, constantly whinging and carping and moaning. I mean, come up with something constructive. Oh, well, they've got free lunches for bosses and $600 billion on nuclear power plants that won't deliver anything for the benefit in terms of energy security and cheaper energy for the country. I mean, seriously, or golden visas that you announced by virtue of a mic over your head, inadvertently. I mean, seriously, they're bereft of policies, and yet they come in here and criticise us about it, when in practical terms, this policy will benefit so many Australians. The degree of sort of contortion, it's like those old games of Twister, political Twister. You've got your body here and your body here trying to avoid certain things. Because reality is that we've got incredible need for childcare to be affordable and accessible in Australia. And about 1.4 million Australian families are going to benefit from it. So this is not just an equity issue, it's a productivity issue and it's an economic development issue. Many women caring for young children want to return to work, want to make sure that they can get access to more money, more hours, more financial security for their families. Now, families often lose family payments and childcare subsidies as their income rises. So this is all a disincentive for parents, and especially mums, to do more paid work. According to the ABS data in 2022-23, about 73,000 people who wanted to work didn't look for work because they couldn't make childcare costs work for them. And that's why our reforms, the first tranche of reforms, were done. Those opposite railing against them and railing against the second lot. So, it's quite extraordinary that the LNP members are opposite. The Grattan Institute research has consistently shown supporting women's workforce participation through cheaper childcare is one of the best things you can do to grow the GDP in the country. The Liberals and National Parties claim that they're in favour of economic development, the party of capitalism and the parties of free enterprise. Yet when you give an opportunity to support the growth of the economy and support participation of women in the workforce to grow businesses, small and large, they vote against it, they oppose it. It's total inconsistency. So we've announced this policy. We did it last year in December. We're taking steps to make sure that early education and the care system is expanded. We want quality early education around the country. For a long time, people in our country thought that early education was simply childcare. It's not. It's giving kids the best start in life. We all know, I'm a parent and a grandparent, I know how important it is those early years for kids to learn, and socialise, the social inclusion, cooperating with one another, learning new concepts, their numbers, the alphabet, learning to read and write. Most kids, by the time they're in, if they're giving good education, can learn these basic concepts really, really well. It's about education. So we're establishing a $1 billion Building Early Education Fund to roll out from July 2025. We're building more centres. Those opposite criticise us because they can't find enough centres. But we're doing a policy that's building more centres and building them, expanding them in areas of need. And I mentioned the Liberal and National parties in rural and regional Australia. We're doing this in outer suburbs and regional Australia. We're doing the very thing they're saying we're not doing, the very thing that they can't come up with a policy to do. So we want to make sure there's universal childcare in this country, and it's simple, affordable and accessible and high quality. That's what we want to do. We want to make sure that kids can get guaranteed 3 days of high quality early education care, because it'll change their lives. It will change their lives and give them the best start in life. This particular fund is going to deliver grants to providers, and the government will explore options to invest in terms of owning and leasing out services. But those opposites say we haven't got enough. We haven't got enough childcare centres, and the government's building a fund to do it, and they're railing against it. So we're focusing on co-locating those services at school sites to prevent the double drop-off. We're going to support the growth of high-quality not-for-profit providers. We want to make sure that's the case. Now, what are we going to do here? It's really important. This is what we're going to do in terms of specifically in this bill. We're going to have 3 days of high-quality early education. The 3-day guarantee is going to replace the current activity test, which is the bane of parents, by the way, with guaranteed eligibility for 3 days a week of subsidised early education for children who need it. Now, we know that every child has the right to go to school, and it's a tragedy if parents don't facilitate and support that. Truancy is a terrible detriment to kids' education. Going to school, going to classrooms, learning in the classrooms are so important. But we want to make sure that that guarantee, that right, I might add, to go to school is extended to kids as they're in their early years. We want to make sure that right is not just to go to school, is to early education. And we're going to make sure that when they start school, they're not left behind. And we're doing this. So, as part of what I've described earlier as the Building Early Education Fund package, we're developing the early education service delivery price to make sure that we have a better understanding around the country about the cost of delivery, where the services are needed, to make sure that we can underpin future reform that needs to happen in the country. Because you can't set and forget. That's what those opposite did, set and forget for 9 years. In fact, they barely didn't even set, they just let it go. Just let it go for 9 years. So we're doing this. Now, this package that this legislation's part of is really, really important. So it represents a $1.47 billion investment in our future over 5 years. That's a big commitment. Those opposite opposing it. It's at $1.03 billion for the Building Early Education Fund that I referred to in the business case. $427 million for the 3-day guarantee, which I described earlier, and $10 million to develop the early education service delivery price. Now, as previous speakers have talked about, this of course comes about because of the productivities report, Commission's report, and the ACCC report on early education. Now, I thought those opposite, I thought those opposite liked the Productivity Commission because they've quoted it plenty of times in the past in this chamber. But the Productivity Commission knows that it's good economic sense to invest in early education. They know how important it is, and it's really, really critical. So that fund that I referred to before is going to build and expand on around 160 of the early childhood education and care centres. Now, we're going to focus those. Now, I think those opposite should listen to the Labor MPs who are making speeches here, because they're going to be, many of them are going to be located, by the way, in regional and rural areas. Now, I have the honour and privilege of representing a regional and rural electorate in southeast Queensland, and plenty of country areas in my electorate, and I've got booming suburbs like Springfield and Ripley and South Ripley, where the average age is in the mid-20s of the people in those suburbs. They're just booming. As Ipswich's population has hit 260,000 last quarter last year, and it's probably close to 270,000 now. And all those suburbs around Ipswich, places and country towns like Lowood and Fernvale are growing so rapidly, and the development around Walloon and Rosewood in rural Ipswich is just phenomenal. And the number of childcare centres that are being built in these areas. Now, Good Start has done a lot of good work in that area, and I've seen so many community kindergartens, and we have some fantastic community kindergartens and places in my electorate like Cribb Street and Milford Street, where I grew up as a kid, and I went to that particular one near the Queen's Park, Milford Street. It's my old kindy, and recently they've celebrated about 85 years in operation. They're a fantastic kindy, community-run kindy. These places are so important. The number of our prominent citizens in our community that comes from there is important. So they understand, when I've been to these centres, how important a universal early education and care system is. Now, that Productivity Commission, I want the other side to know this, that Productivity Commission inquiry that they did into the EC system found we had an undersupply of places. When there was a barrier to access for families across the country. And it recommended, now this is the Productivity Commission, which is usually quite, libertarian or neoliberal in terms of its perspective. It recommended the Australian government invest in addressing the gaps, grant funding, and indeed by retaining ownership of services. Now, the Productivity Commission recommended this. Those opposite can't even bring themselves to support this. We're the National Farmers Federation supporting this particular thing. The National Farmers Federation, the coalition has said they're going to get rid of this particular thing if they're going to. They've railed against it. The Shadow Treasurer in December 2024 railed against it. It's something that they claim that it's something that the country can't afford. We should listen to his backbenchers who say we should be doing something like this, just not what we're doing. So they've criticised our commitment, and yet here, if you listen to their speeches closely, are saying exactly the opposite. Now, I mentioned Good Start before. We've got some tremendous Good Start centres in my area, and the CEO, Dr. Ros Baxter, said it will change lives. It will boost our productivity, ensuring Australian children don't fall behind. We've seen people, like respected people like BCA Executive Director of Policy Wendy Black saying affordable, accessible, quality childcare will help to long-term economic benefits and improve outcomes. Parenthood CEO Georgie Dent said today's the day I've been hanging out professionally for the last 4 years and 7 months. We've even got so many people. The National Party should be supporting this. I can't believe they're not supporting it in Queensland. I can't believe they're just not supporting this stuff. We've got the National Farmers Federation. They should have a talk to their friends in the National Farmers Federation. And on the 5th of February 2025, the National Farmers Federation, in a statement, they said, "We implore the coalition to match Labor's $1 billion Building Early Education Fund to build more than 160 new childcare centres." Well, I say, how about the National Party listen to the National Farmers Federation for once?
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The member for Gippsland.
Here. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I do take great pleasure in joining the debate this morning, and I want to focus my remarks today very much along the three key themes of accessibility, affordability and choice. And Deputy Speaker, across this chamber, I have no doubt whatsoever that there is universal recognition of the value of access to childcare. There would not be a member in this place who doesn't see the value in having families being able to access early childhood education to give our young people the best possible start in life. But the question around access is an important one, and I fail to see how those opposite can come in here after almost 3 years and feel confident in lecturing people on this side of the House about the question of accessibility when not one of them has bothered to listen to the repeated feedback they've received from rural and regional families, from rural and regional members of this place on this side of the House. I see the member Nichols here nodding his head, the member Brad nodding his head. And then to come into this place and cop a lecture from the member for Blair, claiming to be a rural and regional member of Parliament, when his seat is at best suburban, it's on the peri-urban interface with Brisbane in southeast Queensland, and lecturing us about rural and regional accessibility to childcare after 2.5 years of completely ignoring the fundamental question for a lot of our families. The problem with the direction taken by the government in this legislation is that allowing or providing for a minimum 72 hours a fortnight access for subsidised childcare doesn't mean anything if you can't get 1 day's access of childcare. If there's no childcare centre in your rural and regional community, having 3 days provided in the suburbs, I'm sorry, it doesn't help you at all. And that is the fundamental problem, the disconnect in this place. We have members opposite coming here, yelling abuse over this side of the chamber, telling us how we don't know anything. But they never stop to listen to the lived experience of people in rural and regional communities. One of our biggest challenges in our rural and regional communities is attracting and retaining a workforce for critical areas like health, education, childcare, police, paramedics, nurses, you name it. We can't get them to come to regional areas if there isn't access to affordable childcare in the towns where they want to be posted to. I can't tell you, Deputy Speaker, the number of times I've had conversations with small town community leaders in my electorate talking about the paramedic they tried to attract to the region, or the teacher, or the nurse, and the stumbling block was the fact there was no childcare available to them. And the reason why this access issue has become even more critical is in the middle of a cost of living crisis, we all need to understand that the vast majority of families need at least 1.5 incomes, possibly 2 full-time incomes, to be able to pay their bills. So how can those opposite come into this place and lecture members on this side of the chamber who represent rural and regional communities, who live in childcare deserts, who have not seen a single improvement in the last 3 years at addressing this problem, while the Labor Party has continued to inflame the cost of living crisis for families in our regions? So on the issue of accessibility, those opposite have failed to address the fundamental problem for a lot of rural and regional families. On the question of affordability, Deputy Speaker, another key theme in childcare, we need to ensure that families right across Australia are in a position to have their child go to a good quality childcare centre if required, but also to be able to afford to pay the bills. And I do accept those opposite have worked in relation to increasing the wages for childcare workers, which has, I think, been a benefit to a large number of workers in the sector. But one of our problems, Deputy Speaker, in that regard, is that the centres, where they do exist in a lot of regional communities, simply can't operate at full capacity because they can't attract the workforce, again, because there's accessibility issues. So I do appeal to those opposite that with the cost of childcare increasing by 22.3% since Labor come to power, this is a piece of public policy that still requires an enormous amount of work, and I would urge those opposite to work in a bipartisan manner with the coalition to address issues of accessibility and affordability. And finally, Deputy Speaker, on the other key theme I want to refer to in my comments today is in relation to choice. What those opposite don't seem to understand is that individual families, particularly in our regional and rural communities, have different requirements from the early childhood education sector. than perhaps many of our suburban cousins. Now, I don't pretend to come in here, Deputy Speaker, and lecture the member for Jaga on the needs of Heidelberg or Ivanhoe, because I don't have a lived experience of those suburban areas. But I will come in here and talk about the needs of my community, where we have people working on farms in sometimes quite remote locations, a lot of small business owners, a disproportionate number of small business owners in our communities, where you may have a husband and wife team or a family team working together in a small business. We need choice when it comes to childcare. We need choice in this sector where it may be more appropriate for some of our rural and regional families to access in-home care, which is subsidised to some extent. We need more support for kinship care. A lot of families in rural and regional communities are relying on other family members to take up the care burden. And these families also want choice in relation to why is there only one government-sanctioned form of raising a child in Australia, and that being institutionalised childcare? What about the families who are in a position, who would prefer to be in a position to care for their own child for longer in their own home?
Exactly right.
Why have we got ourselves in a position as a nation where we seem to discriminate against those families who would prefer to be in a position with a little bit of help from the government, a lot cheaper than subsidising their childcare, but just a little bit of help from the government, they would be in a position to look after their own children in their own home for longer? So, Deputy Speaker, I don't come in here lecturing those opposite if it's their choice to have their children in long day care, nor should anyone come in here and lecture this side of the House if we represent families in our communities who would prefer to have the option, where possible, to look after their own children for longer. They are both reasonable choices with the best interests of the child at heart. And that's a fundamental issue of the debate we should be having today, Deputy Speaker. Where are we placing the child, the best interests of the child, in this debate? Surely, if we're talking about early childhood education and care, we have to be fundamentally addressing the needs of the children throughout Australia, whether they live in the suburbs, the inner cities, the rural and regional or remote communities. So I do appeal to those opposite to start taking the time to listen to members on this side with a lived experience in rural and regional and remote communities, because our needs are different. Our needs when it comes to early childhood education and care are fundamentally focused on accessibility. We need access to more and a variety of services. In many of our communities, the corporate care model, the corporate care for profit model of 120 kids in a childcare centre just doesn't work. There are going to have to be models in regional communities where we work with local councils, hospitals, big industry, and support childcare facilities being built to support maybe only 20 or 30 children at a time. So the accessibility question is fundamental. Again, the affordability question, I see the Minister opposite nodding her head in agreement. But the choice question is the one that this place has not grappled with and refuses to respect the different choices Australian families want to make in their interests of their own children. So, Deputy Speaker, and I take the Minister's offer to come and talk to it, and I will. I've always found the Minister to be a very reasonable person, but I've also sat in here in recent hours and listened to some misinformed lectures from suburban MPs who have no appreciation of life in rural and regional communities telling us how we have failed to support families in regional areas. So I will take the Minister's offer of a meeting, and I look forward to that. So, Deputy Speaker, it is deceptive. It is deceptive for the government to parade into this place and claim it has solved all problems in relation to early childhood care and education across Australia. And I welcome the interjection by my good friend, the member Spence. He's suggesting it's misleading for me to claim that the government is making spectacular claims in relation to early childhood care and education. Well, he obviously hasn't been in the chamber for the last hour to hear that all those opposite in sprouting their achievements have failed to acknowledge the very real challenges that still exist in regional areas, the very real challenges that still exist in our regional communities in relation to accessibility, affordability and choice. And the Prime Minister himself interjecting that we're against funding for regional childcare. Now, Prime Minister, I invite you to join me in the meeting with the Shadow Minister, with the Minister. I would love to meet with the Prime Minister to talk about early childhood and education and care in my community, and I would love him to join us in that meeting and we exchange ideas on rural and regional areas. Because, Prime Minister, as I've found in dealing with the vast number of your front benches, they're not interested in hearing about rural and regional Australia. They're not interested in having conversations about how your policies have hurt rural and regional families. Your front benches aren't interested in hearing about the cost of living crisis impact on regional people. So I do welcome the Prime Minister's invitation, and I welcome the Prime Minister's continued interjections. He's coming to hear me speak. Well, I'll speak more, Prime Minister, in relation. I was about to sit down, but since you've come here, I better let you have the benefit of hearing more about rural and regional Australia and how his front bench has refused to engage with rural and regional communities on critical issues affecting our communities. So I'd suggest to the Prime Minister in relation to infrastructure and transport, he has a minister who takes up to 10 months to respond to correspondence from rural and regional members with information in relation to regional highways and other infrastructure. So I do encourage the Prime Minister to urge his front bench to at least pay some respect to members who have a lived experience in our rural and regional areas to understand the very real challenges that we face in dealing with issues which are both complex and require a different approach rather than the Canberra one-size-fits-all approach, which has been the hallmark of this government. So, Deputy Speaker, I will conclude with a few more remarks from where I started in relation to the fundamental areas where I think there is agreement on this issue. As I said at the outset, Deputy Speaker, I believe across the chamber there is enormous goodwill to achieve the best possible outcome for young people and give them the best possible start through access to early childhood education and care. Where I think we are failing today, Deputy Speaker, is in relation to those three key areas of accessibility, affordability and choice. And the accessibility question can only be resolved when we have governments and bureaucrats here in Canberra prepared to listen to the lived experience of people in country areas who will come up with different models that aren't the corporate care models, that won't involve 120 children in one centre, will have smaller centres, may involve a greater investment in small-scale infrastructure, or perhaps even for family daycare to support the growth in that sector. And the final point, Deputy Speaker, is about choice. We have got ourselves into a position in this nation where we seem to promote a government-sanctioned model of raising children and not recognising that families are all individuals and all want to make their own choices, and that should be respected. That the choice to send your child to a childcare centre if required, sometimes through necessity, sometimes by choice, is one legitimate choice. And the choice of the choice of raising your own child as much as possible is a legitimate choice as well, in your own home. I'm not saying now, this is where the member is taking insult where no insult is intended. Again, the member is seeking to try and have an argument where there is no insult intended. I'm saying there is opportunities for people to choose what works for their family or what necessity is forced upon them. So when we have a single parent who requires access to early childhood and education, of course it should be respected by the government. Just as the family which is looking to have more of the opportunity to look after their own children in their own home for longer should be respected by government. Now, if those opposite can't support that choice, then they should come out and say it. On my side of the chamber, due to the necessity of rural and remote locations, many families are in a situation where they want to spend more time looking at their own children in their own homes and do not access formalised care because it's not available to them. So all I'm asking those opposite is to take the time to understand the lived experience of a lot of families in rural and regional communities around accessibility, affordability and choice, just as those on this side of the House respect the fact that in a suburban environment, in an urban environment with cost of living pressures which are enormous, a lot of people are faced with no other choice than to have two full-time incomes. That flexibility is so important for a lot of our rural and regional families, and I thank the House.
The question is the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the Honourable the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Well, in our first term, our government has brought down the cost of childcare for over 1 million families by an average of around about $2,700. That's additional money that they have in their pockets. In addition to that, of course, we're boosting the wages of up to 200,000 early educators by some 15%. 10% from last December 1, 5% from December 1 of this year. More than 1,000 childcare centres newly opened since we came to government 3 years ago. Nearly 100,000 more childcare places available since we came to government. There are 42,000 more early educators at work and 125,000 more in training. This is what reform looks like. That's right. This is what change looks like, making sure that we are making a difference. And of course, it is about choice, about choice for families. Families will make their own decisions, but the truth is that for many families, they can't make the choice that they would like to because either the childcare places aren't available or because it was unaffordable and didn't make sense to work that extra day or the extra 2 days. And that's why early childhood education is not just about families, it's not just about children, it's also about our economy. The 3 Ps of growth, participation, productivity and population are all boosted by having a childcare system that works for people, that enables people to take up their choice in life. And part of the announcement that I made in Brisbane on behalf of the government was twofold. One, the 3-day guarantee, abolishing the activity test, making sure that it made a difference, because all of the assessments that have been made is that the activity test was a barrier. And it was a barrier for the most disadvantaged. The most disadvantaged were those who were missing out. And secondly, we recognise that infrastructure is also important, which is why we announced a $1 billion fund to build new childcare centres in our regions, in our outer suburbs, in areas as well, cooperating with state and territory governments so that co-location is a great example to stop that double drop-off as we move forward. So in our first term, back in the days when oppositions announced policies that were fully costed, that were set out, I announced this in my first budget reply. And the changes that we've implemented this term have made a real difference. $2,700 additional, increased wages for early educators, new childcare centres, 1,000 of them, 100,000 more childcare places, 42,000 more early educators. A substantial record of achievement. And it's consistent with what Labor governments do. A Labor government created universal Medicare because every Australian has the right to quality, affordable health care. A Labor government created universal superannuation because every worker has the right to retire in dignity and security. A Labor government created the National Disability Insurance Scheme because every Australian with disability has the right to choice and control over their lives. We did all of that to help people, but it also helps build our society and our economy as well. And a Labor government wants to build a universal childcare system, one that's simple, affordable and accessible for every family. And this legislation is the next step toward that. And I'm pleased that it will pass the House and the Senate today to make that step towards reality, to make sure that every child can access at least 3 days of subsidy for high-quality early education and care. Of course, universal and accessible doesn't mean compulsory or mandatory. The choice as always belongs to parents, but we want parents to have a real choice, not limited by where they live or what they learn. We want parents to make their decision on the basis of one thing only, what they want for their child. And just as everyone accepts, and this is the big difference between the two approaches in this House, every Australian accepts that when a child reaches the age of 4 or 5, they get to go to school. And the public schools should be available to everyone regardless of the income of their parents, regardless of everything, because it's about the child. And indeed, one of the benefits of schools that are diverse in the people and their background who come to that school is that it enriches their experience in life.
Hear, hear.
Childcare is the same.
Yep.
We believe that a right to that should be available to all. And we know that because 90% or more than 90% of human brain development occurs in the first 5 years, that's why early education is so enriching. When I go into these centres, as I have now around the country, particularly over the last 5 or 6 years, I am inspired by the largely female but also male workforce who are so enthusiastic at imparting knowledge in literacy, in numeracy, in engaging those social skills as well that are so important for our youngest Australians at a time as well where there is too much conflict and hatred indeed around. One of the things that you learn is that hatred and distinction is learned behaviour, because those little kids don't see colour or faith or gender or anything else. What they see is other little fellow human beings, and they engage in a way which is absolutely delightful and wonderful with each other. So we think this is so important. More than 1 million families, of course, access childcare, and that's why there's more than 1 million reasons to invest in early education. It makes such an important difference to those young people, and it makes them ready for school to step up to that next level as well. Part of what we are doing is the Building Early Education Fund, the single biggest investment by a Commonwealth Government in new childcare services ever. Building and expanding over 160 new centres where they're needed most, especially in regional communities that have missed out for too long. Places that have been left behind because the private sector didn't see an opportunity for profit. Well, when the market lets people down, our government steps in. Building new childcare centres is about breaking down the barriers of distance. We also need to break down barriers the previous government deliberately put up, starting with the Liberals' activity test, because the activity test does make life harder for parents doing the hard yards of looking for work while locking their children out of early education. Parents do not need to go through a bureaucracy or work a certain number of hours to want the best possible education for their child. The aspiration to give your child the best chance in life drives every parent, whoever you are and wherever you live. And this legislation will replace the Liberals' activity test with the 3-day guarantee in early education, meaning every family earning up to $530,000 will have access to the childcare subsidy guaranteed for 3 days a week. That's our commitment. 3 days of early education, affordable for every family, funded for every child, building a better education system for our nation. Of course, the day that we outlined these policies, the Liberals and Nationals opposed them. They mocked our pay rise for early educators, even though all of the evidence was not only were people not wanting to go into early education, many of the workers there, in spite of their passion for their vocation of helping our littlest Australians get the best start in life, They couldn't afford to stay in the system, so they were leaving. So that was placing a real constraint. But we fixed it. They called it wasteful spending. Wasteful spending. And it's on the chopping block as part of their $350 billion of cuts that they have foreshadowed, which they will tell us what's in them after the election, not before. And that's before they have to find $600 billion to pay for their nuclear fantasy sometime in the 2040s. Those opposite talk about childcare as a luxury that parents have to prove they need. We know childcare is an essential service for families, and we know early education is an opportunity that every child deserves to have access to. For the whole of the 20th century, it's been understood that every child has the right to go to school, and government has a responsibility to make that possible. In the 21st century, every child has the right to have access to early education, and government has a responsibility to make that possible. My government is determined to do just that. Those opposite, in their opposition to this plan, like their opposition to everything else, just reinforce how reactionary they have become. That anyone who wants to look forward to a better Australia is not welcome in the modern Liberal Party. The modern Liberal Party that gets more and more right-wing by the day, that sees the Simon Birminghams and the Paul Fletchers check out, following Christopher Pyne and others as well. You know, will the last moderate in the Liberal Party turn the lights out before they leave the building? Because that is what they are like. So we know that this reform reinforces my view that it is only Labor governments that do the big nation-changing reforms. Off the back of universal health care, universal superannuation, universal provision of the National Disability Insurance Scheme will be universal provision of childcare. That is something we are determined to do step by step to make sure that we get it right, because that is how you build Australia's future, something that my government is determined to do.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The original question was that this bill be now read order. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Goldstone has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the Chief Opposition Whip.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the PM's contribution, and good to see a few of my colleagues across the chamber are here for my contribution to this debate. So, in particular, the member for Spence, who's made some important contributions during my debates this week, so greatly appreciated. Well, I appreciate the Prime Minister's attempt to defend the validity and rationale for this policy, but in a situation where, and I agree with some of what the Prime Minister has had to say, and including other colleagues in this debate, we do want to see a high-quality, robust early childhood sector with high education standards to ensure that our young Australians get the best start in life that they can. And I want to take the opportunity to thank the early childcare educators across my electorate of Ford for the wonderful job they do each and every day trying to do exactly that. And for many kids in my community, the fact that they have access to childcare makes an enormous difference to their lives, sadly, given the situation that some of them find themselves in on the home front. But when I look at this bill, Mr Deputy Speaker, I look at a bill that doesn't address what I see as the fundamental issues that are facing many in my community, and that is a lack of access and a lack of affordability. There are any number of centres I've spoken to over the past 12 months that do not have spare places. They have waiting lists. And there is also many people that I've spoken to whose out-of-pocket costs have grown despite increased childcare subsidies. And as I look at the structure of this bill, Mr Deputy Speaker, it is only going to make the situation worse. And at least now you have a situation where the places in the childcare centres are available to those families who, for whatever reason, need to have two incomes. And largely that's increasingly as a result of this government, of the government's failure to deal with the cost of living issues that we've spoken about in other debates in this House over the course of this and previous weeks. Now, in removing the activity test, that is going to see families who are working and trying to make ends meet compete with those who aren't. And when in a situation with limited space already, as we're seeing, and I know our regional members have even larger problems with let alone available space, let alone having childcare centres at all in some cases. And so I don't see how this is actually going to help a significant number of people across my electorate. Now, the government estimates that over 100,000 families will have access to more subsidised care, and that more than 66,000 families will be better off overall. This represents only about 6% of all families currently engaged in the childcare subsidy system. Now, I note that the Prime Minister also referred to their wage subsidy, but interestingly, that's only funded by the government for 2 years. What happens after 2 years? Who is going to pay the cost of those increased wages, which I have no issue with because our childcare workers do a terrific job. But at some point, somebody's going to pay for it. And it is going to be the families across my electorate of Ford who are going to pay for it through higher fees than they are already paying. And so, despite the government's protestations to the contrary, we are seeing a government that has failed to address the supply-side constraints in the system. And the modelling from the Productivity Commission shows that most of the children affected by the activity test changes live in major cities. But there is no point having access to 3 days of childcare if there is no childcare available. Once again, we are finding that the real issues at the heart of the system are not being addressed. We want to have families who have a right to choose what their work and family life looks like, and the Coalition respects this choice. Labor's 3-day guarantee does nothing for families who choose to remain at home and raise their children until primary school, or families who use flexible arrangements such as grandparents or nannies. The bill also does nothing for families who need flexibility, such as families who do shift work or work non-standard hours. And again, these hard-working families will not benefit from this change, but families who aren't working, studying or training will. Similar to Labor's other policies, this rewards families who access childcare at the expense of families who are unable to or choose not to. We also believe that there is a discrepancy in the policy costings, and that the figures in the policy costings of $426 million over 5 years is undercooked and doesn't reflect the true impact of removing the activity cost. The Department has also been unable to advise how many families are eligible for CCS but not enrolling their children, or how many families are completely disengaged with CCS. The government's costings do not account for these groups. Now, interestingly, Mr Deputy Speaker, the Productivity Commission's 2024 report, A Path to Universal Early Childhood Education and Care, costed the complete removal of the activity test at $2.3 billion a year. The PC's modelling suggested the complete removal of the activity test would increase the hours of early childhood education by 4%, and they also estimated this would lead to a 0.9% decrease in hours worked by sole parents and primary carer parents in couple families. So, again, this appears to be a policy that doesn't take into account the full range of factors. But, as usual, Mr Deputy Speaker, that's nothing unusual for this government. They have a habit of saying one thing and actually delivering something completely different. So I find their failure to deal with the detail in the policy nothing unusual. We've also heard it said that the 3-day guarantee is a cost of living measure, but in reality it's nothing of the sort. We've seen since Labor came to power, the cost of childcare has increased by 22.3%. And at this rate, childcare costs will have soared by over 124% by March of 2032. And the last time Labor was in government, the cost of childcare skyrocketed by 53% in 6 years. So once again, the Labor government has form in saying that it's attempting to reduce the cost of something, but in reality all it does is significantly increase the cost. And since the Labor government's cheaper childcare policy came into effect, out-of-pocket costs have increased by some 12.7%. With almost 1 in 3 services are charging above the fee cap as providers struggle to keep up with rising regulation and red tape. And I know with some providers in my electorate that I've spoken to, Mr Deputy Speaker, who will remain nameless, they have been going through the process of trying to apply for the subsidy for the wage rise, and given that they've found it too hard, too burdensome, too bureaucratic, they have decided to pay the pay rise anyway, but the way they have funded that is to increase their fees, so families are worse off. The majority of families accessing CCS will not see a reduction in their childcare costs because of this legislation. But let's contrast that with the Coalition's record. In our time in government, we almost doubled childcare investment to $11 billion in 2022-23 and locked in ongoing funding for preschool and kindergartens. We also made the biggest reforms to early childhood education system in over 40 years. More than 1.3 million children have access to the childcare subsidy from around 1 million families. Under the Coalition, 280,000 more children are in early childhood education, and our targeted extra support introduced in March of 2022 made a real difference as childcare costs came down by 4.6% in the year to June of 2022. And we saw women's workforce participation reach record highs at 62.3% in May of 2022, compared to 58.7% when Labor left office in 2013. Once again, Mr Deputy Speaker, it demonstrates that a coalition government can deliver real and tangible results for families right across this country. And it's only through a coalition government being elected at the next election we'll get Australia back on track. And for all the reasons I've outlined above, it's why we oppose this bill.
I thank the member for Ford and I call the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that debate on this bill be adjourned to a later hour this day.
The question is that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for a later hour this day. All those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. And now the following message from the Senate has been received. The Senate returns to the House of Representatives a bill for an act to amend the law relating to Veterans Affairs and military rehabilitation and compensation and for related purposes, and informs the House that the Senate has agreed to the bill as amended by the House at the request of the Senate with the amendments in the annex schedule. The Senate requests the concurrence of the House in the amendments. Now, I make a statement on consideration of the Senate message. It's my duty to draw to the attention of the House the fact that one of the Senate amendments conveyed by this message raises an important point of constitutional principle. Proposed Amendment 4 would have the effect of changing the persons to whom additional amounts under Section 80 of the Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Act 2004 are payable. Senate Amendment 4 is covered by Section 53 of the Constitution because it changes the destination of money appropriated by Section 423 of the Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Act 2004. Thus, the amendment should have been made to the House as a requested amendment. The matter for consideration is not so much one of the privileges and rights between the two houses, but observance of the requirements of the Constitution concerning the powers of the houses. I'm advised that in the application of Standing Order 180, a change to the destination of money drawn from an existing appropriation is considered to be a proposal requiring a message from the Governor-General under Section 56 of the Constitution. I understand that such a message has been obtained in this case. If the House wishes to entertain the proposal reflected in the Senate's proposed amendment, the House may choose to proceed by alternative means. I call the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that the House 1 endorses the statement of the Speaker in relation to the constitutional question raised by message number 428, transmitted by the Senate in relation to the Veterans Entitlement, Treatment and Support Simplification and Harmonisation Bill 2024, and 2, the message be considered immediately.
The question is that the House endorses the statement of the Speaker in relation to the constitutional questions raised by message number 428, transmitted by the Senate in relation to the Veterans Entitlements, Treatment and Support Simplification and Harmonisation Bill 2024, and the message be considered immediately. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. I understand that it is the wish of the House to consider first the Senate's purported amendment number 4, and when the purported amendment has been disposed of, to consider amendments numbers 1 to 3. I call the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that the Senate's purported amendment number 4 be disagreed to. I'm moving that the amendment be disagreed to only for the reason of the constitutional issues that are being raised in the statement by the Speaker. The content of the amendment is not disagreed to, and it's proposed that the content of that amendment be moved as an amendment in the House so that it all has the same import in the final legislation. It is merely to do with the constitutional issue raised by the Speaker. So we will move through a process of disagreeing to the Senate's purported amendment. We'll then have the message from the Governor-General. We'll then move that amendment in the House and agree that, and then agree the remaining amendments from the Senate so that the bill is then finalised here in the House. And I look forward to the agreement of all in the House to make sure we are able to pass this bill today. Thank you.
The question is that the Senate's purported amendment number 4 be disagreed to, and I call the member for New England.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and as we note through this process, we have worked as close as we can in bipartisan form now. I'm taking on honour and truth that we have a constitutional issue that is apparent here, and as such, and I'm getting a nod that's coming from the. He can't be. I thought I might have seen a nod from the clerk. Might have. But the issue is that as long as the intent of that amendment is provided to in some form, in a form of concurrency with this debate, otherwise we're going to have a blue with the Senate because they're going to say you've duped us in the House, and we just don't need that grief. So on that premise, I'm happy to go forward to concur with the Minister, and then look forward to us having a House amendment so we can get the intent put forward.
Thank the member for New England. The question is that the Senate's purported amendment number 4 be disagreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. I have received a message from Her Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of an amendment of this bill. And I call the Minister for Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that the amendment set out in the schedule circulated to honourable members be made in place of the Senate's purported amendment, which has been disagreed to.
The question is that the amendment be made. All those, no speakers. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. Call the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that Senate amendments number 1 and 3 be agreed to.
1, 2, 3.
Sorry. Thank you, Speaker. I move that Senate amendment numbers 1, 2, 3 be agreed to.
1, 2 and 3, indeed. The question is that amendments numbers 1, 2 and 3 be agreed to. No speakers. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. Now I think, just following, need some more instructions. I think I call the clerk. Oh, sorry. The member for Warringah is seeking the call.
Yes, I'd like to bring attention to the state of the House.
Quorum required. Ring the bells until quorum achieved.
You stay there, mate?
I might stay here.
Yeah.
No, I can't leave. Yeah.
Okay.
Teresa?
All right. Quorum has been achieved. I therefore call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day, number 1, Early Childhood Education and Care, 3-day Guarantee Bill 2025, resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Goldstein.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. This is an important bill in terms of finally achieving and assisting young families in being able to juggle those commitments of parenting, children and working. The decision and support for our working families does lead to stronger outcomes for the economy and our community. The decision about whether to return to work or take more time off to care for a child is a decision that all new parents must face, and all too often it is women who are left with that responsibility, and that needs to change. Men and other parents and partners must shoulder some more of that proportion and responsibility.
Great. Thanks, Rick.
Of course, there are trade-offs when that choice has to be made of either staying home or going back to work, and whether they be financial or emotional, because none of these choices are easy. And I've spoken to many young parents, especially women, across my electorate who rely on very many different types of care, from private and public childcare and relying on family to help juggle the demands of working life and the exorbitant cost of accessing childcare. I've been there personally and understand how incredibly hard and expensive it was. As a barrister, as a sole trader, don't get access to any of that kind of assistance. And it was a juggle between local childcare centres, my parents assisting me a number of days a week, and then also having to juggle, often leaving court, leaving chambers early because of the crazy times and closure times and the penalty rates of if you're 5 minutes late picking kids up from a childcare centre. It's incredibly hard, and all too often these decks are stacked against women, because all too often it is women that are left to shoulder this responsibility. So my call out to men is, it is good for your relationship with children to spend more time, and so that responsibility of caring should not fall on mothers. It has to fall equally on all parents. It is good for the relationship with your children, and it is good for our economy and our society, because it means everyone has that opportunity to participate. For all too often for women, the frustration of wanting to go back to work but being penalised by reduced eligibility to claim days in childcare, you have this penalty cliff that there's a point at which you're basically working to pay for it rather than actually working to get ahead. And that is just wrong. Women who are juggling commitments need to feel supported by the community and our broader society. Parents need to feel supported. This is an essential part of Australia moving forward, being able to have that juggle between family, children and work and progressing careers. Of course, support comes in many ways, through the childcare system, through family support and through a broader understanding of the pressure on working parents. The call for universal childcare holds significant benefits to our children, and for far too often it has quite insultingly been pitched as somehow something that is given to women. With respect to every member, it is something given to our society, because we go nowhere unless we have children, and we go nowhere unless everyone in our society has the opportunity to work and contribute and has that equal opportunity to do those things. So universal childcare holds significant benefits to our children, our community, our economy and our society. Of course, for children, it also provides the best opportunity to be happy, safe and secure, and builds the necessary foundations and skills that children need throughout their life, especially when they then enter schooling. It's incredibly important that all children have that opportunity to access that early childcare experience. It's particularly impactful for children who come from disadvantaged backgrounds, for them to be able to get into those opportunities. So I very much support the implementation of full universal access to childcare for this minimum of 3 days, and this bill is a welcome start. The bill being introduced because the activity test is broken. The childcare subsidy does not provide adequate safety net for working families. We have the second highest childcare costs in OECD countries. It is prohibitively expensive, and whilst there are childcare deserts and lack of availability in regional communities, the cost in urban communities is exorbitant. My community would have to have one of the highest costs when it comes to childcare. Australian families spend about 27% of their income on childcare, right? Nearly a third of their income on childcare, compared to the OECD average of 14.5%. The Productivity Commission's report on universal childcare report found that 328,000 parents were not entering the workforce due to the affordability and availability of childcare. Now, we hear a lot in this place. We have staffing shortages, we have skill shortages. You know, you can point and blame immigration and you can do all those things, but ultimately the first and best thing we can do is utilise to the best and the fullest capacity our current population, right? Making sure everyone in our communities now have that equal opportunity to participate. So for all those parents, think about it, 328,000 parents are not entering the workforce due to the affordability and availability of childcare. So this bill goes some way to fixing that, and I welcome it. And the activity test introduced by the previous government in 2018, designed to encourage workforce participation in women, was shown not to work. The test is used, it determines how much childcare subsidy a family can receive, but it's linked to hours a parent works, volunteering, job hunting, on leave or studying. And it has been heavily criticised because unfortunately it has not resulted in increased workforce participation. In fact, it has disincentivised workforce participation. The Australian Institute of Family Studies evaluation found that no evidence that the activity test caused any increase in workforce participation. Instead, it most likely to hurt lower income families and discourage youth from access of early childhood education for their children. The Productivity Commission and Thrive by 5 campaign, the Parenthood Group, all have done phenomenal work in raising this issue. This is not a women's issue. This is a society issue. This is an economy issue, unless we can all participate. So it is very good to now be looking at this activity test and getting rid of it. It's too convoluted and difficult to understand. The subsidy as it was doesn't increase enough to cover the added cost of childcare as a parent increases their working commitments. Too often, parents, usually women, were left to work part-time because the cost of going to full-time or increasing their days is simply too prohibitive. And that has so many knock-on effects. It means that women stay maybe on part-time or casual contracts instead of going into permanent employment. It means that they are not accumulating the same amount of super. It means they are not eligible for the same promotions. And you then see that pay gap and that opportunity gap widen. So the focus on the parents in that activity test does not provide an opportunity to allow all children to have the best opportunity to thrive. In fact, families have been found to deliberately keep their hours low enough to receive support. Alarmingly, the Productivity Commission found that 70% of sole parents and secondary earners have reduced their hours due to the reduction of childcare subsidies. Now, if there was ever a counterproductive measure, this would have to be it. The ACCC found that families on the lower income spend a greater share of disposable income on childcare and are disproportionately impacted by the childcare subsidy activity test. The impact is that some 126,000 children from the poorest households across Australia have missed out on early childhood education. And unfortunately, that missing out is compounded then over the years, and it makes a difference. So this bill reforms the activity test to ensure that families who earn less than $530,000 per year will be guaranteed access to at least 3 days, or some 72 hours, of subsidised childcare a week. According to the Department of Education, households earning between $50,000 and $100,000 per year will save around $15,000 a year. This is really significant. It provides a guaranteed 100-hour entitlement per fortnight for parents caring for an Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander child, and I welcome that additional provision for First Nations Australians. It's a high-stake roadmap, there's no doubt. The bill presents an opportunity to improve gender equity by providing more choice between increasing care and responsibilities and entering the workforce. It's a first step to make universal childcare available for all Australian families. Better access to affordable childcare leads to additional hours of work by more parents joining the workforce. It's estimated that the taxation uplift will actually be in the order of some $292 million. And it will increase Australia's GDP by some $6 billion. So I dare anyone in this place to actually then oppose and say that somehow this is not a good measure. The bill presents an opportunity for children that they have access to high-quality childcare that will set them on the right path. Now, of course, this only works if we couple this with a measure to make sure childcare is available in all communities in Australia. And I've heard many from the opposition in their speeches talk about the childcare deserts, and that does not warrant refusing this bill or opposing this bill. It means go to the table, sit down with the government and actually find ways to do it on other issues. So sit down and work out how we do roll out childcare centres so that it is available in every community in Australia. Pointing at the lack of availability is not a reason to not support making it available to all and making it more affordable to all. It's so important. I've spoken many times in this place about the need to help women participate equally in work and strengthen our gender equity, including in our superannuation laws and paid parental scheme. So for me, this campaign to increase the childcare subsidy to provide more support for our working families, this is essential, and that's why it is so important to be committed to being in this place, to having more voices in this place, more diversity, but especially it is about having more women's voices in this place, to make sure these issues are not pigeonholed, but they are put front and centre of good economic management. This bill is welcome, but more can be done. The activity test it still needs reforming. I do think that we need to remove the activity test completely to ensure greater universal childcare access. The affordability is one piece of the puzzle, but it doesn't work without access to high-quality childcare centres. So as I said, we need to do more about this. But actually, during the break, the government committed to funding and construction of more. They've committed to 160 centres. And unfortunately, I remember at the time there was a media outcry about the scale of that spend. Well, you can't come into this place, complain about the lack of availability, oppose the measure to build and support more childcare, and then also oppose making it more affordable for families. And then go out to communities and say somehow you're in this place fighting for families. So I really support the government on this issue. We need to do more to make sure there are more centres built, and in particular that regional and rural Australia has access to it. The Victoria University has done a study and shown that 24% of Australia live where there are lack of childcare availability. There are more than 3 children for each childcare spot. So it's slightly better than in 2020 when it was 34%, but it shows that there's still a lot to do. There's so much more that needs to be done. So whilst, yes, I represent an urban community, I am acutely aware that this needs to be available to all Australians, that all communities need to have access to quality childcare so that all of Australian children have that opportunity to develop. So I encourage the government to consider incentives to increase availability for high-quality education and early learning, such as rewarding centres if they meet or exceed national quality standards. We need to make sure there is incentive. Of course, we have labour shortages, and the question will be having enough people to staff these centres. So again, it's about making sure qualified staff is available. And we know that there is the struggling to find qualified staff is putting extra pressure on families as centres must cap the number of places due to staffing shortages. Now, of course, that is linked to wages and whether or not it's an attractive career pathway. Median wages for early childhood teachers are about 20% lower than those of primary school teachers. There are poorer working conditions, fewer leave days and greater workplace pressures. More than half of graduates of early childhood education degrees choose employment in primary school. So clearly we still do not have parity across these education sectors, and we are picking and choosing which ones we value. We need to do better to make sure that entire pathway is supported and equitable. The government's commitment to early childhood education is welcome, but as I say, more can be done. And so I think then it comes again to that coordination piece between states and territories and the federal level to improve recruitment and retention of early childhood educators. Removing unnecessary workforce barriers like how moving between state and territory jurisdictions, improving opportunities for career development such as early career support and mentoring programs, and of course you do get back to wage increases. So I welcome this legislation. It is an essential part of us having an equitable and society where men and women, all parents, have that opportunity to juggle the responsibility of parenting and advancing and working and making a financial contribution by being in paid employment. It is so important that early childcare be available. And ultimately, it is a key to us having a smart next generation. We know the data shows that engagement in early childcare helps development, it helps and improves learning outcomes as children go on to to primary school.
I do thank the honourable member for the contribution, and the question is now that the amendments before the House be agreed to, and with that I give the call to the most honourable member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I want to acknowledge the contribution that the member for Warringah just made, echoing that belief that there is a fundamental good for society in having every young child given the opportunity for quality early education. And I think back to what it was like to being a mum with little kids. It was a long time ago, more than 30 years ago, and that was in that recession that we had to have. It was a tough time, tough economically, and the cost of childcare even back then was something that weighed on you. But as we know, it's got tougher, and I see my children's generations really struggling to do this work full-time or part-time if they can afford that, but also to be able to balance the budget with their childcare costs. And those young people now, I think we need to be saying to them, we realise that it's tough. This has been difficult economic times, but on top of that, what those young people are doing is probably the hardest stage of their life, with the biggest calls on their time and their funds and their energy. And that's what this is about tackling. It's about recognising the challenges, challenges that got even harder because of the previous government. When the Liberals were in government, they created an even bigger problem here, and that's where I want to start in talking about this 3-day guarantee legislation. When the former government, when the Liberal government introduced the activity test in July of 2018, they promised that it was about enabling and encouraging greater workforce participation and simplifying childcare payments. Instead, what it actually did was create new barriers to workforce participation for parents. It made the childcare system more complicated for their families. It made it harder for families to access early childhood education centres, especially for those children who are likely to benefit most. And that's the appalling consequence of what was happened. It had multiple other consequences. We've seen a massive increase in grandparents looking after grandchildren to try and help ease the costs because parents aren't able to access the number of subsidised hours of care that would make it accessible. So that 2018 childcare package halved the number of subsidised hours of care that low-income families could access. It went from 48 hours a week to 48 hours a fortnight to 24 hours, one day, essentially one day a week. Data from the Department of Education shows that the number of children from low-income families who accessed care went from 32,000 in 2018 to around 6,500 in 2019. And that suggests that without that extra help, many low-income families simply dropped out of early education. A whole generation of toddlers who missed out because of the Liberals' decision. That is unacceptable. When the Australian Institute of Family Studies reviewed the Liberals' childcare reforms in 2021, and gave them the advice that the small increase in parents' employment since 2018 was consistent with ongoing trends around the world in workforce participation and couldn't be linked to their reforms, I think they probably wish they hadn't been given that advice. They certainly didn't take note of that advice, and they maintained their policy settings. The Australian Institute of Family Studies also found that detailed activity testing was making the system more difficult to navigate. And I've got to tell you, it is not a simple system. It never was. Back in my day, it was still complicated and confusing. And I've got to tell you, when you are a young mum with young kids, it is even more challenging to try and get your head around it when there's so much else going on. When getting out the door in the morning with kids on your way to work is, you're really the focus of the way you start each day. What the Institute of Family Studies also found was that children in low-income families who didn't meet the activity test were not getting enough access to early childhood education. And these were the children who, as we all know, often needed it most. Not always, but when you look at the consequences of that down the line, you see that when kids get to primary school, they do their first year of kindergarten in New South Wales. If they haven't had that early learning, there's big differences within that class, big challenges for teachers who, of course, do an extraordinary job in our schools to cater for it. But it's actually a benefit to every parent of a child in those first years of school to have all the other kids having had a fantastic quality early childhood education background. All of this is backed by research. This is not just something we say because, oh, I've been a mum and I know. The analysis by the Institute of Family Studies has been backed in multiple ways. And I want to quote Dr. Angela Jackson and Impact Economics, which found that the current activity test, and this is talking about the Liberals' activity test, the current activity test for the childcare subsidy limits access to subsidised childcare and is contributing to children from the poorest households missing out on critical early childhood education and care. As a result, these children are more likely to start school behind their peers, with many never catching up. And these are choices that the Liberals made, choices they made that have consequences for kids who are now in school, and for our system now, and for the consequences that will have in years to come. So that's why this reform is so important. The 3-day guarantee is about making sure that every family and every child can access subsidised early learning. We want to make sure every single child gets the best possible start in life. They have a right to go to early education to help make sure they don't start school behind. And this Labor government is going to make sure that that's possible. So this bill replaces the activity test, and the 3-day guarantee will essentially increase entitlements for more than 100,000 families, with more than 66,000 families expected to be better off in the first full financial year of the implementation of this policy, and no families worse off. This reform is part of our next steps to continue to build a universal early education and care system where we see an expanding access to quality care right across the country. It obviously builds on the cheaper childcare, which cut the cost of early education and care for around 1 million families. And it also builds on our efforts to get a 15% pay rise for early educators. This is part of a package that establishes a $1 billion Building Early Education Fund to build and expand childcare centres in areas of need, including the outer suburbs and regions. And that brings a big smile to my face because as someone who represents an outer suburb and region, the Hawkesbury, the Plains and Blue Mountains, I can tell you we really need help in getting access to childcare places. I know mums who can't work or can only work a small amount of time, not the amount of work they'd like, because we are one of those deserts where the actions of the previous government did nothing to help increase access to early education. And it's the height of hypocrisy for those opposite to now suddenly discover that there are problems and it's a bit tricky to get childcare places if you're a new mum. This has been going on for years, and under their watch they did absolutely nothing, chose to ignore it completely. The Building Early Education Fund, of which this is a part, is going to include $500 million in targeted capital grant rounds focused on quality, not-for-profit early childhood education and care providers and state and local governments to establish new services and increase the capacity of existing services. And grants will be targeted, as Labor always does, to priority and underserved markets, including regional locations and outer suburbs. And I certainly know I am advocating hard for my community on these matters. So that's how this piece of legislation fits into a bigger picture. It's not a one-off, let's just do this and give a tick, that'll fix everything. We recognise the breadth of work that there is to do, and I acknowledge in the chamber the Minister for Education, who, along with his Assistant Minister, works so hard to ensure that we have an education system that will have universal access, that will treat people across Australia with dignity and respect, and recognise that it's just not those who live in posh parts of cities who deserve the best, it's everybody. The key thing around this legislation is that all families being guaranteed 3 days, 72 hours of childcare subsidy each fortnight. Families caring for First Nations children will be guaranteed 100 hours each fortnight. Families who work, study or train will continue to be eligible for 100 hours of subsidised care each fortnight. This is a really fundamental difference to what the status quo is. And to those who argue that maybe this is something we can't afford to do, this is something we can't afford not to do. The benefits of educating children in a quality way early flow through their entire lives. They flow through to the rest of society, and these are things that people will look back on and say, that was transformational. It will also help with cost of living pressures, and that's clearly something that our whole focus has been on, around trying to alleviate cost of living pressures wherever we are able to. The cheaper childcare reforms cut the cost of childcare by about 17% for the typical family. That's more than 1 million families receiving about a 17% relief. Today, the average out-of-pocket costs for early education and care are not only lower than before cheaper childcare came in, but they're lower than they were when the former Liberal government introduced the childcare subsidy in 2018. So this is significant for families, and our 3-day guarantee will deliver additional cost of living relief for more than 66,000 families after the changes commence in January 2026. As an example, families earning between $50,000 to $100,000 will be better off under the 3-day guarantee to about the tune on average of $1,460 a year. So I'm very pleased to be here to talk about these changes. The regime that we are replacing has been described by Jay Weatherall from the Minderoo Foundation as punitive and unfair. We are making this fairer, and we're not punishing families, and particularly not punishing children for the circumstances that they are in. I want to leave you with some of the words of those who know this sector way better than me. I come to it as a parent and hopefully grandparent, thinking about how my children might interact with this system, but certainly watching my many friends' children coming to grips with how they navigate work and childcare and early education. So Dr. Ros Baxter, the CEO of Good Start, who knows a thing or two about childcare, says, "This will change lives. It will boost our nation's productivity, ensuring Australia's children don't fall behind, and it will support more parents into work, study and training." That's the change we make. Georgie Dent, who's the CEO of the Parenthood, someone who speaks to many families and particularly to women, she describes the activity test as a barrier that disproportionately locks out children who stand to benefit the most from participating in quality early childhood education and care. The evidence, she says, shows the main people who'll benefit from scrapping the activity test are single mothers and their children, First Nations families, and casual and shift workers. So I'm very proud that this policy change to bring affordable, accessible and quality childcare within the reach of more people is going through this parliament. And I would really urge those opposite to support it. There is nothing better that we can do than invest in our young people. We all know that investment in things that prevent problems down the track is so much better use of taxpayer dollars than dealing with issues later down the track. So this is exactly what this bill will do. It will ease things for families, and I commend it to the House.
I do thank the honourable member for the contribution, and the question before the House now is that the amendments be agreed to, and with that I give the call to the most honourable member for Wentworth.
Deputy Speaker, early education is absolutely critical to Australian families and to Australian children. It makes a massive difference having accessible and affordable early childhood education. It makes a huge difference to community members and their families, and certainly to people in Wentworth. Affordable and high-quality childcare allows parents, and particularly women, to return to the workforce, contribute to the economy and boost productivity. As someone who at some stage of my life was dropping off 3 children at the same time to my local early education childcare up in Paddington, I couldn't have done it without them, and it was the confidence with which I could drop off my children, know that they would have a day of fulfilment, they would be safe, they would be learning, and then I could go and do my job, which I loved, was just absolutely integral both to my mental health, my ability to pay the bills, but also to the lives of my kids. Research from the University of Chicago and Stanford estimate between 20 to 40% of our rise in living standards since 1960s has been a direct result of increased female workforce participation, and so much of that has been about how can our children be looked after. But then let's not forget the demonstrable impact that great high-quality early childhood education has on kids, because you see that from children participating in childcare, if you have those first years of a child's life is set up for success and they have high access to high-quality childcare, it improves language, motor skills and social skills during this absolutely critical time of their lives. This bill makes an important contribution to our childcare system by modifying the flawed activity test that determines the number of hours of subsidised childcare to recognise work, training or study for families. Under this legislation, families will have access to a guaranteed 3 days of care regardless of their activity. Now let's just look at the context of this. This activity test was introduced in 2018, but ever since then, the activity test has been criticised. In particular, the Productivity Commission, in its most recent report, agreed that the activity test disproportionately impacted low-income families and kept children from disadvantaged backgrounds from fully receiving the benefits of the childcare system. Impact Economics estimates the number of low-income children to be around 126,000 children from the poorest households who are missing out on childcare. In particular, they could find no evidence that the activity test had the effect of increasing workforce participation. Now, that was the major argument for the activity test. In fact, research by the Economic Inclusion Advisory Committee attested to the opposite, that the activity test complicated the system, created uncertainty around funding, and impacted employment decisions around the margins, leading to a decrease in workforce participation. And I think that's the context we need to see this question on. The activity test was there to increase workforce participation. It appears it has done the opposite. The activity test is restricting access to high-quality early learning for kids from our most disadvantaged backgrounds. Now, we know the numbers. We know that the kids who are most likely to start school behind are those kids from the most disadvantaged backgrounds. Those are the ones, that we need to be investing in the most to make sure that they start school with the skills that's going to allow them to succeed and can go through the school system with those skills. And that means having great access to high-quality early childhood education. That is why this activity test removal is so important. And that is why I'm supporting the bill. But I do want to acknowledge that we are working on the childcare system in this parliament, but I think there are some really fundamental issues with the entire system, and I think it is incumbent in this parliament, in the next term, whatever form it takes, to really fundamentally address them. And let's look at the numbers. Gross childcare fees in Australia are the 3rd highest in the OECD, and still the 7th highest after the inclusion of the CCS. Now, that sounds, that's statistics, right? When I go around my electorate, which is, an economically advantaged electorate, high childcare costs are stopping people having more children. And it's these are people, as I door knocked a young woman the other day. She's got 2 kids. Her family are really good earners. They've just bought a house. They've got great jobs, both her and her husband. They have 2 kids, and she said, "Look, we can't afford right now, despite earning literally both of them well into the 6 figures. We can't afford right now to have another child because of the cost of childcare." Now, if you are not receiving the childcare subsidy, you're spending around $60,000 post-tax income on childcare fees alone, and that's just for 3 days a week. Now, for families in my area, some of whom are really at the edges of the childcare subsidy, this is stopping them having more kids, and this is it's wrong that for families in our country that they have to choose not to have children because they can't afford to have the childcare. And it's also bad economics because we know that we've got a birth rate that is at record lows at 1.5. It's historically so low, but it's not a surprise given how much that childcare costs at the moment. And even with the subsidy, the average family in my electorate of Wentworth is still spending around $40,000 on out-of-pocket childcare fees to put 2 children into childcare just 4 days a week. Now that goes up to $60,000 if they're not getting those childcare fees, which is talking about $100,000, $120,000 worth of income that is required to pay for childcare. Research by the New South Wales Productivity Commission shows that a 1% increase in fees paid by family led to a 0.16 fall in the number of hours worked by the primary carer, which in 80% of cases is the mother. And it's, as I said, it's no wonder that Australia's birth rate is so low. So when we look at, and the broader reforms we need to look at, we do need to look at, as well as, how do we fund this? How do we make sure that we address childcare deserts? How do we, increase access as we are looking to do through this removal of the activity test? We also need to look at really supply-side factors that are driving up the cost of childcare, which is then driving up the cost of childcare to Australian families. Now, when I talk to my local childcare centres, something that they tell me time and time again is that some of the quality and compliance that is put in place, which is there, for good aims, good reasons, which is about maintaining quality for childcare, is actually turning to tick box that is not actually adding a lot of value, is just becoming an administrative burden, and in some cases they're actually pulling workers away from their kids because of all the sort of documentation and the pressure to provide parents with updates constantly through the day with photos and things like that. So there's some rods we've created for our own backs with parents getting all this information, but the system as it stands is making it more expensive and harder for childcare centres to offer high quality childcare, but at a price that is affordable to families and as well as a price that's affordable to the government. Similarly, when I talk to them about training in relation to early childhood education, speaking to a woman who had been involved in early childhood education as a nanny, for sort of 8 to 10 years, she had entered the training with a great desire to learn new skills and learn more about child development. And what she has spent her time doing is really learning against the compliance. And so, and in a way that is neither really building her skills. It's it's ticking the boxes, but it's not building the skills. It's actually making it harder for her to continue on with her childcare education because she's earning a lower wage, but she's not feeling like she's actually building the skills. So I think we need to look at the education system, but also the compliance system, and saying, how do we, again, make sure that these are well targeted to deliver the high quality but more affordable childcare into our country. And finally, we need to look at the complexity of the system for the parents. I've had numerous contacts from people in the community talking about the challenges in accessing the system, where young families are being caught out because they're unaware of the convention and necessity to apply for childcare positions when the child hasn't yet been born. I knew that after 12 weeks of 12 weeks of pregnancy, I was calling up all the childcare centres in my area and still really struggled to get get my children into the childcare centre. Seeing families are seeing their hourly fees skyrocket well above the rate cap that's meant to be adjusted, and families are stuck and unaware of eligibility because the application process for childcare is archaic and complicated and inflexible. And again, I remember myself trying to apply for the CCS and finding it notoriously complex. And I'm well educated, happy to deal with government systems, but this is really a difficulty. And for people in my area, which is an area which is relatively well served for childcare compared to many parts of the country, the idea of shopping around for childcare is a joke because children, families, are completely beholden to the availability of places and often just take whatever hours they can get. And that doesn't start to deal with shift workers and other complexity. So, while I do and I think we should celebrate each of the incremental steps in improving the childcare system as progress, I'll be honest, I think that we need to be honest to ourselves and say, history tells us the joy will be short-lived. I support the government's direction on childcare and believe the Productivity Commission's recommendations provide modest reprieve to working families. But I think we need to accept these modest changes, but we need to really look at a redesign of the system. I think we need to prioritise this issue in the next term of Parliament and, work out how we can get better outcomes at an affordable price, both for families and for the taxpayer, because we've got to find, for having such high childcare costs and early learning costs compared to other countries around the world is hurting families, and it is hurting the economy as well. And I think we are tinkering on the demand side, and I think we need to look at meaningful and substantive supply side reform. Thank you.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to, and I call the Honourable Minister.
Ask any parent and they'll tell you that childcare, early education and care, is an essential service. It helps them to get back to work and it helps their children to get ready for school. Under the Liberals, the cost went through the roof and the rules were tightened to make it harder for some children to get the start in life that they deserve. We're fixing that. Over 10 years, the cost of childcare exploded by more than 49%, double the OECD average under Abbott, Turnbull and Morrison. We said we'd cut the cost of childcare, and we have, for more than 1 million families right across the country. As a result of the changes that we've made, that we've passed through this Parliament 2 years ago, a family on a joint income of about 120 grand has saved $2,768 since July 2023. That's helped a lot of parents get back to work. It's put more money in their pocket, and it's meant more children are now getting the benefits of what our early education system can do. The number of children in our early education system is now about 100,000 more than it was when we were elected 2.5 years ago. That's a good thing. There are also more centres, more services too. Over 1,000 more. That's good too. 2.5 years ago, when we came to office, something else was happening. The people who educate and care for our children were leaving the sector in droves, leaving the job that they love. The attrition rate was through the roof. That's now changed too. The reason for that? The 15% pay rise that we're now rolling out. And the best example of that is what's happening at Good Start, the biggest childcare operator in the country. At their centres across the country, job applications have now jumped by 35%. Expressions of interest have jumped by 50 to 60%. And vacancy rates are down by a massive 28%. We're seeing that right across the country. Vacancy rates right across the sector are now down by 22%. It turns out that if you pay people more people want to do the job. Early educators are some of the most important workers in this country and some of the most underpaid. They were leaving the job that they love, the job that we need them to do, not because they didn't want to do it, but because they couldn't afford to keep doing it. And that 15% pay increase is fixing that. The next step in making our early education system better and fairer is making sure that more children who currently can't get access to it get that chance. In February of 2023, we asked the Productivity Commission to comprehensively review our early education system. And we asked them to help build a blueprint for reform, how we can build a truly universal early education system. And we got their final report in June of last year. One of the things it says that we have to do if we want to build that universal early education system is we need to build more centres where they don't exist, what's sometimes referred to as childcare deserts. And so we're doing that. In December, the Prime Minister announced that if we win the next election, the government will create a $1 billion Building Early Education Fund. This will be the single biggest investment by an Australian government ever in new childcare services. It will build or expand over 160 early education and care centres where they're needed most. I want to thank the grain growers who said that this is a positive step and that this fund will help expand and build new early childhood education and care centres in areas of need. I want to thank the National Farmers Federation too for imploring the Liberals and the Nationals to match what we're doing. They get it. Unfortunately, the Liberal Party and the National Party haven't heard them because they don't support this. They've spent 2.5 years in this parliament talking about childcare deserts. They spent a decade in government doing nothing about it, and now there is a $1 billion fund on the table that they could support, but they choose not to. It's unbelievable. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Productivity Commission also recommended something else that we need to do next, and that's to get rid of the Liberals' activity test. This is a real barrier that was purposefully put in place by the Liberal Party to limit access to early education for a lot of children. In particular, a lot of disadvantaged children, kids from poor families, and it is deeply unfair. A test to determine if your child is worthy of accessing early education is one that no family should have to pass. The Productivity Commission report gives us a definition of what a universal early education and care system could and should look like. It says it's a system where every child can get access to affordable early education and care 3 days a week or 30 hours a week. This bill gets rid of the Liberals' activity test and replaces it with a 3-day guarantee. A guarantee for every child who needs it of access to 3 days a week of government-supported early education and care. It's still means tested, but it means that families will not be left out because parents are looking for work or preparing to go back to study. It means that over 100,000 families will be able to get more subsidised hours of early education and care. And it means real cost of living relief for 66,700 families in the first full financial year alone. Those families will save an average of $1,370 per year on their childcare costs. About half of those families earn less than $100,000 per year, and lower income families will save even more, an average of $1,460 a year. This is going to make a real difference for a lot of young families. It will help with the cost of living, but it will do more than that. Fundamentally, this is about helping every child get a great start in life, what every parent wants for their children and what every child deserves, helping them to get ready to start school, help to make sure that they don't start school behind. And that's what early education does. This is not babysitting, it's early education. The evidence, Mr Deputy Speaker, is clear. Children who get access to early education and care are more likely to start school ready to go, ready to learn. They're also more likely to finish school and then go on to more study. Former US President Joe Biden often made the point that a child who goes to preschool is 50% more likely to go to college. And at the moment, while lots of Australian children get the benefit of this life-changing opportunity, not all do. As the Productivity Commission pointed out in its final report, at the moment it's children who need it the most who are the least likely to access early education and care. In 2021, only 54% of children in the most disadvantaged areas were enrolled in early education and care, compared with 76% of children in the highest socio-economic areas. The most recent early development census report found that only 42.7% of children experiencing the highest level of socio-economic disadvantage were on track when they started school, compared to 54.8% of all children. And that's what this is about, helping them, helping to make sure that more children are ready to start school. This bill does something else too. As part of our commitment to closing the gap, we are setting a target of ensuring that at least 55% of Indigenous Australian children are developmentally on track. At the moment, it's 34%. That's a big gap. And not unsurprisingly, Indigenous children's attendance at early education and care is way below the national average. And the activity test is one of the reasons for this. That's why this bill increases the base entitlement to 100 hours for Indigenous children. It's a really important change, one that Indigenous families and communities have been calling for since the activity test was created, and we have listened. You only have to listen to the words of the CEO of Snake, Catherine Liddell, after the Prime Minister announced this policy to know how important this is. That's right. This is what Catherine said. This can be a game changer for our babies. It'll mean more children are developmentally ready for school, setting them up for a thriving future. It's just one part of the work that we need to do to close the gap, and I am so very proud that it's part of this bill. Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to thank the Prime Minister for his leadership in driving reform in this area, and I know how personally important it is to him to see these changes being made. And I also want to thank my dear friend and colleague, the Minister for Early Childhood Education, the awesome Anne Ali. I also want to thank our officers too. And I want to thank our department for the work that they have done in preparing this legislation. And I want to thank our early educators and our teachers. And I hope that you see in this bill how this government values the important work that you do. And I also want to thank everyone who has called for this for years and years and years. Groups like the Parenthood, whose CEO Georgie Dent called this a paradigm shift. People like Ros Baxter, the CEO of Good Start, who said this will change lives. Or Jay Weatherall at the Minderoo Foundation, who called this a momentous step. Or the Centre for Policy Development, who said that this guarantee is a game changer and demonstrates a real dedication to delivering a universal system. Or the Business Council of Australia, Brand Black, who said, quote, they have long called for an early childhood education guarantee based on quality universal access to give children a strong educational foundation. Mr Deputy Speaker, this is important reform. for an essential service for more than 1 million families across the country. It helps parents get back to work, but even more important than that, it helps to prepare the next generation of Australians to prepare for school, to prepare for their life ahead. That's what makes this reform so important, and I'm so happy to commend it to the House.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I put the question. All of that opinion say aye. Oh, sorry, there's another speaker. Sorry. I call the honourable member for Chisholm.
Thank you so much. This legislation is important because every family deserves to have access to quality and affordable education. And in speaking on this legislation, I reflect on how significant early childhood education and care is as an issue for the people in my electorate of Chisholm. I've recently undertaken a survey with my electorate on the importance of education and care for their children, held a forum with the magnificent Minister Anna Lee in my electorate, and made a submission to the Productivity Commission on behalf of my community. And I think what is before us today are the building blocks of a really important institutional and structural change in this country. It will make our country better to have a universal education for our youngest Australians. It will make our communities stronger and more prosperous. And what I really want Australians to understand, what I really want the people of Chisholm to understand, that this work that we're doing as a government is delivering something really good here, and those opposite are standing against it. They are not part of this positive change for our country. We know education opens doors. Those opposite want to keep those doors closed. As the Minister for Education has reminded us here in this chamber, those who need early education the most are the least likely to be able to access it. And this legislation ensures that those who need early education most will be able to receive it. Again, I emphasise, I really want the people of Chisholm to understand, to know, the people of Australia to understand and to know that the Liberal Party does not support this, that they do not support universal access to early education for all Australians. And I think that is a really damning reflection on what the modern Liberal Party is. Modern Liberal Party does feel a little like an oxymoron. This is a bill that represents real change for Australian families. We know that for too long, the Liberals' unfair activity test locked children out of early learning centres, penalising families who didn't meet the rigid work and study requirements. This system hit the most vulnerable families in our communities the hardest. Low-income families, single parents, and families that lack support. The result? Thousands and thousands of children missing out on early education that sets them up for life. And I'm so proud that our government is taking a big step forward here and putting an end to that. This legislation will benefit all of us. Yes, it will benefit families. It will benefit children, of course it will. But we are building something here that will ensure greater workforce participation and an educated workforce of the future. Our youngest minds being exposed to education early so that they can pursue whatever it is they want to and make a bigger contribution to our nation. This bill replaces the Liberals' outdated activity test with a simple fair guarantee. 3 days a week of subsidised early education for every family. This bill redefines how we support our children and their families. There won't be penalties for parents who aren't working a set number of hours. Just a simple commitment that every child, regardless of their background, should get the best start in life. And I can't believe those opposite cannot support that idea. The 3-day guarantee boosts access to early childhood education and care and ensures an opportunity that those on this side of the House believes that every child deserves. This isn't just about childcare. This is about ensuring that every Australian family and every Australian child thrives. This legislation guarantees that families don't need to choose, and they shouldn't have to choose, between their child's education and making ends meet. We know families are doing it tough in our communities, and that's why on this side of the House we've implemented a number of measures to make life easier for Australians. And again, those opposite, almost every step of the way, have opposed them. Parents need a fair go. We know that families were forced to cut hours because they couldn't meet the Liberals' outdated activity for test. That's still happening. We're changing that. The 2018 childcare package cut down the number of subsidised hours of care that low-income families could access, from 48 hours to 24 hours, or just 1 day a week. That's what those opposite did. That's their contribution to early childhood education and care. This bill here, it cuts through their red tape. Under this legislation, more than 100,000 families will have access to more hours of subsidised care, and this is how we are helping to ease the cost of living pressures on families and households. Around 66,700 families are expected to benefit from our changes in its first financial year of being implemented. This legislation ensures that the rules work for Australian families, not against them. We have a strong record, Deputy Speaker, when it comes to early childhood education and care. We, of course, introduced a 15% pay rise for early educators, people who deserve our thanks, absolutely, but they deserve so much more than that. We've made childcare cheaper, and this bill is a critical step to continue our work to build a system that is simple, affordable and accessible for every family. Over 10,800 families are already benefiting from cheaper childcare, and I know as well that I've spoken to many families over the course of the last little while who are better off, and this has given them the freedom to work, study, support their families without the fear of losing access to early learning. And this is a real game changer for Australian families. We're going to support through our $1 billion Building Early Education Fund, more early learning centres to be built in underserved areas, ensuring that every single child has access to quality education close to home. And again, that's what we think Australian children and their families deserve. This is about building strong foundations for our children and their families to thrive. And I think through our legislation here and in the changes we've made more broadly to this system, we have demonstrated that we will not tolerate a system that leaves Australian families vulnerable, that leaves Australian families behind, that leaves Australian children behind, frankly. I want to see, and I would have hoped everyone in this chamber would want to see, a future where every child can succeed and that every family has the support they need to thrive. We know that the activity test that those opposite introduced was never about supporting our communities. It was about cutting access, frankly, and leaving too many families behind. I'm really proud that I'm part of a government. It's a privilege to be part of a government that is fixing that and building a future for so many through investing in education. This is real reform for families. This is an investment in the future. We don't just talk about the future on this side of the House. Although we are ambitious and aspirational for what that future looks like, we invest in it. We make sure that we do everything we can with the privilege of government that we have to ensure our communities thrive, not just now, but into the future. I really do think that this is going to change the lives of so many people in this country. As I mentioned, it will not just help families, it will not just help children, it will help all of us in Australia to build the kind of prosperous country we all deserve to live in, and to ensure that every single person in this country has the kinds of educational opportunities that they deserve. I spoke about education, the importance of education, in my very first speech in this place, Deputy Speaker. And I've witnessed in the term of this government so far the incredible commitment that we have had to making sure that everyone is able to realise aspiration and opportunity through education. And this bill is another example of the work that we are doing to achieve that, to open those doors. It is really disappointing that rather than investing in the futures of our youngest Australians, those opposite want to spend money on free lunches for bosses. That's their priority. That's their priority, Deputy Speaker. On this side of the House, we want to make sure that every child gets the best possible start in life. I know how welcome this is going to be my community in Chisholm. I know that this is going to change lives. It is going to mean that parents make decisions to do more work and participate in the economy more. I know that this is going to mean that we have a culture where we value education in our communities and we understand where education can take people. We know that the first 5 years of a child's life are so significant for brain development. And I don't think we would question the right for children to access education at any other level, and we shouldn't question children's right to access it from those very early years. I thank both ministers for education and early education for their work here and in so many other areas. And thank you on behalf of the children and the families in Chisholm for the difference, the positive difference you are going to make to their lives. And I commend this bill to the House, Deputy Speaker. Thank you.
I call the Honourable Member for O'Connor.
I'm speaking on this bill, yes.
Oh, yes, please.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Early Childhood Education and Care 3-day guarantee legislation that's before the House. And this bill amends the new tax system, the Family Assistance Act of 1999, and replaces reference to childcare subsidy activity test with a 3-day guarantee. The bill is set to commence in January 2026, and the 3-day guarantee will provide all families up to a combined income of $533,000 with access to 72 hours a fortnight of subsidised childcare. For Indigenous families, this will be increased to a maximum of 100 hours a fortnight of subsidised childcare. The legislation does not guarantee or prioritise access for working families over non-working families. And the government estimates the cost of these measures is $426.7 million over 5 years from 24-25, despite the policy not rolling out until January 2026. This is also in stark contrast to the Productivity Commission's report estimating the cost of full removal of the activity test costing $2.3 billion per year. The Coalition will oppose this legislation. There are several issues with this bill, including the removal of priority access for working families. It disincentivises aspiration, increases access without addressing supply issues, does nothing to increase access or flexibility for families, and does not address the current cost of living pressures. The bill has been referred to a Senate inquiry with a reporting date of the 21st of March, which I'll remind the House is prior to the House being scheduled to return for the budget on the 26th of March. This policy was first announced by the Prime Minister on the 11th of December 2024, and it's been described as the next steps in the Albanese's government plan for the universal early learning system. The government estimates that over 100,000 families will have access to more subsidised care and more than 66,000 families will be better off overall. This represents only about 6% of all families currently engaged with the childcare subsidy system. Under the current activity test, parents and carers need to be looking or working, either looking for work, or working, studying or volunteering to be eligible for subsidised care, noting that volunteering and looking for work only count towards the first 16 hours of your activity level. To calculate a family's hours of subsidised care, Services Australia uses the lower activity level of a couple, even if one of them has an exemption. In a single-parent household, only their activity levels are used to determine the number of hours in subsidised care. Mr Deputy Speaker, there are exemptions to the activity test, including the following, in which parents and carers are eligible for 36 hours a fortnight. Firstly, if you identify as Indigenous. Secondly, parent pathways participate and receive an eligible income support payment. Mutual obligations if receiving one of these payments, either job seeker, parenting payment or special benefit, or you have a child that attends preschool through centre-based daycare. Deputy Speaker, parents and carers can access 72 hours a fortnight if they are receiving a care allowance. Grandparents and some eligible families accessing the additional childcare subsidy for vulnerable children in the foster system, families escaping domestic violence, etc., are exempt from the activity test. As part of the 2022 cheaper childcare legislation, the Albanese government amended a new tax system, Family Assistance Act 1999, to provide Indigenous children with a minimum of 36 hours of a fortnight of subsidised care. Removing the activity test for 3 days a week means parents who require the support of early childhood education while they work, study, train or volunteer will be competing with families who don't work or don't require support in order to work. The Coalition's childcare subsidy reforms came into effect on the 2nd of July 2018, including the activity test. Prior to this, parents and carers were required to satisfy a work, training or study test. The activity test was introduced to encourage labour force participation and to ensure priority of access was given to vulnerable and working families. Australia has a long history of priority access guidelines for childcare, which this new legislation removes. Deputy Speaker, this legislation brought forward with this timing is just a political game to create a wedge for the opposition. The policy was initially announced as an election commitment, along with a $1 billion Building Early Education Fund on the 11th of December. And somehow, this legislation's just popped up last week. Despite the government claiming urgency and having the numbers to pass the legislation this fortnight, they have agreed to this motion in the Senate to refer it to an inquiry. Labor's 3-day guarantee is fundamentally unfair and divisive. While it appears that this will only increase the cost for increase access for a small number of families, it will have wide-ranging effect on all families. Families who need early childhood education so they can work will be competing against families who now have extra subsidised access but may not be working, studying or volunteering at all. So, Deputy Speaker, generally speaking, families already in the system are unlikely to be impacted, but working families about to enter the system or trying to enrol a new child will be greatly impacted. And Deputy Speaker, I see this across my electorate where childcare places are desperately short. In regional towns and cities which haven't seen any new investment in childcare facilities, they are desperately short. These are the towns and the communities. These are the towns and the communities that produce this nation's wealth. Across the goldfields, for example, $14 billion of mineral wealth is produced from those towns, yet childcare places across the goldfields, and particularly in the major regional city of Kalgoorlie, are desperately short. Families are leaving town because they can't access the sort of childcare they need for both partners in the family to be working and earning the sort of money that you need to earn in a high-cost regional town like Kalgoorlie. Once again, Labor is at war with aspiration. It's at war with working families, and it's actually at war with working mothers. Over the last 3 years, Labor has failed to meaningfully address supply-side constraints, and that's what I'm referring to with certainly in the regional towns and cities across my electorate. There is massive constraints on supply. Modelling from the Productivity Commission shows that most children affected by the activity test changes live in major capital cities. Families in thin markets and childcare deserts, such as the ones that I'm describing across my electorate of O'Connor, who have little or no access to childcare at all, will be most disadvantaged. There is no point in having access to 3 days of care if there is no care available. Once again, Labor is dividing the nation, working versus non-working families, metropolitan versus regional families. Labor argues its $1 billion beef policy will boost supply, but history tells us they will not be able to deliver. Mr Speaker, families have a right to choose what their work and family looks like, and the Coalition respects this choice. Labor's 3-day guarantee does nothing for families who choose to remain at home and raise their children until primary school, or families who use flexible arrangements such as grandparents or nannies. The bill also does nothing for parents who need flexibility, such as families who do shift work or non-standard work hours. And once again, Deputy Speaker, across my electorate, where there's a great deal of shift work, the mines that produce this nation's wealth run 24/7. And there is nothing in this legislation for those families. Again, the hard-working families will not benefit from this change, but families who aren't working, studying or training will. Similar to Labor's other policies, this rewards families who access childcare at the expense of families who aren't able to or choose not to. Deputy Speaker, there's significant discrepancy in costings. We believe the $426.7 million over 5 years is well and truly undercooked, and the true impact of removing the activity test will not be fully known. The Department was unable to advise how many families are eligible for CCS but are not enrolling their children, or how many families are completely engaged with CCS. The government costing does not account for these groups. The Productivity Commission's 2024 A Path to Universal Early Childhood Education and Care report costed the complete removal of the activity test at $2.3 billion per year. I'll just repeat that, Deputy Speaker, $2.3 billion versus the government's costing of $426.7 million over 4 years. The Productivity Commission's modelling suggested the complete removal of the activity test would increase hours of early childhood education by only 4%. They also estimated that it would lead to 0.9% decrease in hours for sole parents and primary carer parents in coupled families. So sorry if I can repeat that again, Deputy Speaker, would lead to a decrease of 0.9% in hours worked by sole parents and primary carers in coupled parent families. This is not our numbers, this is the Productivity Commission numbers. Some sections of the community have labelled the 3-day guarantee a cost of living measure, but in reality it is nothing of a sort. Deputy Speaker, since Labor came to power, the cost of childcare has increased by 22.3%, and I'll just repeat that just in case anybody missed it. Since Labor came to power, the cost of childcare has increased by 22.3%. At this rate, childcare costs will have soared by 124% by March 2032, which is the equivalent time that the Labor Party are saying that under the previous coalition government, prices rose by 49% over a decade, which in hindsight, I think maybe look back on as the golden era for childcare costs. And the last time Labor was in government, the cost of childcare rocketed almost 53% in 6 years. Since Labor's cheaper childcare policy came into effect, out-of-pocket costs have increased by 12.7%. Almost 1 in 3 services, Deputy Speaker, are charging above the fee cap as providers struggle to keep up with rising regulation and operational costs. And we see this, and I hear this from my constituents. Sorry, on what basis? You didn't. You said you seek the call. I've got the call.
Point of order. I'll take the point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the question be put.
The question is that the motion be put. I put the question. All of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. I think the ayes have it. Ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Lock the doors. The question before the House is that the question be put. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I point the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Parkes and Grey as tellers for the noes. No. Oh, easy. Easy. Is there a... The result of the division is ayes 78, noes 59. The question now is the amendment be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. The order before the House is the amendment moved by the honourable member for Goldstein. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. Noes have it. The question now is that this bill be now read a second time. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Where's minute? So. Lock the doors. The question before the House is the bill be read a second time. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes and the honourable members for Parkes and Grey as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 88, noes 53. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the law in relation to childcare subsidy and for related purposes.
I call the Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, I move that Standing Order 43A be suspended until the completion of this bill. That just means we complete the bill and then we do 90-second statements.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question before the House is the motion be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes and the honourable members for Parkes and Grey as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 91, noes 53. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. I have received a message from Her Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of this bill. Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately? Call Member for O'Connor.
Leave's granted.
Leave is granted. We give the call to the Minister for Childhood, Early Childhood Education.
I move that this bill now be read a third time.
I put the question. Those opinions say aye. Aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Third reading.
Order.
A bill for an act to amend the law in relation to childcare subsidy and for related purposes.
Who's first? Who's first? Order. Members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible. The debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43, and the debate may be resumed at a later hour. Are there any statements of honourable members? I give the call to the Chief Opposition Whip.
Thank you, Speaker. And well, we've seen over the past week the government talking endlessly about their success on Medicare, and we've seen them roll out an advertising campaign, Medicare 2.0. Well, the only Medicare 2.0 that applies in my electorate, Mr Speaker, is the fall in bulk billing rates. The fall in bulk billing rates from 96% in 2019 to 84% today. In the middle of a cost of living crisis, the government is waxing lyrical over there about their Medicare success, yet the people in my electorate of Ford are paying the price for their failure each and every day. They are seeing less and less bulk billed medical services and are paying an increased cost to get health care. So whatever this government says in this space, and I'll say to the people in the electorate of Ford, do not listen to what the government is saying to you, because 9 times out of 10 it is completely and utterly opposite from what they're actually doing. Completely and utterly opposite from what they're actually doing. They have presided over a fall in the provision of bulk billed Medicare services in the electorate of Ford since 2022, and we see that in the figures each and every day, and the people in Ford are paying higher fees as a result in the middle of a cost of living crisis. Shame on this government for their failure.
Member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Labor has been delivering for Dunkley in spades, with my community seeing projects delivered ranging from Medicare urgent care clinic to supporting pavilions to road upgrades to community centre upgrades and brand new community car parks. Over the past 3 years alone, approximately $220 million has been invested into our community alone. We've delivered the upgrade to Jubilee Park Stadium, the upgrade to Bellato and Hall Road, 2 commuter car parks at Frankston and Cananook, the Emil Madsen upgrade, and new facilities for the Sikh Volunteers Australian. A bulk billed Medicare urgent care clinic right in the heart of Frankston. thousands of dollars in grants to local community organisations and RSLs, including $2.2 million for community organisations, volunteers and sporting clubs. And soon we will have the groundbreaking Frankston Basketball Stadium. On top of this, Labor has delivered locally a new redeveloped Frankston Hospital and a brand new Chisholm TAFE. We've been laying the foundations for the implementation of the Frankston Metropolitan Activity Centre, so we have a thriving Frankston.
Member for Lyne.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I seek leave to table a petition from the members of the Lyne electorate.
Has it been taken through the Petitions Committee?
No, not yet, but we're running out of time to do that, so I just seek leave to table it.
Is leave granted? Okay, might just speak to it and we will try and organise
well, I'll speak to
a
the
pathway
petition.
for the petition to be admitted.
Yeah,
okay,
sure.
Over to you, Member for Lyne.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. 12,137 people from around Port Stephens have signed this petition from the Lyne electorate and the Paterson electorate, opposing the proposed wind farm development off Newcastle and on Port Stephens. 12,137 people. As has been found out around the world, offshore wind farms are highly unpredictable, hard to maintain, can be a barrier to navigation on surface and can confuse radar and submarine sonar. It's adjacent to one of the busiest ports in the country, Port of Newcastle, as well as Port Stephens. There's a huge marine industry based around food security, with food supply coming from that area, as well as blue water economy. It is also an incredibly expensive way to provide baseload energy. It requires gas backup, pumped hydro backup, batteries, you name it, coal plants and gas plants. If you're going to rely on a bit of wind, that's the consequence. You just get more build and more intensity. It's better off to have a highly efficient baseload energy system to supply Tomago, which is what this offshore wind farm is proposed to be the source of energy for. So I commend this petition, which will go to the Petitions Committee, and I'd like to thank all those people that signed the committee, because it's a major issue for the whole state.
Called Member for Bean.
Deputy Speaker, as the co-founder and CEO of Missing School, Megan Gilmore has dedicated more than a decade to ensuring that children with serious medical and mental health challenges stay connected to their learning and peers. Up to 1 in 3 children, approximately 1.2 million students, are at risk of missing school for months to years due to complex health issues. These absences can lead to social isolation and have long-term impacts on their opportunities and mental health. Megan's personal experience with her son's Darcy's critical illness gave her a front row seat to the devastating impact of disconnection from school, and this led her to establishing Missing School in 2012 to bridge the gap between students and their classrooms. Under Megan's leadership, Missing School has launched Australia's first national report on chronic school absence for illness, pioneered a world-first school telepresence service to keep kids virtually present in class, and innovated for policy progress. Her work has transformed education access for some of our most vulnerable young Australians. As we begin the 2025 school year, Megan's relentless advocacy reminds us of what can be achieved. If we back policy and technology to end school isolation, we can ensure that no child is left behind.
Member for Calare.
Today I wish to recognise the outstanding small businesses who took out major honours in the recent New South Wales Tourism Awards. The Oriana Retro Hotel and Resort Orange and owner Espen Harberts won gold in the 4 to 4.5 star deluxe accommodation category. Well done, Espen. Balluna Loft Australia, which operates in Mudgee, won gold and was inducted into the Hall of Fame in the Adventure Tourism category, as well as winning gold for excellence in accessible tourism. Black Sheep Inn Boranora and owners Helen and Andrew Napier were awarded gold in the hosted accommodation category, and Bathurst Regional Council took out gold in the Local Government Award for tourism. Frankie's Restaurant and Bar Lithgow and owners Chris, Michael, Sandra and Jenna Inzatari took out bronze in the tourism, restaurants and catering services category, and Sierra Escape Mudgee and owners Cameron and Natasha Darcy won gold in the unique accommodation category. Wilga Station Bathurst and owners Mez and Hamish Keith won silver in the unique accommodation category, and Bathurst Information Centre won gold in the Visitor Information Services category. These outstanding businesses do an amazing job contributing to our local economy, employing local residents and attracting thousands of tourists every year to our beautiful region. Our nation needs to support and value our small businesses and all they do for our communities, and we warmly congratulate all of our wonderful local award winners in the New South Wales Tourism Awards.
Member for Holt.
Speaker, yesterday AIMS Australia was in Parliament to launch their new book, Heartland, a collection of migrant stories that reflect the history of our nation. Among the many stories are those of South Australian Premier Peter Malinauskas, Member for South Eastern Metro Lee Talamis, Socceroo, Archie Thompson and many more, including mine. Each wave of migration has contributed to the story of Australia, shaping the nation we are so proud of today. This project captures a snapshot of that ongoing story, a story of generations who have come here to build a better future. When I read the experiences shared in Heartland, I see a common theme. Whether families arrived 20 years ago or 100 years ago, they all came with the same dreams, the hope of opportunity, security, and a better life for their children. I want to thank the Minister for Skills and Training for coming along to launch the book, and to Kat Scar, AIMS CEO, for all her hard work. I want to wish her good luck for her retirement in the years to come.
Member for North Sydney.
Thank you. Deputy Speaker, in 2022, the North Sydney community sent me to Parliament to be their authentic voice, rather than a distorted version filtered through the party caucus room. But as the last federal member for North Sydney, then I wanted to record how that voice and vote has been used. I've served on 3 parliamentary joint committees, the Human Rights Committee, the Parliamentary Library Committee and the Joint Select Committee for Parliamentary Standards, and have fearlessly applied our community's values to those deliberations. I've introduced 3 private members' bills, the first on cleaner vehicles, the second to end indefinite detention of asylum seekers and children, and one to legislate a rights-based approach to housing. Of the 326 bills passed, I've spoken 143 times and moved 82 amendments to 19 different bills to influence climate, industrial relations, tax, superannuation and integrity reforms. I've made over 240 statements, including ministerial questions and constituent statements. I've attended 90% of divisions, voting with the ALP 49% of the time to support human rights, HECS, fuel efficiency standards and net zero economy reform, and the Coalition 55% of the time to support small business, industrial relations and superannuation reform. I've voted with the Greens 61% of the time to support climate policy and environmental reform. I've also consistently supported crossbench colleagues on integrity and accountability, women's safety, climate change mitigation and adaptation and environmental reform. Contrasting this to party backbenchers, I've done 3 times the work. I'd say North Sydney's voice has been well and truly heard. Thank you.
Member for Robertson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I rise to acknowledge a tremendous constituent in my electorate of Robertson, Rosalind Sackley, who has recently been awarded an honorary doctorate at the University of Sydney. Rosalind is a proud First Nations woman and lives with a disability, and she was diagnosed blind during her childhood. She has not let her disability get in the way of her living a vibrant and fulfilling life, especially when it comes to her work supporting her community. Rosalind was one of the first Indigenous Australians living with a disability to graduate from an Australian tertiary institution, taking out her first degree in the 1970s. She has subsequently dedicated her life to education, specialising in Aboriginal studies, and has supported the National Indigenous Disability Network as well as the blind and deaf communities across Australia. In 2019, she was awarded the Trevor Parmenter Award for Excellence in the category of Lifetime Achievement Advocacy. Based on the New South Wales Central Coast, Rosalind has established her own micro-business called Accessable Braille Enterprises, helping people live with blindness and low vision to better understand the world around them. I would like to take this opportunity, Deputy Speaker, to thank Rosalind on her lifetime of advocacy and education, supporting Australians living with not only a disability, but also supporting those who are our First Nations people. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Hume.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, this Labor government has taken this country in the wrong direction. Its bad decisions, its poor priorities have made Australians worse off, I should say, and indeed, Australians are poorer than they were just 2.5 years ago when Labor came to power. Now, after spending an entire election campaign telling Australians that they were going to get cheaper energy, cheaper cost of living, cheaper mortgages, they have got exactly the opposite, Deputy Speaker. Let's take a look at what they have delivered. 12 interest rate increases, meaning a typical family with a mortgage is paying more than $50,000 extra from when Labor came to power. A $1,000 hike in energy bills. Whatever happened to that $275 reduction that the Minister for Energy promised? A record collapse in living standards, a record collapse which no other country in the world peer economy has seen. 27,000 small businesses and other businesses hitting the wall, and a record-breaking household recession. Inflation has been too high for too long. It remains above the target band. It's been stuck outside the target band for 12 quarters, Deputy Speaker, and prices are not going down under this government. There is a better way, getting this country back on track.
Member for Hunter.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. You know what the Coalition's favourite word is? No. They say it all the time. No to cheaper power bills, no to better wages, no to fixing our roads, our schools, our hospitals. I bet if you asked them if the sky was blue, they'd still say no. They just love it so much. No, no, no. That's the Coalition. Honestly, if the Coalition were in charge of a restaurant, they'd refuse to serve you, overcharge you for your water, and then they'd blame you for being hungry. While they're stuck saying no, we're on the side of saying yes. Yes to real cost of living relief. Yes to cheaper childcare. Yes to tax cuts for every taxpayer. Yes to more bulk billing doctors. Yes to backing Aussie workers with stronger wages and secure jobs. Yes to making things here in Australia again. The Coalition's vision for cost of living is like what would happen if the Australian economy was run by a dodgy tradie. Everything costs you double, but is half as good as it should be. And worst of all is they disappear when it's time to clean up the resulting mess. Nobody wants to go back to that nightmare, Deputy Speaker. We can't afford to have the Coalition saying no to cost of living relief that Australians need to not only keep afloat, but to prosper, Deputy Speaker. Whilst we have delivered for the people of Australia every day, we have heard from the Coalition what their favourite word is: no.
That's right.
Well said.
Member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last week, the South Australian Premier announced his state will outlaw posting and boasting, make it the 6th jurisdiction committed to end violent crimes being put online for notoriety, following the lead of the opposition leader. In March 2024, the Coalition made a strong stand on post and boast laws by introducing a bill to Parliament which sought to impose jail terms and provide stronger social media takedown powers. Under the Coalition's plan, a person could be jailed for up to 2 years for depicting violence, drug offences or property offences for the purpose of increasing a person's notoriety. The Albanese Labor government demonstrated that it was weak on law and order when it refused to support the Coalition's bill. The Prime Minister is once again missing in action when it comes to important legislation to keep Australians safe. Australian communities have had enough of criminals and young offenders committing violent actions and boasting about it via social media. We have seen horrendous footage of homes being invaded and people being accosted at night. The Coalition stands firm that a Dutton-led government will ensure post and boast laws are passed through Parliament to ensure that no one is glorifying their criminal activity online.
Member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. This week is Sepsis Survivor Week. Every 20 minutes, an Australian is admitted to ICU due to sepsis, and every hour one Australian dies. This is resulting in more death and harm to Australians than breast cancer, prostate cancer and road accidents combined. Sepsis disproportionately affects First Nations people who suffer at 4 times the rates of non-Indigenous Australians. So yesterday I was proud to host a Parliament briefing about sepsis with Territorian and Is It Sepsis President Yvette Clark. Sepsis is a medical emergency that can start from any infection. It could be an insect bite, the flu, or even a UTI, they can become deadly within hours with sepsis. So please get to know the signs: confusion, fever and chills, fast heart rate and breathing, low urine, vomiting and diarrhoea, and feeling extremely unwell. If you are concerned that it could be sepsis, get to a hospital and ask the question, is it sepsis? These 3 words, is it sepsis, could save a life. For more information on the signs of sepsis, go to isitsepsis.org. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Riverina.
My mum said always be careful of fair-weathered friends, and when it comes to farmers, there's no more fair-weather friends than those opposite. Yesterday, the Agriculture Biosecurity Protection Levies Bill was officially withdrawn from the Senate notice paper, and this is a good thing. This is a good thing, but it took so long to get there, and the fair-weathered farmers' friends over there said nothing. Where were those regional members when the biosecurity tax came in? Why would a country expect foreign imports to be having their levies paid for and their biosecurity measures paid for by Australian farmers? What country would do that to their own farmers? Those opposite. The Grain Producers Australia Chair and WA grain producer Barry Large welcomed news of the flawed biosecurity tax proposal finally being scrapped. And he said, I'd like to genuinely thank those members of Parliament who took the time to sit down and talk to farmers. The Coalition has been particularly strong on this matter, understanding the policy design failures, led by the strong voices of rural members who spoke with farmers in their local electorates. And I'd also like to thank the CEO of that organisation, GPA, Colin Beddles. But, you know, with friends like those opposite, who needs enemies?
Member for Chisholm.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. This week we heard of the record $500 million investment in women's health, and I want to really thank the people of Chisholm for participating in forums, roundtables and surveys about their health needs, which really helped our government to implement the initiatives that we are, and I'm really grateful for their participation. The active electorate that I have in Chisholm really cares about health. And so I'm really pleased to be able to deliver an urgent care clinic in Mount Waverley that has been so well received in the community. This is in addition to a new headspace in the eastern suburbs of Melbourne, which I know is providing much-needed support to young people in our community with mental health concerns, and also has a GP, which is a very important resource for young people in our community. I want to thank everyone in my electorate for their advocacy around community infrastructure, including a new pavilion at Mount Waverley Reserve, our volunteers for all the work they do, and support for our wonderful community organisations, and I'm really looking forward to being able to work with them on the latest grant program, and I acknowledge that their hard work in putting in their submissions to that. I've been able to take ministers to see the TAFE institutions in our electorate to meet people benefiting from free TAFE and the changes to higher education more broadly. And I'm so grateful for the way that the people of Chisholm have been vocal in their advocacy to allow me to be a better member.
Member for Gippsland.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Now, this could be the last sitting day of this parliament. And Australians are waiting, Deputy Speaker. Australians are waiting because they know they have less than 100 days to make history. At some point, Deputy Speaker, in the next 100 days, there will be an election right across our nation, and it's a chance to get rid of a bad Labor government in its first term. It's a chance to save regional Australia from a Labor, Greens, Teals minority government, which would be devastating for our regional way of life. Now, Deputy Speaker, Australians will be asking themselves just one simple question once this election is called. Am I worse off under Labor? Is my family worse off under the Albanese government? And resoundingly, Deputy Speaker, they are answering yes. Australians know they're worse off because they've seen this government in action. They've seen the waste. They've seen the government which has sought to divide the nation through the ill-advised voice referendum. and they've also seen a government completely distracted by the wrong priorities. Now, Deputy Speaker, on this side of the House, we're on the side of everyday Australians trying to get ahead. We're not on the side of the virtue-signalling elites which have captured this government throughout this term. Deputy Speaker, the next election is a chance to get Australia back on track with a Dutton Little Proud coalition government.
Member for Spence.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. If you came down to my electorate in the northern suburbs of Adelaide, you'll find families who are worried about the cost of their homes. And those families are relying on their federal government to help them keep a roof over their head. That is exactly what this Labor government is doing. Labor has committed 6 times more funding for housing in 3 years than the previous government did in a decade. Labor is building 5 times more social affordable housing than the Liberals bothered to do so, because we are making housing accessible again. Labor has put over 1,000 families in the north into homes via the Homes Guarantee Scheme and has supported over 140,000 new homeowners nationwide through that program alone, more than twice the number supported when the Liberals were in charge. However, there is a man in this place who would take all of this away. If that man had his way, 40,000 fewer Australians would own their own home. If that man had his way, there would be 30,000 fewer social and affordable homes in this country. If that man had his way, there would be 80,000 less built-to-rent apartments in Australia. If that man had his way, he would have taken $19 billion from housing. And that man's name? Well, that rhymes with Cutton.
Member for O'Connor, sorry.
Thank you much. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And there hasn't been a lot of good news for West Australian sheep farmers over the last 12 months, I've got to say. And over the summer period, where many of them visit the coastal areas in my electorate, like Albany, Bremer Bay, Esperance, where I managed to catch up with many of those farmers, the lack of confidence in the industry was palpable. Many of those farmers I spoke to were talking about having to head home next week or in the next fortnight to load the last truckload of sheep off their properties, because what people don't understand is that the sheep industry is competing for acres against the cropping industry. While the cropping industry across my electorate in West Australia has had a great season and things are going well, the government has smashed the confidence in the sheep industry. Many of those farmers expressed the view that if the government hates us, if they hate our industry, then why would I stick around? Why would I put in the hard yards? But there was one bit of good news and one bit of light on the horizon for West Australian sheep growers when a delegation from the Kingdom of Morocco arrived in Perth on Monday. I had a day's leave from the Parliament to meet them and to make the introductions. Morocco is a wonderful country of 38 million people. In the northwest of Africa. They've suffered many years of drought. They have basically consumed their breeding flock for their own use, and are here in Australia to buy the best sheep product that the world can supply, and I was very proud to be part of that process.
By now, we've all seen the video of 2 health workers making disgusting and hateful comments towards Jewish Australians. This video is abhorrent, their words are vile, and it is right to unequivocally condemn them. This morning, nurses who had planned a pay dispute picket line outside New South Wales Parliament instead held a solidarity rally following the release of this video. And leading the pack was a Bennelong local, Alison Brunelli. Alison lives in Denniston and works at Concord Hospital. Alison could only watch part of that video last night. After a few seconds, she had seen enough. She rallied today because she wanted to send a message of solidarity for all the people cared for in the health system. She said this to the Sydney Morning Herald: "Every patient that comes in the door gets cared for, whatever their race, whatever their religion. Nurses will look after them. Everyone in New South Wales Health will look after them." Speaker, New South Wales nurses have their own issues at the moment. They're overworked, tired and deserved a pay rise. Yet today, nurses like Alison put that aside to show unity and strength. Unity with all Jewish Australians and strength to call out anti-Semitism and say enough is enough. Speaker, I'm proud of Alison for taking a stand today, not only on behalf of nurses, but on behalf of everyone who lives in Bennelong. We all stand against anti-Semitism. Thank you, Alison.
Member for Petrie.
Yeah, Deputy Speaker, it's a great honour to represent the people of Petrie, and every term I try to achieve as much as I can for the electorate. But the last 3 years under the Albanese government has been a bit dry. There was no election promises from the government at the last election, absolutely nothing from the Prime Minister. So when you look at what the government promised before the election and what they've actually delivered, it's all bad. What happened to the $275 power reduction? What happened to $275, Prime Minister? Not there. What happened to cheaper rents? Nothing. Hasn't been delivered. What happened to cheaper mortgages? We've had 12 interest rate rises and all the rents and mortgages have gone up. What the Prime Minister and the Treasurer and others said before the election? Squat, diddly squat, nothing happening. What happened to stage 3 tax cuts? My word is my bond. We're gonna keep them. We're going to kill bracket creep. My word is my bond from the Treasurer. But then, no, not anymore. My word means nothing. So the reality is, Deputy Speaker, is with the election just in a couple of months, due in May, when the Albanese government open their mouths, when ministers open their mouths, when the Prime Minister opens their mouths, their word cannot be trusted. You cannot believe a word that this front bench says, because they have not delivered for Australians and they certainly haven't delivered for the people of Petrie. The LNP will if given the opportunity.
Or Reid.
Recently, I met a young man studying to be a glazier at Lidcombe TAFE. He had left school early and had been working in a warehouse, and he told me he thought this was going to be his lot in life until he found out about free TAFE. This young man wanted a better life for himself. He aspired to learn new skills and start his own business. And because of free TAFE, he was able to lift his ambitions. The skills he learns as a glazier will contribute to constructing new homes that we need. He will earn more money and he'll employ local people. But what does the Leader of the Opposition want to do? He wants to cut free TAFE. And with it, cut dreams, cut ambition and cut aspiration, not just for this young man, but for the 500,000 Australians who are already enrolled in free TAFE. And that's the difference. This Labor government lifts people up. We help them dream bigger dreams. We want to lift your wages, lift your aspirations and lift this country. The Leader of the Opposition cuts people down. He wants to cut jobs, make cuts to Medicare and cut free TAFE. We build and they cut.
Order. In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for members' statements has concluded. I'll just invite members to resume their seats as quickly and as quietly as possible. I have to report that the order of the day relating to the Prime Minister's motions of condolence in connection with the deaths of the Honourable Kevin James Andrews AM, the Honourable Thomas Eyre Forrest Hughes AOKC and the Honourable John Collington Moore have been debated in the Federation Chamber and are returned to the House. I present certified copies of the motions. I understand it is the wish of the House to consider the matter immediately. The question is that the motion moved by the Honourable the Prime Minister be agreed to, and as a mark of respect to all present, to signify their approval of rising in their places. I thank the House. We shall move to questions without notice. Are there any questions? I give the call to the Member for Barara.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question's to the Prime Minister. Under this Prime Minister, thugs were allowed to chant anti-Semitic hate speech on the steps of the Sydney Opera House. The Prime Minister refused for months to establish an AFP task force or convene National Cabinet. And Jewish places of worship, schools, businesses and homes have been relentlessly threatened and vandalised. The Prime Minister promised Australians that social cohesion was his priority. Prime Minister, with anti-Semitism getting worse, not better, what has our country become under your government?
Give the call. Order. Members on my right, I give the call to the Honourable the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for his question.
I've been opposed to racism in all its forms my entire life, including anti-Semitism. And indeed, on the day after the morning after the terrorist attack on October 7, I was on the insiders condemning it unequivocally. The next morning on the Today Show, I said this in response to the demonstration that took place in Lakemba that night. Well, there's nothing to celebrate by the murder of innocent civilians going about their day. Some of those who've been captured were young people attending a rave, enjoying life, enjoying each other's company. There was word got out about the Opera House rally that was due. I spoke before the rally on 2GB. 2GB. So you as Prime Minister believe that this march should not go ahead, I was asked. I said this. I absolutely believe it should not. I went on to say that there was nothing to be achieved apart from creating a climate that is not conducive to peace. The day after those rallies, I went on to say, and in Sky News, so 2GB Sky News, so should be familiar, went on to say, we need to lower the temperature. I don't want to see conflict here in Australia, and I don't want to see the sort of scenes I saw last night. I said one of the reasons why I believe it was just inappropriate to go ahead last night. I did a press conference in Port Lincoln in South Australia that day, 10th of October. I said there again, I think there's nothing to celebrate here. I went on to speak about the rallies and said, but the actions we saw on the weekend need to be unequivocally condemned. I did that consistently at every single opportunity, every opportunity. I've continued to do that. I note the comments of those for reasons beyond my comprehension who have argued that that was not the case. It's up to them to explain why that is not the case. Why they suggest that rather than look for the absolute maximum of unity, some have sought a different road. In this Parliament, we carried a resolution as well, unequivocally, and there were some fine speeches that day. Anti-Semitism is a scourge. It's opposed by anyone who is decent. What we saw in the videos that were there yesterday are abhorrent. I note this morning I've spoken with Premier Minns. He spoke to me about the Health Minister has travelled with the Jewish Board of Deputies to Bankstown Hospital this morning to make it very clear, that the actions of these two reprehensible people in showing their hatred for people because they are Jewish, their anti-Semitism there for all to see, without any shame or without any embarrassment, is not what overwhelmingly why people go into the health profession. What I have sought and will continue to speak, and I ask my friend here to join me with it because we have been on unity tickets before, to join at every single opportunity to look for social cohesion and to look to bring people together rather than any suggestion that anything other than total condemnation of anti-Semitism is precisely what every person in my government has done, not just since October 7, but our entire political lives, as one of the reasons why people join the Labor Party, because they believe in cohesiveness in our society, because they believe in inclusion, because they believe in diversity, because they believe in respect for people regardless of their faith or their origins.
Give the call to the member for Lingiari.
My question is to the Prime Minister. How is the Albanese Labor government building Australia's future to ensure no one is held back and no one is left behind? And Prime Minister, what approaches would leave Australians worse off?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Lingari for her question. I thank her as well for the enormous work that she does in that extraordinary electorate that is so vast, full of remote communities, an electorate, were it in Europe, that would make up at least one country and perhaps two or three, I've got to say. Now, the world has thrown a lot of challenges at us, and we know that it's been tough. We've managed the economy responsibly while providing cost of living relief. Tax cuts, cheaper medicines, cheaper childcare, energy bill relief, and importantly, under this Treasurer, back-to-back budget surpluses, turning a $78 billion deficit that we inherited into a $22 billion surplus. These are the strong foundations that we have laid. Inflation now with a 2 in front of it, 2.4%, down from 6 above that we inherited. Unemployment remaining low with 1.1 million jobs being created, and importantly, real wages increasing as well. And with our tax cuts, meaning people are earning more and getting to keep more of what they earn. Now, building Australia's future is about people. It's more than just bricks and mortar, although we're doing that too, with our plan for 1.2 million homes, with our building of Medicare urgent care clinics, with our support of fee-free TAFE. It also means fully funding all schools, not just some, and we're committed to that. It means the 3-day guarantee for childcare that those opposite tried to filibuster past today's question time. It means wiping 20% off student debt to tackle the intergenerational inequities which are there. It also means investing in our regions, making sure they have the healthcare, the services, the childcare centres, the businesses and the tourism that they need. And that's why we have been prepared to foreshadow our support for REX, whether it be through a private owner, but we won't let it just go by the wayside, something that benefits overwhelmingly electorates represented by those opposite. But we on this side of the House understand that being in government is about representing every single Australian, regardless of where they live, regardless of who is their local representative. And in spite of the opposition, to this proposal by the Liberals and National parties, we are determined to get this done and to make sure that regional Australians have that access to air transport.
Time has concluded. Give the call to the honourable member for Barara.
Mr Speaker, my question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, the Greens political party is a racist anti-Semitic party. Will the Prime Minister join with the Leader of the Opposition in committing to put the Greens last at the coming election?
Order. Order. Before I call the Prime Minister, I will hear from the Leader of the Australian Greens on a point of order.
It's a clear reflection on members and disorderly statements, and I ask that those statements be withdrawn in the question.
Order. Order. We're going to deal with this sensitively and respectfully. Order. The Minister for Industry. The Manager on a point of order.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. In response to the point of order, and I suspect that you will share this view, and that is that it was not a reflection on any individual member. It was on the Greens political party, and the Prime Minister seems willing to answer the question.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few problems with this question in terms of the Prime Minister's direct responsibilities. He can't be asked about party affairs, which is a long-standing part of practice, but he's indicated he's willing to take the question. I just asked the member for Barara to make sure his language is in line with standing orders. This is a very sensitive and hot topic, I understand that. But inflammatory language doesn't assist, I think, the chamber, but I'm not going to ask him to withdraw. But I just remind all members, because it wasn't directed to an individual. If it was, as has happened before, I would ask the member to go, but the member to withdraw. I just ask moving forward that we do use language which everyone can live with. The member for Warringah on a further point of order.
Well, just for clarification and consistency, because my understanding from the standing orders is it's a reflection on the question included a reference to a party and completely separate to me, but that is a reflection on its members. And of course,
Order, no.
But the question is, I was required to withdraw when it was a reflection on policy, and yet here it is a reflection on a party, which is the members of a party, and that is not considered to be contrary to the standing order. So for consistency, which I'm sure everybody in this place would appreciate, I would submit respectfully that there is a discrepancy there.
The manager on a further point of order.
Well, thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I think there are lots of examples in practice that support your way forward, so I would submit that that point of order is not relevant.
The Leader of the House.
Sorry for the delay. I was just trying to find the reference. It's on page 517 of practice. I think the clerk's referring the same section to you, which does explain the situations where something that is otherwise generally said may still be required to be withdrawn.
Yes, Speaker Snedden, back in time, followed a practice where a collective group of people were described in a certain way, and I won't read that into the chamber. And in the member's case, that was a slightly different variation where it was directed towards an individual. I'm not going to litigate previous decisions. Just want to remind all members, just to ensure that language is important in this place, and if I can ask members moving forward that you just reflect on that to make sure that everyone is comfortable. Now, we need to move forward, but that being said, I'm asking to assist the House for future questions that they comply within the standing orders and everyone has shown respect. The Prime Minister has the call.
Speaker, I'll make 4 points. The first is you're quite right that within this chamber, leaders or indeed ministers can't be asked about their decisions to be made by political parties, and the question clearly went to that, and I refer to previous answers made by Prime Ministers, Ministers, leaders of political parties that those decisions are a matter for the political parties. That's the first point that I make, Mr Speaker. Second point that I make, I just refer to your comments about the concern about some of the language in the question. To say that, I just refer to the Director-General of ASIO's, Mike Burgess's comments about turning the heat down wherever possible. We all have a responsibility to do that. I think that it is in Australia's interest that that occur. I say that consistently. The third issue that I will say is that the reasons why there are 4 currently members of the Greens political party in the House of Representatives, all 4 of them are there in the member for Melbourne's case, directly because the Liberal Party gave preferences to Adam Bandt, which saw upon Lindsay Tanner's retirement as the member for Melbourne, saw Adam Bandt elected, and he has continued to serve since.
Order. The member for Fadden is warned.
As for the other 3, the
order. The member for Petrie. Just got to get through this answer.
And of course, in Queensland, the Queensland LNP made a decision to put the Queensland Greens into the Queensland Parliament by giving them preferences and getting them elected. So that's the third point that I make. The fourth point that I make is that I joined at a very young age a major political party that sought to be a party of government, the Australian Labor Party, a party that I have supported since I came out of the womb, Mr Speaker, and a party that seeks to make a difference
Order.
Because, like many of us on this side of the House, we were raised in families in which being Labor and making a difference and standing up for fairness and equity was something that we were raised with from a very early age, whether it be from our parents or from the Josephite nuns, for that matter, Mr Speaker.
Order. Order. Members on my left.
The final point that I'll make, Mr Speaker.
Order. The member for Mitchell is warned. We had this debate yesterday about the time. I don't think we want to go back in time. Order. When the House comes to order, we'll hear from the member for Aston.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Early Childhood Education. What action has the Albanese Labor government taken to start building a universal early education system that is simple, affordable and accessible for every family? What could put this at risk and leave families worse off?
Give the call to the Minister for Early Childhood Education, the Minister for Youth and the Minister assisting the Minister on the National Disability Insurance Scheme.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I do thank the wonderful member, not just for her question, but for the passionate way and her dedication to early childhood education and care in her electorate for Australian children right across Australia as well. Mr Speaker, it was very clear when we came into office that we inherited an early childhood education sector that was in desperate need of reform. And we've made significant progress on reforming the sector across those three pillars of affordability, accessibility and a sustainable workforce towards a vision of a universal early childhood education and care sector that is simple, that is affordable, that is accessible. Today, because of the actions of this government, there are 41,900 more educators in the sector. There are 1,083 more services, 30% of them outside major cities. And there are 97,000 more children in early childhood education and care. Because of our cheaper childcare reforms, 1 million families are better off, to the tune of around $2,700. And we're building on that by capping our fee increases as well. We have more educators in the sector and vacancy rates are down by 22%. There are more educators getting training and professional development to get into and stay in the sector that they love. And today, Mr Speaker, this House passed our 3-day guarantee. Passed our 3-day guarantee. Now, Mr Speaker, I'm asked about risks, and it's well known that the Liberals and Nationals, those opposite, have opposed every cost of living measure that we have put before this House, every single one of them.
Order.
And today, they again...
The Minister will pause. The member for Moncrief, that comment is unparliamentary. What you said, I'll ask you to withdraw that.
I withdraw.
I thank the member. The Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And today we saw the opposition again vote against the cost of living measure. Because what they voted against today was they voted against 70,000 families saving $1,370. That's what they voted against. They voted against more children, particularly children from disadvantaged families, getting access to those transformative benefits of early childhood education and care. They voted against more women being able to get back to work. They voted against low-income families accessing affordable early learning.
Member for Casey will cease interjecting.
Aspiration, and they voted against a future because they have no plan, no vision, no policy for early childhood education and care. Instead, they want to take us back to the days of high early childhood education and care fees, back to the days of low wages for early childhood education workers. No plan for a future, only a plan for bosses to get longer lunches and a plan for $350 billion worth of cuts. Well, Australians know. Today, Australians saw just what those opposites stand for.
Give the call to the honourable member for Mayo.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Communications. Just 1.6% of Australians solely use a landline, while nearly 90% have a smartphone. Will the government expand the universal service obligation to the mobile phone network in the regions? And if not, why not?
Very good.
Give the call to the Minister for Communications.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for her question. And I appreciate throughout this term the advocacy that she's provided for her constituents and her constructive engagement with me on a variety of communications matters across the portfolio. For the benefit of members, the USO stands for the Universal Service Obligation, and Telstra is designated as the Universal Service Provider. Basically, this is a requirement that has not changed under the current regime since it was put in place. It basically applies to landline services and, taken on a reading, a pretty basic kind of data service. The intention of the National Broadband Network, when it was conceived by Labor, was to ensure not only that we had broadband capacity across Australia, but that we had a wholesale-only access network, vertically integrated, that would provide competition into the regions, and this is where it matters. The member is very right that there is a complete lack of flexibility when it comes to the universal service obligation. That is why, in 2023, I announced that this government would undertake a full consultation into how reform could be undertaken here and how it could best benefit, in particular, those living in regional Australia. And I also pay tribute to the member for Kennedy, who has been a staunch advocate for reform in this area. We have undertaken that consultation on the scope of services, and clearly there needs to be change. This has been strongly endorsed by every stakeholder in the area, be it from the National Farmers Federation to ACAN to the industry themselves. So it is encouraging, I would say, to the member for Mayo and everyone in this place that this is an area that is long overdue for reform, and no reform happened under the previous government for a decade. But despite that, we have not only undertaken a consultation on the scope of services, but how it should be funded. And there's a variety of ways in which that could happen. Telstra, as you know, has the contract as the universal service provider under those arrangements which happened when the NBN was conceived. They are due to expire not in the immediate term, but in future years, not a long way away. So we need to determine now what that is going to look like. I can say to the member that the government has been working diligently in this area. We will have more to say very soon. But I'll make three very good points. Firstly, this is an area where reform was absolutely left lacking under the previous government. Secondly, this is an area where regional Australia has missed out because of that lack of reform. And thirdly, that lack of reform flies in the face of the fact that Australians have always been early adopters. They want the best technology, they want the best connectivity. What I can assure the honourable member is that Labor will be reforming this area, and I look forward to engaging with the member as we implement those reforms.
Before I call the member for Lyons, I'd like to inform the House that present in the gallery today is a delegation of scientists and researchers who are in Parliament House today meeting with members and senators as part of the 25th year of Science Meets Parliament initiatives. On behalf of the House, welcome to question time. Call to the honourable member for Lyons.
Thank you, Speaker. My question, my last in this place, is to the Minister for Health. How is the Albanese Labor government building Australia's future and strengthening Medicare by delivering more bulk billing, more doctors and cheaper medicines? Why is urgent action needed to strengthen Medicare after a decade of cuts and neglect?
Order. Order. The Minister for Health and Aged Care has the call.
Thank you, Speaker. I thank the member for Lyons for his question, but for his friendship over 9 years. He's been a terrific representative of his electorate and a terrific advocate for a stronger Medicare in Tasmania in particular. But he was also a fierce advocate for a Medicare urgent care clinic in Bridgewater, north of Hobart, and I was delighted to visit it after it opened very late last year. It's already seen more than 1,200 patients, Mr Speaker, in only several weeks, and every single one of them has been fully bulk billed. And that is so important for Labor, because for Labor, bulk billing has always been the beating heart of Medicare. It was from its very first day, but it's also always been very hard fought. It was opposed by the AMA. Bulk billing was opposed by the Liberal Party. Famously, John Howard called bulk billing an absolute rort, and of course the Leader of the Opposition tried to abolish it altogether. Well, today, Mr Speaker, the latest data say that around 4 in 5 visits to the GP are bulk billed. Now, for me, that is too low. For Labor, that is too low. We would like to see it higher, but it must be said, Mr Speaker, not everyone in this chamber shares that view. Back when he was the Health Minister, the Leader of the Opposition did a radio interview on Radio National in August 2014.
The Minister will pause. The Manager on a point of order.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. The point of order is on relevance. That question referred to why is more action needed. It didn't have a request for a comparison against alternative policies. So I don't think the question invited a compare and contrast in any way that would mean that this is relevant.
Did. Order, only because the Minister was asked about the importance of strengthening Medicare after a decade of neglect. So that was in the question. Order. The member for Moreton will leave the chamber under 94A. Order. No. Order. The manager is entitled to raise his point of order and no one will interject on him before or after, as a matter of respect. Minister in continuation.
Poor Graham. So I was saying about 4 in 5 visits are currently bulk billed, which we think is too low. We'd like to see it higher. But 2014, a decade ago when the cuts started, the Leader of the Opposition said this on Radio National. He said about 4 out of 5 services by GPs are performed for free, which is too high. Too high, he said, Mr Speaker, which explains why, of course, he then tried to impose a GP tax, and when he couldn't do that, imposed a 6-year-long freeze to the Medicare rebate. Well, we're about protecting Medicare, Mr Speaker. We're about strengthening Medicare, and at the heart of that is our effort around bulk billing. We've delivered in this term of parliament the 3 biggest increases to the Medicare rebate in 30 years. The first biggest, the second biggest and the third biggest. In 3 years, increasing the Medicare rebate by much more than they managed in 9 long years, Mr Speaker. And of course, we've tripled the bulk billing incentive. In Tasmania, that means bulk billing is up 7%, the biggest increase in the country, meaning more Tasmanians can afford to go to the doctor, and they are. GP services are up in the last 12 months by 4% in Tasmania, again the biggest increase in the country, Mr Speaker. But unlike the Leader of the Opposition, that's not good enough for us. We know there's more we need to do, but the Leader of the Opposition, of course, has different priorities. He's going to prioritise long lunches on the taxpayer's dime and $600 billion into nuclear power plants, and that's why no one trusts him with Medicare.
The Minister's time has concluded. Give the call to the Chief Opposition Whip.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Tomorrow it will be 1,000 days since the election of the Albanese Labor government. The Prime Minister promised a $275 cut on power bills and that life would be cheaper under Labor. Instead, working households are now paying up to $1,000 more for energy than promised. Their cost of living has increased by nearly 20% and they are suffering the longest recession on record. Why won't this Prime Minister apologise to Australians for his weak leadership, bad decisions and wrong priorities?
Order. Order. Members on my right. The Prime Minister has the call.
I thank the member for his question. Well, Mr Speaker, we're strengthening Medicare. They want to cut it. We're growing wages. They want people to work longer for less. We've cut taxes for every single taxpayer, including those in the electorate of Ford. The member for Ford voted against it.
Order.
Voted against it. We've made medicines cheaper. You've voted against it multiple times. We're building new energy now. You support a plan to build nuclear power stations in the 2040s, even though AGL have made it very clear that coal-fired power stations just can't keep going forever, and there'll be energy shortages. We're backing a future made in Australia. You want to send jobs and industries offshore. Because your plan, the member for Ford's plan,
Order.
and this bloke,
Order.
this bloke's plan,
Prime Minister can direct his remarks through the chair.
yeah, this bloke's plan here, who he supports, they have a plan that envisages 40% less energy use,
The member for Gippsland.
40% less energy use than what the Australian Energy Market Operator says will be necessary. That means less manufacturing, less jobs, less economic activity. We're cutting student debt by 20%. Those opposite say it's very, very bad. We're making free TAFE permanent. Those opposite say that free TAFE has no value for the 600,000 Australians who benefited from it. We've given early educators a 15% pay rise. They mock it and call it waste. We have rescued aged care from crisis. Those opposite presided over a system that was summed up in one word:
Member for
neglect.
Cowper is now
We're
warned.
delivering on the cost of living. They only care about their mate's cost of lunching. We are a government that is delivering for all Australians. We understand that cost of living pressures are real, which is why we have acted on cost of living. Those opposite have only acted on the cost of lunch for some of their people. We are a government for all Australians. We're working hard to deliver in every part of the country because only Labor does the big reforms. Only Labor. Universal Medicare, universal super, universal provision of the NDIS for those people who need it. Universal childcare, opposed once again by those opposite just before question time. Only Labor drives the big reforms. Only Labor builds to last. Only Labor is building Australia's future.
The member for Wright is warned. The call to the honourable member for Tangney.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. How is the Albanese Labor government's responsible economy management helping in the fight against inflation and with the cost of living? And Treasurer, what economy approaches would leave Australians worse off?
The call to the Treasurer.
Thanks to the member for Tangney for being an outstanding local member from the West and a great colleague, and for his important question. And Mr Speaker, when we came to office almost 3 years ago, inflation was much higher and rising. Real wages and living standards were falling. And that's why our priority right from the beginning has been the fight against inflation and helping Australians with the cost of living. And together, Australians have made very substantial and now sustained progress when it comes to inflation. Inflation is now almost a third of what we inherited from those opposite. The headline measure is in the mid-2s and underlying is in the low 3s, and both are falling. This week, Westpac and ANZ both substantially lowered their forecasts for inflation for the first half of this year. Now, Mr Speaker, inflation is falling in Australia, but it is rising in other parts of the world. Overnight, we heard that in the US, inflation rose again, so that both their measure of underlying and headline inflation is higher there than it is here. Now, what makes the Australian experience different to what we're seeing around the world is that we've made this progress together on inflation at the same time as average unemployment has been lower under this Prime Minister than under any Prime Minister in the last 50 years. And that means at the same time the economy, while growth is soft, has been growing, while 2/3 of the OECD have gone backwards at least once, and we've delivered back-to-back surpluses for the first time in almost 2 decades and lowered their debt by $177 billion. So inflation is down and wages are up and unemployment is low and the budget is in much better nick. Now, even as we've made this progress together as Australians, we acknowledge that growth in the economy is weak and people are under pressure, and that's why our cost of living help is so important. Getting wages moving, the tax cuts, energy bill relief, cheaper early childhood education, cheaper medicines and free TAFE. The Leader of the Opposition has opposed all of this. And he says he'll make big cuts, but he won't tell Australians what those cuts are until after the election. And the reason this will make people worse off is he can't find those $350 billion in cuts or the $600 billion he needs for nuclear reactors without going after Medicare again, without going after pension indexation or housing or veterans or disaster relief or wages. And that's why the choice at the election later this year is such a stark one for the Australian people. The Leader of the Opposition who will make people worse off, who opposed our cost of living help and who will take Australia backwards, or this Prime Minister and his government helping Australians with the cost of living, making progress in the fight against inflation, strengthening Medicare and building Australia's future.
Call to the honourable member for Cook.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Tomorrow will be 1,000 days since the election where the Prime Minister promised life would be cheaper under him. Instead, food is up 12%, gas 34%, rents are up 17% and Australian families have paid $50,000 more on a typical mortgage. Why won't the Prime Minister apologise to Australians for his weak leadership, bad decisions and wrong priorities?
Call to the Prime Minister. The member for Lingiari will cease objecting.
I thank the member for Cook, and I look forward to it. I wasn't aware it was 1,000 days since we were elected. I noticed when government changed hands last time, Tony Abbott didn't make it to his second anniversary because all of the cuts to health and education and the ABC all came in. All came in. And in spite of the massive majority that they were elected with, those opposite knocked off their own leader before the second anniversary, including this guy here. Now, I'm asked about cost of living. Now, the member for Cook certainly is now part of a show that opposed energy bill relief because you wanted people to be worse off, I assume. Opposed cheaper medicine because the member wanted people to pay more. Opposed higher wages because the member wanted people to earn less. And opposed tax cuts because the member wanted people to be worse off. Now, that is not our approach. And I noticed, the Leader of the Opposition this week saying as well about interest rates, that the RBA Governor shouldn't feel pressured one way or the other because you can cut rates and then find out they've been cut too early. Well, I'll leave that just out there. I'll just leave that out there for people to read into that what they will. But we on this side of the chamber want people to be better off. We want standards of living to rise, not fall, which is why we've done the hard yards to decrease inflation, to increase wages, whilst, as the Treasurer just said, having unemployment lower on average than any government over the last 50 years. Lower than any government over 50 years. And that's at a time where, in some of our competitive nations, advanced economies, unemployment hit double digits. Inflation hit double digits. There were all sorts of problems in those countries. Now, we know that people have been under pressure, but that's why we've taken action. What's extraordinary is that if the opposition had have got their way, Australians would have been, on average, $7,200 worse off. And if ever they sit on this side of the chamber, we know that Australians will be worse off, because they call relief sugar hits. Make no mistake, if they have their way, Australians will be worse off and Australians will have to pay.
Call to the member for Hasluck.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister, representing the Minister for Workplace Relations. How has the Albanese Labor government delivered higher wages for Australian workers after a decade of wages being kept deliberately low? What workplace relation policies would leave Australians worse off?
Call to the Minister representing the Minister for Workplace Relations and the Leader of the House.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for Hasluck. I remember standing up during the election campaign at the Guildford Town Hall with the member for Hasluck, talking about the need to get wages moving and talking about the fact that there'd been a decade of wages flatlining. Well, 10 years of low wages as a deliberate design feature in Australia ended the day the Albanese Labor government began. Because with that one word of absolutely, there was a change from wanting to keep wages deliberately low to wanting to get wages moving in this country. You can only imagine, with global inflation, what the wage freeze of those opposite would have meant over the last 3 years if they'd been able to continue with it. Because every single thing we have put forward to get wages moving in this country, they have opposed. When we moved to fixed bargaining, they opposed it. I remember them arguing why we had to not go to these new bargaining rules. It was because it would push wages up. Well, yes, and it has. And people needed to get pay rises in this country. Just like we needed to have same job, same pay, just like we needed to criminalise wage theft, to have minimum standards for gig workers. Why should there be a situation where low-paid gig workers in this country had no minimum rates at all? But those opposite fought for that to continue to be the case. They are a party that wants to continue to have people to work longer for less. Well, the results for wage rises, every one of these results is a result that those opposite tried to prevent. Pay rises for aged care workers up to 13.5%. Pay rises for early childhood educators of 15%. In 3 years, minimum wage workers now have a weekly increase over those 3 years now of an additional $143 a week, for the lowest paid in the country. 27% increase in bargaining. Flight attendants, coal miners, meat workers, all earning more, and at the same time the days lost to industrial action fallen by 63%, down. More than 1 million new jobs, more than half of them full-time. Danielle, a mine worker in the Hunter, who I've referred to before, who got her pay rise because of same job, same pay. An exact policy that those opposite have said they will take to the election to undo. Are you going to cut her pay, or are you just going to freeze her pay? Because if same job, same pay goes, it's the only reason Danielle's now paid the same as her workers, which is why she says she's now in a position to purchase a home.
Call to the honourable member for Flinders.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Tomorrow it will be 1,000 days since the election of the Albanese Labor government. The Prime Minister promised Australians he would halve migration numbers. Instead, the Prime Minister is bringing 1.8 million more people into Australia over 5 years during a housing crisis with higher rents and fewer homes being built. Why won't this Prime Minister apologise to Australians for his weak leadership, bad decisions and wrong priorities?
Order. Give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for her congratulations on our 1,000 days in office. The leader of the opposition,
member for Casey,
and those opposite want to present themselves somehow as a fresh new face during the campaign over coming months, no doubt, just like his predecessor Scott Morrison did. But the truth is that he was a part of it all. 1,000 days ago, tomorrow, we did inherit a fair bit. We inherited a crisis in aged care that had been summed up with one word: neglect. We have now done what those opposites said couldn't be done, which is to put a nurse back in nursing homes 99% of the time. We're paying workers properly. Our older Australians are getting the care and dignity that they deserve. All in place. Those opposites said it couldn't happen. In Veterans Affairs, we inherited a system where literally those men and women who had defended us, our nation, our democracy...
Order.
Can't be
Members on my right.
Can't be relevant.
Order.
Can't be relevant.
Order. Prime Minister's just going to take a break so I can hear from the manager.
Well, thanks very much, Mr Speaker. The point of order is on relevance. The question The question was focused on levels of migration, nothing that the Prime Minister is referring to, and the Prime Minister needs to explain why his record migration program in a housing crisis is justified.
Okay. If it was just on that topic, you would be correct. But when you phrase a question about the Prime Minister's leadership, about the priorities and asking for an apology, the Prime Minister is obviously going to take an argument as he sees fit with that part of the question. So he's directly relevant and he'll continue.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. He's new, Mr Speaker. He's new to the job. In Veterans Affairs, there were 60,000 people waiting for payments that they had earned due to their service for our country. People died waiting to get entitlements that they deserved. That's before we get through to the human impact of the robo-debt scheme. 1,000 days ago, we inherited a crisis in skills, the worst skills shortage in 50 years. We inherited inflation that was rising. We inherited wages that were falling. We inherited a crisis in health with Medicare bulk billing in freefall. We inherited a crisis in the NDIS, rorting and rip-offs, packages being cut. We inherited a fiscal crisis, $1 trillion in debt and deficits, including $78 billion being forecast in that first year, and a crisis in accountability as well. We inherited after a Prime Minister who had sworn himself into multiple portfolios, in some cases without any knowledge, including the bloke he shared a house with at the lodge. The Treasurer didn't know that there was another Treasurer. It was just extraordinary. That was the chaos that we inherited from those opposite. No cabinet processes, just overheads. Overheads in the cabinet room. We inherited a crisis in energy, of course, an ageing grid, 4 gigs out, 1 gig in. And we inherited a crisis as well in our immigration system presided over by those opposite, a crisis exposed by 3 separate reports.
The call to the honourable member for Parramatta.
My question is to the Minister for Education. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to build a better and fairer education system, and what approaches to education would leave Australian students worse off?
The call to the Minister for Education.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker, and can I thank my friend the brilliant member for Parramatta for his question. Mr Speaker, just over an hour ago we passed laws through this place that'll help more kids get a great start in life, that'll help more kids get ready to start school, that'll guarantee their mums and dads get access to 3 days a week of government-supported early education and care. And if you ever need an example of the difference between us and them, between the Labor Party and the Liberal Party, then this is it, because they voted against it. They voted against legislation to help some of the most disadvantaged kids in this country get the early education that they need to start school ready to learn. It's a real-life example of opening the doors of opportunity for our kids, and they voted to slam it shut. And here's the kicker. The argument that they use is that we can't afford it. But apparently we can afford billions of dollars for bosses to have lunch on the taxpayer. There's the difference. A 3-day guarantee for our kids under Labor, or a 3-course guarantee for bosses under the Liberal Party. And this is not the only place where the difference is clear. We're fixing the funding of our schools, and we're tying that funding to the sort of things that'll help children who fall behind at school to catch up, through things like free tutoring. If they win, that all goes. Free tutoring replaced by free lunches, again, leaving our kids worse off. And if we win the election, we'll also do something else. We will cut student debts of 3 million Australians by 20%. If they win, that won't happen either, because they're opposed to that too. And Mr Speaker, here's the press release from the Shadow Treasurer on the 3rd of November, on the day that they said they were opposed to cutting student debt by 20%. And I promise you I'm not making this up.
Their argument for opposing it is this, quote, "There are no free lunches in economics." Well, turns out there is, but only for the bosses. A bit of Vichy soir on the taxpayer Visa card, a bit of taxpayer-funded turducken. You don't know what that is? That's a chicken stuffed in a duck, stuffed in a turkey, which is a perfect analogy for this policy because I think most Australians will think it's stuffed.
Order. Order. When the House comes to order, we'll hear from the honourable member for Calais.
To the Treasurer. Petrol prices in Mudgee have been disgracefully high for way too long. They're consistently 30 to 40 cents per litre higher than other parts of our region, sometimes even higher than that. The ACCC is not acting. Will you and your government take action to stop this outrageous price gouging that's being perpetrated by fuel companies in a cost of living crisis?
Give the call to the Treasurer.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member for his question. I'm happy to take that up with the ACCC. The ACCC does have an important role when it comes to monitoring petrol prices. We do know from time to time there is a risk that petrol stations, particularly in the regions, there is a risk that they can do the wrong thing, and where they are doing the wrong thing, we should be reporting them to the ACCC to make sure that it isn't happening.
Before I call the honourable member for Reid, I'm pleased to welcome the House John Gosling AM from Guide Dogs Victoria, the dad of the member for Solomon. Give the call to the honourable member for Reid.
My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. How is the Albanese Labor government's energy plan helping Australian families and small businesses with their energy bills? What proposals for the energy system would leave Australians worse off?
Call to the Honourable Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for the question, and I'm pleased to tell the member for Reid and the House about new figures out today, which show that last year was a record year for new renewable energy investment. $9 billion invested over the course of last year, Mr Speaker, creating 10,000 construction jobs across the country, building the energy system of the future, introducing more, cheaper, reliable, renewable energy into our grid. After a decade in which 4 gigawatts of dispatchable energy left the grid and only 1 gigawatt came on, last year we saw this record, which benefits families and small businesses. Now, Mr Speaker, the honourable member asked me what energy policies might hurt Australians. And of course, the good thing about that $9 billion worth of expenditure last year is that the vast bulk of it came from the private sector, came from private investors into our energy system. Now, a policy which would take Australia backwards would be a policy which is taxpayer-funded to the tune of $600 billion, and that's the policy of the opposition. The nuclear policy is a thirsty one, Mr Speaker. It's thirsty for money and thirsty for water. That's the indication we have from the opposition. As the Minister for Water and I pointed out today, they would need a Sydney harbour every year for their nuclear policy. The member for Fairfax has been flogging the Harbour Bridge all year. Now he needs to throw in the entire Sydney Harbour because it's a policy which would take water away from farmers across the country, but it would also require money. It would be paid for by taxpayers. Now, to be fair to the Leader of the Opposition, he's been out talking about his policy. He was out last week. He subjected himself to an interview with that Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist, Peter Credlin, and he was asked during that interview about his nuclear policy, and I've got to say, Mr Speaker, this interview is being compared to the Frost-Nixon interviews for its searching intellect, for the tough questions. Ray Hadley wasn't available on the evening, but this interview, Mr Speaker, saw the Leader of the Opposition talk about his nuclear policy. I'm going to defend the Leader of the Opposition because I thought it was a good choice. They could talk about old times, like the 2014 budget, Mr Speaker, where they took $50 billion out of the health system. As my friend the Minister for Health has pointed out at the dispatch box once or twice, the Leader of the Opposition was voted Australia's worst health minister because of the $50 billion he cut. But now he'd need to cut $600 billion to pay for his nuclear policy, plus $10 billion a year to pay for the free lunch policy, plus the $350 billion of cuts that they admit to, Mr Speaker. So the 2014 budget would look like a Sunday picnic. Because we know the Leader of the Opposition has said there'll be cuts, but he'll tell us about them after the election. So we have this policy which will cost $600 billion, and you know what will follow? A horror budget, cigars and all, cuts to health, cuts to education to pay for his nuclear fantasy.
To be called to the member for Bass.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Tomorrow it will be 1,000 days since the election of the Albanese Labor government. The Prime Minister promised Australians that he would deliver 1.2 million new homes. Instead, mortgages are up, approvals are down, construction costs are skyrocketing, rents are through the roof, and the Australian dream of home ownership has never been further out of reach. Why won't this Prime Minister apologise for his weak leadership, bad decisions and wrong priorities?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Bass for her question. It has indeed been 1,000 days, and 84% of taxpayers are better off because of our tax cuts. 84%. 1,000 days and $1 billion have been saved thanks to cheaper medicines. 1,000 days and 1.1 million free doctor's appointments at urgent care clinics, including the one in your electorate. 1,000 days and 5.8 million extra bulk billed appointments thanks to our bulk billing increase. 1,000 days in the upgrade of Launceston Hospital, delivered by this side. 1,000 days and 2.6 million award wage workers with better pay. 1,000 days and over 1 million families have an average of $2,700 cheaper childcare as a result of our reforms. 1,000 days and 600,000 Australians getting access to free tape. 1,000 days and thousands of workers earning more because of same job, same pay, including Nicole, who I met in Queensland, earning more than $30,000 additional just by being paid the same wage as the person they're working beside, doing the same job with the same experience. 1,000 days and we've delivered 1.1 million new jobs. Now, the member for Bass is part of an operation that have delivered three policies. One, the $10 billion to fund long lunches for businesses. I say to Australians, they'll keep asking you to dig deep so someone else can dig in. Simple as that. Two, $600 billion to build nuclear reactors. Now, there won't be any of them in Tasmania, but Tasmanian taxpayers will pay.
The Prime Minister will pause. The member for Bass on a point of order.
Relevant, Speaker. There's not much left of the answer, and the Prime Minister hasn't mentioned housing, which was what I asked about.
Order. The Prime Minister's got 48 seconds. Just make sure his answer has been directly relevant to the fairly broad question, but it was about housing as well.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
Prime Minister has the call.
Well, I'll tell you what will happen with housing with the third policy. So we have the free lunches, we have the $600 billion nuclear reactors, but we've got a third policy as well from those opposite, cuts to everything to pay for it, including cutting the Housing Australia Future Fund. Less money for public and social housing. I've opened new social housing in the members' electorate there in Launceston, along with a community housing provider that the member might have voted for, but all of her colleagues didn't. So I suggested to the member that she knows the answer herself, because she voted for things that the Liberal Party voted against, because she's a good person, but she's in a very bad party.
Give the call to the honourable member for Gilmore.
My question is to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government. How is the Albanese Labor government working to protect access to air services in regional Australia? Are there other approaches that will leave regional Australians worse off?
Call to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Can I thank the member for Gilmore for the question? I know she is a fantastic supporter of regional aviation and a great supporter of the announcement we made just this week about investments in her electorate at the Moruya Airport that she has advocated for. Of course, the Albanese Labor government is building Australia's future by working to ensure the future of critical aviation services in our regions. We believe that Australians living in regional and remote communities deserve access to air travel that is affordable and is reliable. Yesterday, we announced that the government will support shortlisted bidders to maximise a successful sale of Rex Airlines to ensure crucial regional aviation services continue beyond 30 June. We've been clear that the Commonwealth is not a bidder in this process, but we do want to see a successful market-led outcome. When markets fail or struggle to deliver for regional communities, the government does have a role. It has a role to ensure people don't miss out on opportunities, education and the critical connections that aviation brings. The same is of course true in telecommunications as well. And we have been clear, absolutely clear, that if there is no second sale, we will look at the contingency options, including preparations necessary for potential Commonwealth acquisitions, and will work with the states on that. While this side of the House is doing everything we can to protect and support regional Australians, we saw the Liberals and Nationals confirm that they see no role for government in this, and in fact they have actively said that they will oppose it. We saw what we saw. What we saw, of course, was we had the Shadow Finance Minister saying Commonwealth acquisition was a bridge too far.
And of course, the Deputy Leader of the Opposition just needs to not interject for the remainder of this answer, and it will be greatly appreciated by me and the House. Minister has the call.
Thank you very much. And I'll get to the comments by the Deputy Leader of the Opposition. The Deputy Leader of the Opposition says that governments shouldn't own airlines. Governments shouldn't own airlines. This is about the Australian government saying, look, this is really important to regional Australia that we actually say this. But she does think that it is perfectly okay for governments to own $600 billion worth of publicly owned nuclear reactors. That's what the Deputy Leader of the Opposition thinks is worthy, absolutely important for the Commonwealth to own. Now, what an absolute joke. You either back regional Australia, you back making sure we continue to have services in our regional communities, or you back $600 billion of publicly owned nuclear reactors and the cuts that are coming in order to actually fund them. What we've seen on that side of the House have got no interest in supporting regional Australia, no interest in supporting making sure we continue to have that connectivity. Unlike the Liberals and Nationals, we're going to back regional airlines.
Call to the honourable member for Clark.
Speaker, my question is to the Housing Minister. Minister, in 2023, National Cabinet agreed on 9 reforms under the Better Deal for Renters. However, both National Shelter and the Tenants' Union note that in Tasmania, the state government is currently not pursuing 6 of the 9 agreed reforms. So, Minister, why is the Tasmanian government being allowed to slow walk these agreed reforms, and will the federal government finally inject some urgency into nationally consistent protections for renters?
Give the call to the Minister for Housing and the Minister for Homelessness.
Thanks, Speaker, and I really want to thank the member for Clark for his question about subjects that we have a really shared passion for, and that is the situation faced by renters across our country right now. I know that the member will be meeting with his constituents, as I do, not necessarily young renters, but renters who are middle-aged, who've got children of their own, and who are living in that precarious situation where they're getting moved from property to property and sometimes having to move their kids from school to school. So this is something that I don't want to see, and people sometimes ask me in this job what gets me out of bed in the morning. One of them is this. If we go back to around the year I was born, 60% of young low-income people across our country own their own home. Today that number's 20%. So this tells us that we've got not only a long-term issue with housing in our country, but that just because of housing, the experience of low-income people across Australia is very different to how it was 40 years ago. So, Speaker, Implicit in the member's question, I think, is an acknowledgement that these really important issues of the rights of renters sit at the state level. Almost all previous governments have basically said we want nothing to do with this problem, but that's not been the case with our government. The Prime Minister, of course, has placed housing at the very heart of our government's agenda, and so instead of ignoring this problem, has sat down with the states, has made an agreement, the National Housing Accord, and part of that agreement is asking all the states to sign up to these really important new rental standards. So it's things like ending no-fault evictions, banning rent bidding, limiting excessive rent increases and ensuring minimum standards for rental accommodation. So the member asks about the performance of the Tasmanian government. Each of the states reports into me in their progress, and the last report I received was December 2024. Tasmania reported that they are complete on 7 of 9 of their requirements and 2 of 9 are in progress. So I see you shaking your head there. The national shelter numbers are from a few months earlier, and I think that probably explains the discrepancy. But if the member doesn't mind, I'd really appreciate the opportunity to sit down with him and go through the report, and I'm very happy to work with him to push the Tasmanian government to move faster. I can tell you, no one wants the states to move faster on this than me. It's part of a really important part of the government's urgent housing agenda, and I thank him for his question.
Call to the member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. What has the Albanese Labor government done to help ease cost of living pressures Australians are facing? Are there any approaches which would make Australians worse off?
Prime Minister has the call.
I thank the member for Bennelong for his question. It was terrific to be with him in Eastwood last Saturday at the Lunar New Year celebrations. We have an economy that is growing. We have inflation which is down to a 4-year low. We have wages that are up, pay packets growing at the fastest pace since 2012. Unemployment on average is the lowest it has been under any government in 50 years in the context of a global economic crisis. 1.1 million jobs created, more than 2/3 of them have been full-time. We have the smallest gender pay gap on record. Fewer days lost to industrial disputes, a record number of small businesses and record business investment. We've delivered tax cuts for every single taxpayer. Cost of living support rollout, energy bill relief, cheaper childcare, cheaper medicines, extra GP appointments, free TAFE, the largest increase in rent assistance of 45% over 2 increases in 30 years. Student debt relief for 3 million Australians with more to come. The first back-to-back surpluses in 2 decades. Less debt to the tune of $200 billion saved as a result of the hard work that we have done. And I'm asked about alternatives. Well, the Leader of the Opposition was a senior minister for every day of the former government. Every day. Every Australian will remember all too well what he means when he speaks about going back. Back to rising inflation, back to wages being kept deliberately low, back to aged care in crisis, bulk billing in free fall, childcare being out of reach, back to chasing manufacturing offshore, back to Australia being completely isolated on the world stage, back to secret ministries and robo-debt, back to wasting hundreds of millions of dollars on commuter car parks that weren't anywhere near train stations. At the beginning of the show, he was appointed health minister. He was so bad that he was dumped by Tony Abbott, but you know what was worse? He was replaced by Susan Lane. And on that note, Mr. Speaker, I ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper.
Order. I present the Speaker's response to Recommendation 3 of the report of the Standing Committee on Procedures entitled Maintenance of Standing Order and Sessional Orders. I'll just deal with the Leader of the House with papers.
Present the government
Yes,
response
the
to
member for
the
Kennedy,
House of Representatives Standing
for a
Committee on
moment.
Procedure Report made its standing and sessional
The Leader of
orders.
the House.
And I move that leave of absence be given to every member of the House of Representatives from the determination of this sitting of the House to the date of its next sitting.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. The member for Kennedy has indicated he is seeking the call.
It's the House to raise a matter of great importance. Mr Speaker.
You may proceed.
We have had the worst flooding maybe in the nation's history in North Queensland. 500,000 people have been trapped. They have no way of getting out. Helicopters can't get in, planes can't get in, boats can't get in. There is no way you can get off the coastal plain. On one side is a great dividing range, 5,000-foot high mountains, and 30 kilometres away is the Pacific Ocean. There are 3 roads that are utterly impassable, even in good times, and are utterly impassable now, and we can't get back to Townsville. So, I mean, there is a great urgency, and we shouldn't have to go into a calamity of this nature. We should be prepared for it. Any civilised nation would have looked after the 500,000 people that are there and have been in great jeopardy for the last 2 weeks. But, Mr Speaker, we crave the indulgence of the people of Australia, the Parliament of Australia. We need a tunnel to get out of that captured situation. Infinitely more importantly, we need an upgrading of the road system from Tully back to Townsville so we can get out that way. And infinitely more importantly, and the Prime Minister himself gave the first monies for the Great Inland Highway that got it started, and there's been $2,000 million spent on it now from his $28 million, and it just needs 10.8 kilometres to get completion, so we've got an alternative way out. Now, all right, we need to be able to get back to Townsville, but we need a tunnel at the other end so we can get onto this highway, Mr Speaker. But 500,000 Australians have had their lives placed in very grave jeopardy. We've lost 2, arguably 3 lives that we know of already.
Indulgence, the Prime Minister.
Look, I thank the member for Kennedy, not just for his contribution today, but more importantly for his extraordinary representation of the people of that region over 50 years. And I was with the member for Kennedy there last week at the bridge that had collapsed, and we witnessed the extraordinary work of the Australian Defence Force in making sure that access for essential services was upgraded there. And I think I would like to think it was my decision, but I've got to say that the blokes who were doing that were just extraordinary in the Australian Defence Force, showing their skills in engineering. And I pay tribute to them and the other workers, the emergency service workers who were on the ground there in Townsville, along with the member for Kennedy, the Premier, Premier Christofouli, the Minister for Emergency Management, Senator Jenny McAllister, and the Mayor of Hinchinbrook, who got driven and then walked across in his thongs and shorts, in amongst what was still pretty muddy. There, I have had conversations with the Premier as well as the member for Kennedy. As late as yesterday, I talked with the Premier again when I informed him that I'd signed off on considerable grants through $100 million worth of support for people in that community. The member raises, one of the issues he raises with regard to roads is the Kennedy Development Road. It's a great example of, frankly, stuff that needs to be done better. There's 10 kilometres of that road is still dirt, and that has meant that it hasn't been able to be used. We will fix it. We will fix it. We have funding provided for it, and that will be fixed. Just like I've spoken with the Premier about making sure that we don't just build what was there again in the same form, that we build back better. Just like in the member for Kennedy's electorate, as he would remember, He made representations about the Ironsey River Bridge so that Corumba and Normanton in his electorate were not cut off. We built it back better through the council, and not only did they do that under the $31 million budget, they provided additional 3 bridges were built as a result of using that local labour because they know what they're doing and they use local suppliers as well. I've spoken with the Premier about the same approach to make sure that the bureaucrats in either the capital city here or the capital city in Queensland listen to people on the ground, particularly the people in local government, because that is how you can get things done. The Kennedy Development Road, I assure you, will be done, and we will work constructively. I must say that the Premier of Queensland has been very constructive. The engagement between our 2 governments are working seamlessly because that is what is required at a time like this. Getting things done, and I do praise the member for Kennedy who's been on the ground there with his local community. These are tough times. North Queenslanders are tough people, and they're showing it yet again. We're seeing at the worst of times, we see the best of the Australian character.
Just the member for Kennedy. I thank the member for Kennedy. We shall move to the matter of public importance. Members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible. I've received a letter from the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely the government's weak leadership and the need to get Australia back on track. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places. And I give the call to the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Well, if you're sitting at home at the moment around a kitchen table working out how you're going to pay bills, if you're looking at your insurance premium, which has gone up dramatically, if you're looking at the rent bill, if you're looking at grocery bill, if you're looking at any aspect of expenditure in your household or indeed in your small business, you would have watched Question Time today and believed that this Prime Minister and this government were living in a parallel universe. This government is so far out of touch with where the Australian public is, it is deeply offensive. And as day after day goes by, the Australian public realise that this Prime Minister has no solution for them, has no answer to their problems and is in fact the architect of the problems that have been created over the course of the last long 1,000 days. Mr Speaker, we have seen from this Prime Minister and from this government, from the very start, an absolute abrogation of their key responsibilities. Their first responsibility is to keep Australians safe. To keep Australians safe. And what has happened over the course, particularly since the 7th of October 2023, is that our country has become less cohesive and less safe. That is the reality. And there are thousands and thousands of people in the Jewish community today who know that our country, their community, their neighbourhood is less safe because of the inaction, because of the weak leadership of this Prime Minister, and because this Prime Minister has demonstrated that he is out of his depth.
Member for Hasler.
When those people went to the steps of the Sydney Opera House, they weren't condemned as they should have been by this Prime Minister. When those protests started on the steps of the Opera House, they spread to the university campuses and they went on unabated for months and months and months. On the streets of Melbourne and of Sydney, people knew no red lines whatsoever because the police were instructed by a weak Premier in Victoria and by the Premier and the Police Minister in New South Wales to hold law and order and to keep peace, but not to intervene and arrest people for committing serious crimes. Australians have been horrified by what they've seen on the television screens in the last 24 hours with those 2 health workers and their disgraceful, deplorable comments. But that is the face of what the people of the Jewish community have been experiencing for the last 15 months. At their local shopping centres, when they log online, when they read emails, when they've been disenfranchised and disowned by people in their own communities. That is exactly the sort of vile filth and racism that these people in our country have been experiencing for the last 15 months. And what it has done, it's given the Australian public a window into the way in which this Prime Minister conducts himself. This Prime Minister has made it his core business to prioritise policies that will win them votes of Greens in the inner-city suburbs of Sydney and Melbourne. That is what's driven this Prime Minister, because that is where this Prime Minister sees political opportunity. And it's not just in relation to issues around national security. It's also in relation to issues of the environment. People in Western Australia, an economy which drives the powerhouse of this economy and of this nation, they know that this Prime Minister, after the election, if he's to be re-elected, can only do so with the support of the Greens and the Green Teals. And if that is the case, mining will be on its knees overnight. Overnight. The people of WA aren't stupid, Speaker. The people of WA know that this bill, which is ironically called nature positive, but really is mining negative, is all about how it can frustrate mining. If we close down mining in Western Australia, we stop funding schools on the East Coast. If we close down mining in WA, as the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Greens would do after the election, we don't fund infrastructure projects, including in North Queensland, as the member for Kennedy rightly pleaded only a few moments ago. If the Labor Party is elected after this election, we know that the nature-positive, mining-negative bill will be reintroduced in its worst form as part of a construct between the Labor Party and the Greens, and it will kill the economy, not just in WA, but across the nation. But it doesn't stop just with national security and social cohesion and the environment. Speaker, it also goes to what we've seen in the government's decisions on salmon farming. The economy and the environment in Tasmania is adversely affected, and those workers in Tasmania will be adversely affected by the decision that the government's taken to close down the salmon industry in Tasmania. Why would they do that when it's a central part of the economy and the economic life and the social life of those living in Tasmania? Because the Prime Minister is seeking again to appeal to voters who would otherwise be voting for the Greens in inner-city Sydney and Melbourne. This Prime Minister has decided to put as his first priority the interests of Green voters in Sydney and Melbourne, and he has left people in suburbs and regional and remote areas of the country. He's hung them out to dry. That's exactly what has happened under this Prime Minister's watch. So when we speak about 1,000 long days of this Prime Minister's reign, it feels like 10,000, first of all. And when we consider the impact has not just been negative on so many families, so many people who are struggling to pay their mortgages after interest rates have increased 12 times. Interest rates have already gone down in the United States, the United Kingdom, in Canada and in New Zealand. But they haven't gone down here yet. I hope and pray they go down next week to provide some relief to mortgage holders. But it's not just households. There are 27,000 small businesses who have gone bankrupt under this Prime Minister's watch, an absolute record high. There are, for manufacturing workers in this country, there are very few prospects of a future under this Prime Minister, particularly after the election in a minority government, because there's been a threefold increase in the number of manufacturing businesses which have closed over the course of the last 2.5 years. Have a look at what's happened in the area of health. When people go to their doctors at the moment, they know there's no bulk billing available. When I was Health Minister, the bulk billing rate was at 84%. Today it's at 77% and heading south. Of those 27,000 small businesses which have closed under the Prime Minister's watch, 272 of them have been doctors' surgeries. 272, a record number of closures of doctors' surgeries under the Albanese government's watch. That is an outrage, because we need to provide support to ageing Australians. We need to provide support to those mothers who are going through maternity services. We need to provide support to every Australian who needs a doctor at a time when they need that doctor, not to wait for 2 weeks, to get into see a bulk billing practice. We've promised $400 million to train more doctors and to get more doctors into the system. We've promised to prioritise households and small businesses and businesses otherwise, because we want to grow the economy again. We want to get this country back on track. We want to fight the cost of living scourge that's been created by Labor. Speaker, we want to make sure that we can help the health system grow, not shrink, as it has under Labor. We want to make sure that we can help all of those businesses grow so they can employ more people and help them with their priorities in life. We want to make sure that we can support every Australian be the best that they can be. And Speaker, we have outlined a vision for the Australian public. We have put forward a plan, and we'll detail more of that as we go into the election. But we will fight the cost of living pressures. We will build a stronger economy. We will cut government waste, which has fuelled inflation. We will back small business. We will deliver affordable and reliable energy. We will rebalance our migration program. We will fix the housing crisis. We'll deliver quality health care. We'll focus on practical action for Indigenous Australians. We will grow a stronger regional Australia. We will build strong and sustainable communities. And Speaker, we will keep Australians safe. Speaker, I promise the Australian people that as we go to the next election, our government will be a government of strength, prepared to make the decisions to keep our country safe. My government will be a government which stands up for our interests on the world stage. We will do what it takes to rebuild the Australian economy, to clean up a Labor mess, exactly as John Howard and Peter Costello did in 1996. We won't shirk the responsibilities that sit on the shoulders of the government and a Prime Minister of the day. We will clean up this government's mess and we will get our country back on track.
And I ask members to either, if you're going to leave the chamber, I'd like it done quietly. Otherwise, stay for the debate. The Assistant Minister to the Prime Minister, Public Service and Attorney-General have the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, there's another anniversary that they don't want to talk about, because today is the day we say happy birthday to the ABC's nemesis, where we saw the Liberal Party and the National Party fighting amongst each other on the public purse for 9 whole years. Remember, we saw the Leader of the Opposition arguing with his Cabinet colleagues about why he opposed a fair share of the GST for Western Australia. He opposed those tax initiatives when he was in government. He opposes critical minerals tax incentives now that he's in opposition. We saw them more focused on one another than they were on the Australian people. We saw them say that secret ministries was a good thing, something that this Leader of the Opposition defended when it was revealed to the Australian public. He defended secret ministries, saying it was in the national interest. But we also know what we saw, and there's only one word that I remember more than any other from that program nemesis. That word, Deputy Speaker, is thug. The word thug was the word chosen by the former Prime Minister, Malcolm Turnbull, when he was asked to define the now Leader of the Opposition. And so they argue Liberal against Liberal, National against National. But what we know is that, of course, when it comes to what those opposite have said about themselves, we've had this. We had former Liberal Prime Minister Malcolm Turnbull say this.
Down on the interjections, or you won't be going well, except for out the door. So let's concentrate on the debate for the moment. Give the call to the Assistant Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. There's a quote from former Prime Minister Malcolm Turnbull, someone that all on that side respect, all on that side urged the Australian people to vote for, to be Prime Minister of this country, that many on that side sat in the Cabinet room week after week, year after year. And here's what he said about the now Leader of the Opposition. He said this, quote, "The Leader of the Opposition basically never wants to do anything risky. He is not a leader, lacks courage or conviction, other than when he can revert to some hardline measures he thinks will go down well on 2GB.
Excuse me, Assistant Minister. Is this on a point of order?
It is a point of order on
Page?
relevance, Deputy Speaker. I understand that MPIs have a bit of leeway.
Oh, for goodness sakes. If I do a relevance order here, I'll be listening extraordinarily carefully, and most of MPIs would have been ruled out of order.
Well, with all due respect, Speaker, Deputy Speakers in the past have ruled on this, and he hasn't touched on anything to do.
I'm not ruling on this. I am listening carefully to the debate. We are about 2 and a bit minutes in, and I'm listening. Please sit down.
Because this is a debate.
Sorry, I don't have the call. Give you the call to the Assistant Minister.
Because this is a debate about leadership. And again, when it comes to the leadership of the Leader of the Opposition, I quote again former Prime Minister Turnbull, who says that when it comes to the Leader of the Opposition, he, quote, doesn't have the courage to make a call, always preferring to be hanging back, muttering about the risks, rather than offering an alternative, happy to push on open doors only. And then there's a warning for the Australian people about this person who offers themselves to be the alternative Prime Minister of Australia. This warning from former Prime Minister Turnbull, quote, about why he worked to make sure that he did not take over from him as Prime Minister back in 2018. Quote, I thought Dutton would run off to the right. I thought he would do a lot of damage as Prime Minister of Australia in a short period. And we know that this Leader of the Opposition is not prime ministerial material. He is not up to the job. It is not prime ministerial to be making jokes about Pacific Island neighbours having water lapping at their front doors. It was not prime ministerial when 17 years ago today the Leader of the Opposition boycotted from this chamber the national apology to the stolen generations. It was not prime ministerial when he went down to Collie to talk about his nuclear plan. It was not prime ministerial to then, when the people of Collie came up to him and said, let's talk about your plan, he ran off. He ran away from the people who he was seeking to impose a multi-billion-dollar nuclear power plant on. Now, I'm happy to debate the Leader of the Opposition in this MPI right now. I'm happy to debate him in Central Park, down in Collie, about his plans. We can go to the coffee at the Wagon, have a good chat with the community there. Something tells me the Leader of the Opposition will not be going back to Collie between now and the federal election, because the last time he was there, he was literally run out of town. Now, you might say that I would say that, but I then look, well, what are some of his WA Liberal colleagues saying? Now, this is, of course, when the WA Liberal Party aren't busy pre-selecting former One Nation candidates to be their candidate in the state seat of Perth. That's right, they've shown my community so much respect that they've gone and had to knock on the door to One Nation and say, hey, you got any leftovers? Got any leftovers from that long lunch that we can use? And then they gave us a former One Nation candidate is who the WA Liberals have chosen. I note that the Leader of the Nationals is here. And the Leader of the Nationals and I probably agree on one thing, which is that the WA Liberals do have a few problems when they pre-select candidates in the metropolitan area. There's a few other candidates that maybe he would think are better than some of the candidates that the Liberals have pre-selected in the West. But this is what the WA Leader of the Liberal Party says when it comes to the Leader of the Opposition. Quote, this is from an article from Paul Garvey in a national newspaper today, The Australian. Quote, while she has a good relationship with the federal opposition leader Peter Dutton, she does not have any expectations that he will be joining her on the campaign trail. And I'm not surprised, Deputy Speaker. But, you know, she offers a little glimmer of hope at the end. This is a quote from Libby Medham. I imagine that Peter Dutton's popularity will continue to grow. Well, it can probably only go in one direction, Deputy Speaker. And we talk about governments and how they are and how they perform. And again, here we are, 1 year on from the anniversary, the birthday party for the Nemesis program, where they all sat down. It wasn't an accident that they walked into the interviews. It wasn't an accident that they went into those ABC studios to do those interviews. But we saw in that program, we saw a reminder that what we got under those opposite, we got the robo-debt scheme, causing serious harm to thousands of Australians. We got a government that refused to legislate net zero, saying it wasn't on their agenda. We then saw during the election campaign in 2022 that they refused to support an increase to the minimum wage for the lowest paid Australians. They thought that it was a step too far to legislate for 10 days of paid family and domestic violence leave. But they thought it was okay to increase childcare fees by 41%. They thought it was okay to walk out the door in 2022 leaving $1 trillion of debt behind. Just as when they were fresh thinking, newly elected government back in 2014, What were the great ideas they had, the fresh ideas for Australia? A $7 GP tax, 900 cuts and changes to Medicare. And then, of course, those that gave us other challenges when the now Leader of the Opposition personally signed off on the abolition of Health Workforce Australia, the body that was supposed to give us forward planning for our health system for the future. Not a great way of getting themselves, as they say in their terms, back on track. But the Leader of the Opposition's failures do not stop there. We all remember back in 2004 when John Howard was re-elected and he had promised that he would, quote, be keeping interest rates low. And so who did he get to help him with that mission? He, of course, when interest rates were 5.5%, I know that's higher than they are today, Deputy Speaker, when interest rates were 5.5%, he recruited the Leader of the Opposition to help him, quote, keep interest rates low. And then we saw up 0.25% to 5.75%. And then again, 2 August 2006, up 2.5% to 6%. Doesn't stop there, up again to 6.5, up again to 6.75, and that's the interest rate that if you want to know what sort of interest rate you'd get under this Leader of the Opposition, you can look at his record as Assistant Treasurer, an interest rate of 6.75%. Now, we get to the cuts. We know that when it comes to their plans, they will savagely cut across states and territories. And I mean, I only need to look at what we've seen in my community in Perth, where the WA GST deal has delivered some $6.2 billion additional revenue. Their plans to cut public servants, some 1,700 public servants they're going to cut from the Western Australia, most of which are at basically the Australian Tax Office and Medicare and my electorate. Now, I think the Australian people like getting their tax returns done pretty quickly. They like getting their Medicare benefits. All of that will slow down under the plans of those opposite. Because what Australians know is that they will be worse off under the Leader of the Opposition. They'll be worse off without a tax cut for every taxpayer. They'll be worse off without energy bill relief. They'll be worse off without cheaper medicines. They'll be worse off without fee-free TAFE. They'll be worse off without Medicare urgent care clinics, which this Leader of the Opposition has said they will close across the country. People will be worse off without our initiatives when it comes to a 3-day guarantee, which those opposite voted against in this chamber just a few hours ago. They'll be worse off with higher student debt under the Liberals and Nationals. They'll be worse off because there'll be no increases to the minimum wage. They'll be worse off because they'll go around the country sacking public servants, making vicious cuts to health, Medicare, universities and TAFE.
The time has expired. I'm giving the call to the member for Maranoa.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. And everyone remembers the words of the Prime Minister on election night: no one held back, no one left behind. Well, fast forward 1,000 days and every Australian has been held back and everyone has been left behind. Our standard of living has reduced by 8% since the Anthony Albanese government was elected 1,000 days ago. Every Australian is worse off. It's because of the ideology of this Labor government not addressing the fundamentals of what has kept inflation higher and interest rates higher than what it needed to. It is around getting the fundamentals right about proper energy policy, not living in an ideology of an all-renewables approach. An all-renewables approach that no country of the industrial scale of the size of Australia has gone through or going down, because you cannot do it. You cannot keep your industrial base going, and that will cost jobs, and that has costed jobs in this country. It has torn away at the very fabric of what is underpinning our economy. It has driven people's energy bills up. That is about the fact that they have taken away supply and they have not replaced it. And when you reduce supply, prices go up, and that is what has happened. That is what has happened under this ideology that has seen premiers plead with their citizens to turn off their dishwashers so that they can keep the grid going. That's how desperate, in a country as resource-rich as Australia, that is a path that we have gone down. That has put inflationary pressure and has kept interest rates higher. When the rest of the world's interest rates are coming down, Australians are sticking there. And we hope that on Tuesday the RBA reduces interest rates by 25 points. You know, that's important. But appreciate this number. Since Anthony Albanese and the Labor government was elected, the average mortgage in Australia has gone up by $50,000. And I hope that 25 points is granted by the RBA governor. That will take $1,875 off that bill. That's a start, but it's a long way to go. because this government hasn't faced up to the fundamentals or what needs to be fixed of what's keeping interest rates higher longer. They've tried to paper over it with $6.5 billion worth of subsidies to keep your interest rate, your electricity bill down, after promising you a $275 reduction at the last election, but only seeing it up go by 1,000. Discretionary spending is stopping, but fixed costs continue to go up. And if you don't fix your electricity bill, you don't fix your grocery bill, because food processors are paying 2, sometimes 3 times more what they were before Anthony Albanese came to power. That means people are paying more at the checkout. And when you've got a government that's not even prepared to stand up to the supermarkets, when there is clear evidence that they've been gouging Australians, when we in this parliament, including the Prime Minister, voted for divestiture powers in 2019 to stand up to the big CEOs of energy companies, but when there are Australians tonight that will not eat dinner, that cannot afford to eat dinner, why wouldn't we come into this place and send a very strong message and hold the supermarkets to account to make sure there is fairness and transparency from the farm gate to your plate? Where is the priorities when there are Australians that will not eat tonight? I ask those opposite, but they all have their heads down. You have to fix your fundamentals. And this is about making sure in the short term you get gas into the grid quickly. That brings energy bills down quickly. In the long term, it's underpinning our energy grid with nuclear energy. Then taking on and bringing down your food bill, taking on the supermarkets. It's also about making sure we have some common sense about building some homes. We've gone to a 7-star construction code, adding $50,000 to $60,000 to the construction of a new home. Absolute madness. We will pause that and we will actually go line by line to try and reduce those costs to give some hope. And to give some hope to young people that finally own a home, we're going to bring people in who might build them, not martial arts instructors and dog groomers, as this mob have prioritised, but actually some plumbers, some electricians, some roofers. And you know what? We're going to ban foreigners. We're going to ban foreigners from competing with Australians on a Saturday at auctions. We're going to give Australians the first chance at buying a home. We're going to say to them that they're the most important people in this country that should have a roof over their head, and to give the states some time to build some supply. That's the common sense solution that a coalition government will bring. They're the solutions that fix the fundamentals, that don't keep spending your money, the Australian taxpayers' money, to solve the nation's problem. You need common sense, you need courage, you need strength in leadership. Anthony Albanese and the Labor government have shown nothing but ideology, doesn't meet the practical reality of what has been bled out of Australians' wallets for the last 3 years. Ask yourself, are you better off after 3 years of Anthony Albanese?
Now, we might appreciate a dialing down of volume, and I'll give the call to the member for McNamara.
Well, everyone can take a big, deep breath after that, Deputy Speaker. I think everyone just needs to take a big, deep breath, and let's get back to some facts, shall we? Let's get back to living in the real world after that diatribe we just heard from the Leader of the Nationals. Because those opposite come into this place and they talk about taking Australia back and taking Australia back. Well, I'll tell you where they're going to take us. They're going to take us back to cuts, culture wars and climate denial. That's where they're going to take us, to cuts, culture wars and climate denial. And you only have to look at what their record was when they last had a chance to sit on the Treasury benches. You know, when the Leader of the Opposition last was in government, he tried to cut the pension. In 2014, when the Leader of the Opposition was the Health Minister, he tried to cut billions from Medicare. He tried to rip money out of our hospitals and make Australians pay each and every time they go to the GP. We had huge queues in our immigration department. They wanted to cut childcare, everything, all of the services that Australians rely on, those opposite wanted to cut. And if you think they've changed their stripes, they haven't, because those opposite, when we've been in government, have voted against tax cuts. They've voted against cheaper medicines. They've voted against free TAFE. They've voted against Medicare urgent care clinics. They've voted against reducing HECS debts. They've voted against increasing the minimum wage. They voted against cheaper childcare today. They voted against the 3-day childcare today. There hasn't been a policy that was going to take the edge off and help Australians that they haven't opposed. They just want to cut government services, and you have to think, why on earth do they want to do that? Because they've got some crazy ideas they want to fund. They've got some big, expensive toys that they want to buy that make absolutely no sense. Just listening to the Leader of the Nationals talk about how they want to come in and reduce costs for Australians that Australians can't afford, all of these different things. So what's your answer, right? When Australia can't afford a whole range of different things, what's your answer? I'll tell you what the answer isn't. $600 billion for a nuclear energy program. $600 billion. Those opposite have been fighting renewable energy because that is in their DNA. Fighting renewable energy is part of the reason why they don't hold many seats that are now belong to the crossbench, why we hold Higgins, Reid, so many other seats have changed hands, because those opposite have this absolute ideological desire to fight renewable energy. And the markets aren't doing that. The markets are fighting to invest in renewable energy, but those opposite just have this climate denial. And when the Leader of the Opposition had a quiet little moment with a couple of former Prime Ministers over a little over a long lunch that they want to subsidise, the Leader of the Opposition made jokes about our Pacific neighbours. Made jokes about the water coming up and the real consequences of climate change. Now, I've been to the Pacific. I've spent a lot of time in the Pacific, and you cannot step off the plane without people telling you how frightened they are, about how serious this is for their children, how much of a program this is going to require to move community centres, schools, assets that are right on the edge of the coastline, up inland, so that communities can literally just survive. Now, this is a real threat to the people in our region that, since coming into government, we have worked extremely hard to ensure that Australia aligns with the priorities of our Pacific family. And this Leader of the Opposition was making jokes about the water running up above their knees. Now, that is the climate denial that these people will bring to government. And of course, then there's the culture wars. I mean, time after time, instead of looking to unite this country, the Leader of the Opposition has sought to draw lines and put people from one side or the other. Now, I still remember when he said the comment that Melburnians were too afraid to go out to restaurants and targeting migrants. And funnily enough, Christopher Pyne was asked about it, and he said, "What do you mean? I love restaurants in Melbourne," which is the normal answer, because restaurants in Melbourne are fantastic, but that's not the way that the Leader of the Opposition saw things. He wanted to just try and create division in society. And I don't think anyone's ever said it better than this, when this person said, Peter's got one tune that he plays, and it's been all his political life, and that is division and animosity, generally targeted at immigrants. I couldn't think of anyone less suited to be Prime Minister of a multicultural society like Australia. That wasn't the Labor member who said that. Wasn't even a member of the crossbench. It was the former Liberal Prime Minister Malcolm Turnbull who said that. Because these people want to take us back to cuts, climate denial and culture wars. Well, that's not the direction we're going to take them. We're going to build Australia's future and unite this country around a good, prosperous future for all Australian citizens.
Member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Australians are feeling upset, they're feeling angry, and they are certainly, and rightly so, feeling let down by this Albanese Labor government because of the pure lack of leadership, because of the broken promises that have been made time and time again since the last election. And it is true that all politics is local, and at the heart of this is the broken promises on a local level, the heartbreak on a local level. I know this because it was made to my community. Promises made to my community during the 2022 election, standing up and declaring that we will do this for you, and yet now people are still waiting, and what they're getting is absolutely nothing. The Albanese Labor government came into my electorate during the last election and promised that a road that I secured funding for would be fast-tracked. It would be fast-tracked. It was due to start in the beginning of 2023, and here we are, 2025, and the construction is nowhere in sight. This is a major road, and it is about the safety of people that are taking their kids to school, that are going to work. There seems to be no interest in the people of Western Sydney from this Albanese Labor government, because it's not just about this local road. In my community, major infrastructure projects have been cut across the board, $2 billion in cut projects, when we have an international airport right on our doorstep, due to open
next year. There are roads around the airport, local roads, that are going to be major freight roads in the not-too-distant future, yet the Infrastructure Minister cut funding to upgrade these roads so they can deal with the trucks that are going to be driving along them. The local community are scared about the future that is coming. They should be excited. They should be excited about the future for our kids and the opportunities that Western Sydney Airport will bring. Other roads have been cut around the airport in my community as well. Major roads that take people to school, that take people to work, that keep them safe. Another issue that is lacking leadership is around airport flight paths with Western Sydney International Airport. We've been fighting hard. My community is the most impacted community of all, out of all the electorates across Western Sydney. The flight paths were able to be moved for one electorate, the electorate from Macquarie, a Labor seat. Yeah, it seems like no other calmness can be made for anyone else with the flight paths and the flights that will be going ahead. It is extraordinary. From local to the portfolios I've been very fortunate to have since coming into opposition. The first was in mental health. Mental health in this country has been completely ignored by the Albanese Labor government. It took the opposition leader a number of years ago now to say, if we are in government, we will restore the 20 free Medicare-funded sessions for people that need psychology sessions that have been cut in half by the Albanese Labor government. The sector there's an outcry from the sector saying, please support people with mental health in this country. Yet from those opposite, there is absolutely nothing. We have the former chair of Mental Health Australia calling out the government for their lack of action on mental health. We have shown leadership in this space, and Australians can know that a Dutton-led coalition government will restore the full 20 Medicare subsidised psychology sessions. In the energy affordability space, my second shadow portfolio, we had 97 promises to the Australian community, 97 that your power bills will be cut by $275 by this year. Yet right across Australia, people are paying so much more for their electricity. Western Sydney residents are paying $1,000 more. This is on top of inflation that's causing higher grocery prices, and people are just struggling so much that they are now lining up at food banks to feed their family. And finally, in my newest portfolio in communications, it took the opposition leader to come forward and say, kids' safety means something. We're going to protect kids online. Every parent out there knows that this is a major issue when it comes to bullying online and when it comes to exposure to inappropriate content. We, as a government, will ensure that any child under 16 won't have access to online. This is TikTok, this is social media around Facebook, or social media platforms. It took us to take leadership on that, and Peter Dutton for the government finally to come forward and make that same policy. These are just a few things where there's so much of a lack of leadership. Only a coalition government will get our country back on.
Member for Fraser has a call.
Hear, hear. Deputy Speaker, the great Paul Keating once said that when you change the government, you change the country, and that is very true. And this country is going to face a serious choice later on this year. This MPI has been set up as an opportunity for those opposite to offer us their manifesto in a sort of way. The interesting thing about the manifesto is when you look at the first 3 paragraphs, you then turn the page over and it's blank. There's no please turn over. It's such a threadbare offering from those opposite that when you examine what they're offering versus the demands that this nation is facing, the choice that the Australian people face later on this year means that those opposites' plan will take this country backwards. Let's look at a few of the most pressing issues that this nation faces. Firstly, the economy. When we came to power, this government inherited an economy where inflation was far higher than it is today and was rising. We inherited an economy where for a long period of time real wages had been in the doldrums. We had just experienced the worst decade for a very, very long period of time. Now, over the course of the past 3 years, through the hard work of the Australian people, inflation has more than halved and is continuing to track down on all of the key measures: headline inflation and core inflation. And importantly, real wages are now growing through the strength of the labour market, but also because of some of the key reforms we have put in place in relation to industrial relations and workers' rights. Now, there is still more work to be done. But if we look at the contrast of the two parties' policies, let's look at the last 3 years and the difficult challenges people have faced in relation to cost of living. We've put in place policies in relation to tax cuts, which have improved outcomes for 84% of taxpayers compared to the plan that we inherited. We've provided significantly cheaper energy through rebates. We've provided cheaper medicine. We've provided consecutive significant rental relief assistance. What's telling, and what the choice will be offered later this year, is that those opposite voted against every single one of those measures. So when they talk about cost of living, the disingenuousness of that will be tested when the Australian people looks at their voting record when it comes to every one of the things that has actually made a difference to people's lives over the last 3 years. And then, of course, when we look at priorities, they didn't want to vote for any of those measures, presumably because they cost too much, and now the centrepiece of their economic management is a up to $10 billion plan, which they themselves haven't released their own costings of, but for free lunches for bosses. It is an economically unjustified tax break, and one that shows a shocking sense of prioritisation. Let's look at health. We have turned around bulk billing rate declines. We have invested in urgent healthcare clinics, which I can say have made a real difference in my electorate and so many communities like mine where so many people rely on bulk billing. We've invested $1.7 billion, or we have promised to invest $1.7 billion in hospitals. Compare that to what those opposite are offering in healthcare and so many other areas of social service provision. They rail against our spending, hundreds of billions of dollars of overspending, they say, but then won't tell us where the cuts will come. They like the rhetoric of sharp cuts in government, but they won't be honest with the Australian people about where the cuts will come. But what we on this side know is that the cuts will have meaningful consequences, particularly for the most vulnerable in our society. Let's look at housing, another complex, difficult, long-term challenge. We brought the Housing Australia Future Fund to this place. Those opposite voted against it. We brought Rent to Buy. We brought Help to Buy, First Home Guarantee. We've brought free TAFE, which has provided opportunities and supported tens of thousands of additional workers in a sector of the economy where supply is absolutely critical. What have those opposite offered? Those opposite have offered early release of super, which not a single macroeconomist, not a single expert in housing says will produce a single extra house. It will only produce upward pressure on housing prices. So this nation will face a choice later this year. And the manifesto which has been provided by those opposite today is simply not good enough. This country faces a number of challenges. It needs a serious plan going forward, not the divisiveness of those opposite.
I'll give the call to the member for Hughes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Under Labor, Australians have endured a cost of living crisis, an energy crisis, a housing crisis, a youth crime crisis, and now a national security crisis. Deputy Speaker, these crises have been brought about by rising prices, radical policies and the wrong priorities under the leadership of Prime Minister Anthony Albanese. This is a Prime Minister who is out of his depth and taking the country in the wrong direction. Well, Deputy Speaker, in a couple of months or maybe even only a couple of weeks, Australians will get the choice at the ballot box to vote out one of the worst governments since Federation, vote in the coalition and get Australia back on track. We will get Australia back on track, Deputy Speaker. Let's look first of all at national security, Deputy Speaker. The response by the Prime Minister and those on that side to the appalling attacks of the 7th of October 2023 have demonstrated why those on that side are not fit for government and why this Prime Minister is not fit to lead this country. Following the 9th of October, this Prime Minister had the opportunity to behave in the same manner as John Howard did in 1996 at Port Arthur,
with gun control. John Howard had to stand up to the Conservative faction and the Conservative and farmers within his party to bring about change that he knew was right for the rest of the country. This Prime Minister has failed to stand up and do what was right for Australians, because if he doesn't stand up for Jewish Australians, what guarantee is there that he's going to stand up for any other Australians? When you're a Prime Minister of the country, Deputy Speaker, you need to be leading for all Australians, and this Prime Minister has failed. And who is next? Catholics? Hindus? Who next will this Prime Minister let down and refuse to support? And what we see, Deputy Speaker, is when university students are terrified on campus. What we see, Deputy Speaker, when 4-year-olds are being accompanied to their preschool by armed guards, when synagogues are being firebombed, Deputy Speaker, what we see there is the beginning of the whole breakdown of the fabric of society. That is why we also have a youth crime crisis in many parts of this country, Deputy Speaker, and it has all come about under this government's watch, under this Prime Minister's leadership. Cost of living, Deputy Speaker, in 2 years and 9 months, Australians' cost of living has gone down by 8.7%. That is the steepest decline for Australians under any term of government, Deputy Speaker. Worse than under Whitlam, Deputy Speaker. So when I stand here and hear those on the other side talking about healthcare being cheaper, everything being cheaper, it is not the case. And members on that side know this, Deputy Speaker. Their constituents are telling them exactly the same thing that my constituents are telling me, and that is they are doing it really, really tough. They've never had it tougher, my constituents say to me. And if we're not going to stand up for Australians on cost of living, I hear the member for Hasluck. Well, member for Hasluck, I would say to you, Deputy Speaker, I would say to the member for Hasluck,
I put it to her that she may the chamber if you cannot hold your tongue during these debates.
Deputy Speaker, I bet there is not a single person in the electorate of Hasluck who can turn around and say to that member that they are doing it better. And if we're not going to stand up for Jewish Australians or for Australians generally, what about we stand up for those who have been under the scourge of gambling addiction and gambling harm? The Murphy report was delivered to the minister, and this in June 2023. Deputy Speaker, and I sat on that inquiry. It is an absolute, as did my good friend, the honourable member for Menzies. Why is it up to the Reverend Tim Costello to have to be advocating for that report to have been put into, the recommendations to have been put into law? It is a disgrace that this Prime Minister put the interests of his mates in big business before he put the interests of Australians. Deputy Speaker, we need a coalition government now to get Australia back on track.
Member for Lingiari has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Every single cost of living measure was opposed by Peter Dutton and those opposite.
Member for Lingiari,
the Leader of the Opposition and members opposite. We know people are doing it tough and there is more to do, and we are getting on with the job. Under their government, Territorians will be worse off. And when it comes to bush communities, Deputy Speaker, and I often speak about bush communities because the neglect over the 10 years or 9 years that they were in government, members opposite talk about neglect. Well, in bush communities in my electorate, the Liberals neglected and removed funding, and we on this side have been focused on delivering $7 billion to achieve long-term sustainability and improve the livability of the Northern Territory remote Aboriginal communities, which is often a dirty word and something that's not talked about by members opposite. These include a 10-year $4 billion housing injection will be cut under those opposite, $2.8 billion to improve the safety and reliability of Northern Territory roads and the nation's critical supply chains. That will be cut by those opposite. $700 million to increase 3,000 new jobs in remote communities will be cut by the Leader of the Opposition. Substantial improvements to essential health services and facilities with more renal dialysis units on country and 6 remote Medicare urgent care clinics will be cut by the Leader of the Opposition. Significant enhancements to water security and infrastructure at a standard every Australian deserves, no matter where they live, will be cut by those opposite. Enhancement to the livability of remote communities through upgraded sporting and recreational facilities, playground equipment, shade shelters and improved digital connectivity to the internet will be cut. More protection for families and children, and all I've heard the Leader of the Opposition bleat in the nearly 3 years I've been standing in this chamber is about child sexual abuse in remote Aboriginal communities and the issues of child protection, but I reckon that will be one of the things they'll cut. He's appointed a senator from the other chamber to become the new minister under their government to look at government efficiency. Well, these are all the things that she will cut. We are investing in quality education and vocational training through the injection of $1.1 billion in public education and the establishment of on-country vocational training facilities. That will be cut. We are also, and just recently I was proud to be with the Prime Minister in Alice Springs, where we announced an extra $842 million over the next 6 years to fund needed services to close the gap in remote Aboriginal communities. We know they didn't care on the other side, and it will be cut. So, you know, when people stand up here and say the Leader of the Opposition, he will make a great Prime Minister, I'm sorry, Deputy Speaker, but I've been on the receiving end of these mob all of my life, and so have many Aboriginal Territorians. And the Leader of the Opposition, all he is interested in is culture wars. He has publicly stated on Australia Day, when we're trying to unite the country, black and white and our multicultural communities, what does he say? His #1 policy is he's going to remove the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander flags if he becomes Prime Minister. This is a divisive and nasty person who will not unite this country. And I get that the anti-Semitism that's been happening is terrible, what's been happening on the Eastern Seaboard. It is terrible. But have a think about what's been happening to Aboriginal people in this country for a long time.
Sad.
So we talk about genocide, let's talk about the history of this country and what that side, when they've been in government, what they have done, and particularly the last 9 years of their government, where they ripped needed and necessary funds and resources from Aboriginal communities. And you'd wonder why we've got the problems in Alice Springs, in Tennant Creek and Katherine, because the bush has been neglected for too long.
I give the call to the member for Menzies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, it is not lost on me that in the chamber right now are 9 members of the class of 2022. And I just want to say at the outset, it's been a pleasure serving with all of you if this is our last time here, and we'll find out. But in a previous life, I was a barrister, and I learned most from a particular silk who, when he gave me the most constructive feedback, said, "You know I love you," and then would give me the feedback. So to the class of 22 on that side, you know I love you, but I go back to my first speech here, Speaker, which is in September 2022. And I think from time to time we should go back to our first speeches, because it should be a guidebook for all of us when we have tough decisions to make. And there is no tougher decision for this country right now than easing the cost of living pressure on Australians, because it's affecting their daily lives. And we can rattle off the numbers on inflation, we can do the, this is your fault, no, this is your fault, the Punch and Judy show, but But let's imagine you are a young family at a supermarket buying essentials. Let's narrow it down to the ones that count: milk, bread, eggs. Deputy Speaker, milk is up 18% on this term. Bread is up 25% on this term. Eggs, an essential protein, cheaper than steak and other foods, is up 35%. Now, for those of you who don't use compound interest calculators much, I ask you to put 35% in and divide it by 3 and see how long it takes to double it. It doubles every 6 years. So if we continue that trend on another term, means eggs have doubled in 2 terms of your government. Doubled. These are basic essentials to have breakfast at the table for a family, and there's not much change from $20. Not much change from $20. So when we say Australians are doing it tough, that's the practical reality of what we're talking about. The practical reality of what we're talking about. And I haven't touched on the big bills of insurance, the monumental bills of mortgage or rent, the lack of hope that comes with that when you do live paycheck to paycheck. Because when you live paycheck to paycheck, people have moments of panic and desperation. And Australians are living in moments of panic and desperation between the fortnightly paychecks that are coming through. They're not sleeping well. They're stressed. Some of them are in tears, and you know it. All of us know it. The class of 22, on both sides, are good door knockers. We hit the phones, and we know what people are telling us. So yes, this started as a global challenge that we all had to meet. But the truth is, inflation was longer and higher here. It just was. We didn't do a good job compared to other countries. We didn't. And so when you want to ask, well, what will a second term of a Labor government look like? Look to Victoria. Look to Victoria. I'm a proud Victorian, and there's not many Liberal Victorians here in this place. But guess how many Labor Victorians are in the federal caucus? 26. 26. And there is real frustration and anger and disappointment at the state Labor government. But to think that you can separate yourselves from that is a fantasy. A fantasy. This caucus is dominated by Victorian Labor. So the future for a second-term Albanese government is what you've seen in Victoria, where we have the highest debt, highest tax, and a sense of despair that hasn't been seen since the early 90s. Deputy Speaker, I said in my first speech, when we have tough problems, we should have a true north. And the true north for me was to make sure that we democratise prosperity and democratise power. So when we criticise the monumental increase in government spending over this term, it's the antithesis of democratising prosperity and power. It is concentrating power, and it is taking prosperity away from Australians, because this side of politics that I'm looking at has the opposite view. So yes, these are tough challenges. Yes, not all of this government's making, of course, but it's how you react to it. And when there's a decision to be made, there's 2 doors you can walk through. You can walk through one based on power and self-interest, or you can walk through one based on principle and values. And that is the test of leadership, and that's why this MPI is all about leadership, and this government has failed.
Member for Swan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you to the member for Menzies for his kind words about the class of 2022. But I am going to vigorously disagree with you. And when we talk about power and prosperity, the Labor Party is fundamentally about bringing power to the people, power to the workers, power to our communities. And so one of the things that we did within the first 2 weeks of being elected was to back minimum wage workers. You talk about prosperity, well, I'm talking about prosperity for those that were working night and day during the pandemic that deserved our respect, and guess who had their back? Labor did, right? We had their back. And so It's interesting because I've got to say the reason why I'm on this side of the House is because I want all Australians to succeed. I want to be very intentional with the way that we do that. And the truth is, we have been doing this day in, day out. And so when we came into office, inflation had a 6 in front of it. Now inflation has a 2 in front of it. We have been working consistently and deliberately, and we've been fine-tuning, and we are on the right track. It's fascinating because, like, I remember that decade under the Coalition and being used to not getting a pay rise. But what I didn't realise is that this was a deliberate design of the Coalition policy. Deliberate design, right? We are at a time where I'm going to say that households are absolutely doing it tough. But you know the thing that Australia has managed to do? We have managed to get inflation down and have record levels of employment across the country, right? Record levels. And so one of the ways that you can deliver prosperity is by people being in a job. And I think that, you know, our Assistant Treasurer and Treasurer have been doing a very intentional job. And it's because we care about people. We care about people, right? And so, you know, we're talking about where we could be going. Like, if the opposition was elected, we'd be back to rising inflation. We'd be back to keeping wages deliberately low. We'd be back into an aged care crisis, back to bulk billing in a free-for-all. You know what I mean, right? With due respect to the chair. And also back to childcare being out of reach, forcing parents, especially women, to choose between work and caring for their kids. Back to chasing manufacturing offshore. Back to deficits as far as the eye can see. I was thinking about numbers earlier today. I was thinking about the number 2. What was the number of surpluses we delivered? 2, yeah. How many times did the opposition leader do a press conference? How many times? 2. 2, yeah, 2. And so I just find that mind-boggling. You know, like, we delivered something that the Coalition could not do, right, in 9 years. And you know what they have from a number 2 perspective? The opposition leader rocked up to a press conference twice. Can't wait for the election campaign, right? Can't wait for the election campaign. That's going to be a pressure cooker environment. And you know what? Australians and West Australians are going to see the true colours, right? You know, you can try and be controlled. In the House, this is a place where there are creatures that have developed here. But what we will see, what the public will see, is the true colours of the opposition leader and the opposition. And, you know, like, there is a saying that I heard, what's Dut's gonna cut? Who knows? Like, is it veteran affairs? Is it Medicare? Is it access to childcare? Is it about women's, inequality? Who knows, right? So, we're going to be back to chaos and conflict on climate change, right? I'm going to say that I don't think that it'll be back to secret ministries. I don't have that vibe from the opposition leader. But, like, you know, it's like, who knows, right? Who knows? The thing that I'd say is that this election, we have a choice, right? We have a choice. And I think that we have been on the right track, and we will continue to work hard every day to deliver real results for households.
And the discussion has now concluded. I have received messages from the Senate. A, returning the following bills without amendment: Customs Amendment, Expedited Seizure and Disposal of Engineered Stone Bill 2024, and Electricity Infrastructure Legislation Amendment Bill of 2025. And B, returning the Veterans' Entitlements, Treatment and Support, Simplification and Harmonisation Bill of 2024, and informing the House that the Senate has agreed to the amendment made by the House. Give the call to the member for Swan.
Speaker, on behalf of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Corporations and Financial Services, I present the committee's report entitled Wholesale Investor and Wholesale Client Tests.
Thank you. And I call on the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 2. Universities accord National Higher Education Code to prevent and respond to Gender-Based Violence Bill 2025. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
Thank you. So the question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I'm giving. Can I just? Okay, sorry. I give the call to the member for Moncrieff.
Thank you, Speaker. I move the second reading amendment as circulated in the name of the member for Farrer.
That's fine. You can proceed, member for Moncrieff.
This is a bill to establish a national higher education code to prevent and respond to gender-based violence, a national code. The Coalition strongly supports this initiative and this bill. Everyone on a university campus or in student accommodation has the right to be safe. What we've seen occur in recent years at our universities is that students do not feel safe. Where there's been instances of violence, especially gender-based violence, threats, abuse, harassment, our universities have not acted fast enough. The incidence of sexual assault and sexual harassment on university campuses was, again, brought to light by the Universities Australia's National Student Safety Survey 2021, which was released in March 2022. Now, the survey found that 1 in 20 students had been sexually assaulted since they started university, and 1 in 6 had been sexually harassed. It's important to note the survey included the entire university context and extended to off-campus areas, student and private accommodation, work experience and professional placements. These statistics were shocking at the time, remain so today and are clearly unacceptable. The National Student Safety Survey 2021 also provided an insight into the ability for students to make complaints and seek support and assistance. And more than half of students knew nothing or very little about the formal reporting processes for instances concerning harassment or assault. Almost half of students knew nothing or very little about where to seek support or assistance. The National Code was developed after a consultation process in May and June of last year. Stakeholders participated in an expert reference group, including provider peak bodies, accommodation providers and key advocates for the Code, including Fair Agenda, End of Rape on Campus, the Stop campaign and Dr Alison Henry. The Coalition acknowledges the important job that advocates have done to improve the safety of students and staff on campus. We also acknowledge the bravery of those who have spoken out about their experience of gender-based violence, including through the Senate Legal and Constitutional Affairs Reference Committee inquiry into current and proposed sexual consent laws in Australia. This bill is necessary because our national regulator of universities, the Tertiary Education Quality and Standards Agency, TEQSA, has not done its job in holding universities and other higher education providers to account when they fail to adequately protect students from and respond to incidents of sexual harassment, sexual assault and other gender-based violence. Speaker, it is, however, important to ask the following question. Why didn't the Education Minister demand a higher level of performance from the regulator? He has a range of powers to do so, and yet this never happened. There is an emerging pattern of behaviour from this minister, an apparent weakness of leadership. Australian universities should be exemplary institutions. This bill puts universities and other higher education providers on notice. Failure to protect and respond to gender-based violence will have serious consequences. This bill establishes a new specialist unit within the Department of Education as the regulator. This specialist unit will, in effect, be the regulator and is on the basis that the Coalition retains some concerns. This self-evidently should be the job of the higher education regulator and demonstrates the failure of the minister to ensure that TEQSA is exercising its functions adequately. Whilst TEXA does not have the powers to investigate individual cases, TEXA does have a range of powers which enable the regulator to ring the alarm bells about university failings, to keep students safe, or to respond appropriately in relation to cases of sexual harassment or sexual assault. If things were so bad on campus, why didn't TEXA alert the Minister and make recommendations for action? The Minister could have also acted to strengthen TEXA's powers, but instead did nothing of the kind. It will be critical for the Minister to ensure his Secretary and departmental officials are appropriately qualified to fulfil these important regulatory functions. The bill also gives the Minister the power to establish the National Code by legislative instrument and gives the Minister significant powers relating to the provider's approval. And while the Coalition has some concerns with this bill, namely the establishment of a regulator within the Department of Education, we are committed to seeing new efforts within the higher education sector aimed at preventing and responding more effectively to insidious gender-based violence. The Coalition will be moving an amendment to this bill to ensure the code which governs the obligations of higher education providers relating to gender-based violence is extended to incidents of anti-Semitism. The Coalition has long called for a National Student Ombudsman to provide university students with greater access to justice. A new National Student Ombudsman became operational on 1 February 2025. The Ombudsman is empowered to respond to individual complaints. The National Code includes a provision that a provider must implement any recommendations made by the Ombudsman in relation to gender-based violence, but not in relation to any other matters such as complaints of anti-Semitism. The Coalition is moving an amendment to the bill to urge the government to introduce a second new national code, a national higher education code to prevent and respond to anti-Semitism, the Anti-Semitism Code. The regulatory framework established by this bill could be replicated to take account of student safety as it relates to anti-Semitism. Even before the Hamas terrorist attacks on Israel on 7 October 2023, universities were failing to adequately deal with anti-Semitism. In August 2023, the Social Research Centre and the Australasian Union of Jewish Students released the Australian Jewish University Experience Survey. It revealed that 64% of Australian Jewish university students had experienced anti-Semitism on campus. 57% of Jewish students had hidden the fact that they were Jewish at university, and 19% had stayed away from campus at some point because of anti-Semitism. When anti-Semitism occurred, 85% of students did not make a complaint. Of those who did complain, 61% were dissatisfied with the outcome. The Coalition has led the charge on holding the Albanese government and universities to account for failing to prevent and respond to anti-Semitism on university campuses. We continue to call on the government to legislate a commission of inquiry into anti-Semitism at Australian universities. Everyone on a university campus deserves to be safe, including Jewish students and staff. There has been an alarming increase in anti-Semitism on university campuses since the horrific Hamas terrorist attack on innocent Israeli citizens on October 7, 2023. Anti-Semitic incidents are up over 700%, with many of these occurring on campus. Compounded by the weakness of leadership from the Albanese government, TEXA has been equally deficient in combating anti-Semitism as it has in combating gender-based violence. The Albanese government has failed Jewish students and staff in the face of the protest encampments and other incidents which fuelled so much anti-Semitic hate and incitement on campus. The Education Minister failed to throw the book at universities. He put his head in the sand, and that is a disgrace.
Member for Moncrieff, are you going to conclude your remarks in order to get a seconder to this before the 4:30 cut-off?
Yes, I am.
You have.
This amendment makes it clear to all university students, staff and providers that everyone on university campus has the right to be safe.
Is the amendment seconded? And you will reserve your right to speak?
I reserve my right to speak.
I assume. Thank you very much. So the question before the House is that this bill be now read a second time, and to this the honourable member for Moncrieff has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question, that is now the question before the House. But at now being 4:30 p.m, I propose the question that the House do now adjourn. And I give the call to member for Goldstone.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We're living in a time where the truth isn't just distorted, it's drowned. Political leaders flood the media with so many outrageous claims that accountability becomes almost impossible. We're seeing what's happening in the US, Trump, Musk, dysfunction to the extent no one can keep up with it. And I'm seeing that same playbook unfolding here in Australia. As a foreign correspondent, I was in Singapore in 2018 among an international press pack as Donald Trump unloaded his idea of a deal to encourage Kim Jong-un to give up his nuclear aspirations and exploit the beauty of North Korea's beaches to become a tourist attraction. "Boy, look at that view. Wouldn't that make a great condo?" he informed us he'd told the one he called Little Rocket Man. In his version of international diplomacy, he is, to his credit, consistent. Benjamin Netanyahu struggled to contain his surprise last week when the president pronounced that 2 million Palestinians could be shifted out of Gaza so it could become the Riviera of the Middle East. No one should imagine that these outrageous fantasies are spontaneous. They reflect Trump's conviction that the modern media can't cope with more than one initiative a day. And he's right. As the New York Times journalist Ezra Klein noted in the days after Trump's second inauguration, quote, "Speed and force is a strategy unto itself." My observation after spending 4 years or so covering the first Trump administration, say something often enough, it becomes true, and often more dangerous. This week, the President has pledged to impose a 25% tariff on imports of iron, steel and aluminium to the United States, without exception. Then he and our Prime Minister agreed that an exemption of Australia would be under consideration. Beyond the obvious question of how Australian diplomats do their work when the target changes not weekly but within minutes, is the issue of whether we want this kind of behaviour to influence our own politics. I can see it already has. In Australia, tolerance and respect are now being weaponised as woke. An end to so-called diversity hires, for example, foreshadowed in the Australian public service by the opposition should it win government. 18 of the 30 coalition senators this week supported a failed move by Senator Pauline Hanson, repeat, Senator Pauline Hanson, for an inquiry into the human cost of child gender treatment. A callous, inflammatory political stunt with a government-sponsored inquiry into healthcare for trans children already underway. Yet the majority of the opposition Senate, the alternative government, bought in. Respected and long-time columnist Nikki Sava, previously a long-time Liberal staffer, suggests the opposition leader is Trump's, quote, "little Sir Echo." This copycat behaviour includes enlisting Senator Jacinta Nampijinpa-Price as an Elon Musk lookalike, with a signature offering of ending Commonwealth expenditure on welcomes to country, all $450,000 of it. Unity's great, I guess, unless it involves standing in front of Indigenous flags. Culture wars are a condescending vote grab, a calculated distraction, and they're dangerous. We've seen this all before in the mid-20th century. You guessed the regime. And I am very troubled that we're seeing it again. It may work for some, but apparently not in my home state of Victoria, where the Werribee State by-election showed a massive swing away from Labor, but not towards the Liberal Party. The old way of doing things is done. On this likely last day of the 47th Parliament, I ask the constituents of Goldstein to consider everything I've said when they cast their votes in the next few weeks. Understand your power, weaponise your independence and choose hope. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Cunningham.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Tomorrow marks 1,000 days since the election of an Albanese Labor government, and I am so proud of everything that we have achieved, but there is still so much more to do. Under the Albanese Labor government, we are seeing real life-changing investment in our people, in our businesses and in our communities all across Australia. Labor has a strong history of delivering for Australians when in government, especially in Cunningham and the Illawarra. When Labor is in government, investing in the Illawarra is a priority, and a priority that I am proudly continuing, along with the member for Whitlam, who is sitting here today. Under previous state and federal Labor governments, we've seen some pretty big investments, like a $140 million BlueScope steel adjustment package, a $45 million in upgrades to Mount Ousley Road, $4.67 million in improvements to the Picton Road, $49 million to construct the iconic Seacliff Bridge, the Illawarra's first MRI Medicare licence and $12.1 million in funding to establish the Illawarra Cancer Care Centre with the help and the fierce advocacy of Professor Phil Klingon.
We've also invested in our academic institutions to set the region up for success, with the University of Wollongong receiving $35 million for the Smart Infrastructure Facility, $31 million for the Early Start Facility, $25.1 million for the Sustainable Buildings Research Centre and $43.8 million for the Australian Institute for Innovative Materials. These are just a few major investments previous Labor governments delivered in the Illawarra, and we are continuing that investment. We are building a stronger economy, addressing cost of living pressures and ensuring that every Australian has access to quality education, healthcare and secure jobs. Under this Labor government, we have seen historic investments to strengthen Medicare. We are opening 87 Medicare urgent care clinics, with 2 already open in the Illawarra, in Corrimal and in Dapto, offering bulk billed urgent care 7 days a week. We have tripled the bulk billing incentive, which saw a 4.5% increase to the bulk billing rates locally, meaning there were an additional 63,356 free visits to GPs from November 2023 to December 2024. We have cut the cost of medicines, we have lowered the safety net threshold and we've introduced 60-day prescriptions, saving Cunningham residents over $8 million of their hard-earned cash. After being left with an aged care bed crisis in the Illawarra, stemming from a decade of neglect by those opposite, I have helped secure $16.5 million through the Aged Care Capital Assistance Program for the IRT to open over 40 new additional beds in Unanderra. We've funded the local acute to residential care transition service, supported an 8-place specialised dementia care program unit at Hammond Care in Horsley in the member for Whitlam's electorate, and we're working with the New South Wales Government, jointly funding 35 new transition care places to assist older people out of hospital and into residential aged care homes. We understand the importance of a strong health and aged care system, just like we know the importance of a good education. We are committed to ensuring that every Australian has access to the best possible opportunities. Our university has received an additional 1,361 university places to train students in areas of need like teaching, nursing, engineering, representing a $42.5 million investment to bridge the skills gap. To continue the phenomenal research that they are renowned for, the university has been awarded more than $74 million in Australian Research Council funding in the last 5 years, with $20 million in 2023 alone. For vocational education, fee-free TAFE began in January 2023, and we have seen over 5,000 Illawarra students enrol. Unlike the Liberals, we want to make this permanent. We are investing in new research and teaching facilities with a $2.5 million renewable energy training centre at Wollongong TAFE and a $10 million Energy Future Skills Centre at the University of Wollongong. This will help to train and upskill our industrial workforce, providing them with the skills and knowledge necessary to thrive. The Illawarra is known for our deep industrial roots, and we know how important it is to retain our sovereign steel-making capabilities. That's why we supported BlueScope with the reline and upgrade of its No. 6 blast furnace at the Port Kembla Steelworks, with $136.8 million through Powering the Regions Fund. Helping businesses and households decarbonise has been a key focus, and I'm proud to have helped secure over $50 million for the development of a green hydrogen industry at Hysata at Port Kembla and $5 million for the electrified 2515 pilot in Thurrool. Thank you.
The question is the House to now agenda. Give the call to the honourable member for Flynn.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And this could very well be the last sitting of the 47th Parliament this term. And I thought it was important to speak about small business and the significant challenges that they face in respect to energy prices. There are more than 27,000 businesses that have gone insolvent since the Labor government took office, which is devastating. Before Parliament resumed this year, I spent much of my time out and about in various communities in the electorate of Flynn, speaking to people of all backgrounds as well as hard-working small business owners that are keeping the Australian economy going. Small business owners such as Fiona at Craig's Bakery in the Sun Valley at Gladstone and Hardy from the Foodworks store in Biggenden. While they raised many challenges that small businesses face, the number one issue is the cost of energy. Both small businesses have seen their energy prices rise some 30% in the last 18 months. And, Mr Speaker, this is just simply not sustainable for a small business. There is only so much a small business can do to increase the price of a pie or the can of a Coke or the price of their groceries. Small business owners like Fiona and Hardy are having to absorb these input costs, and that is making it harder and harder to do business, particularly in these small communities. This now leads me to why energy prices are becoming unaffordable for householders and businesses. And it is because of Labor's reckless energy plan that is delivering higher power prices across the Flynn electorate. Moody's, late last week, confirmed Labor energy policy would cost up to $230 billion over the next 10 years and drive household and business electricity prices up another 25%. This is yet another independent warning that the Minister for Energy renewables-only approach will hurt Australians, forcing families and businesses to the wall. Labor's renewable-only approach is failing, and industry and small business continue to sound the alarm. If the Prime Minister and the Energy Minister won't listen to everyday Australians struggling with soaring energy prices, surely they will at least listen to the businesses warning them that their plan is driving them to the wall. Wholesale prices skyrocketed 83% in the past year, with record highs in Queensland, proving that the Labor's 2022 pre-election energy modelling was complete and utter fantasy. The Energy Minister promised wholesale prices of $51 a megawatt hour in 2025, but the reality is Australians' quarterly prices have been more than $100 a megawatt hour in the last year. The Prime Minister and the Energy Minister promised Australians a $275 cut to their power bills, but instead families are paying up to $1,000 more under this costly and chaotic energy policy. Labor's ideological war on coal and gas has weakened the grid, and as a result, Australians have been forced to rely on expensive, unreliable renewables without the necessary backup power. Labor has no plan for affordability and no plan for reliability, and no plan to keep the lights on, and Australian families are paying the price. And furthermore, the government had little regard for the regional communities that are having to host these mass-scale renewable energy projects. In my electorate of Flynn, this is ground zero, and it is reckless energy policy with dozens and dozens of these projects all over the Flynn electorate. The renewables-only dream that the Labor government and the Greens are pushing will not only fail to meet the needs of businesses, but also cost Australians $263 billion more than the Coalition's nuclear energy policy, while continuing to destroy our environment and agricultural communities that are carrying the weight of these unwanted projects. The Gladstone community and heavy industry rely heavily on reliable, predictable and affordable power. The reality is wind and solar cannot provide any reliability at all. It is not a 24-hour baseload solution. Wind does not always blow, nor does the sun always shine. Nuclear provides about 25% of the world's electricity and could easily support the manufacturing industry in Gladstone into the 22nd century, with an expected lifespan of some 80 years. You would have to replace solar panels and wind turbines at least 4 times over this same period. The waste problems and their sheer footprint with these projects and transmission lines are already compounding this.
Order. The member's time has expired. Give the call to the member for Gilmore.
Thank you, Speaker. Well, I will always fight for access to quality, affordable healthcare for people living in my electorate of Gilmore, which is why I campaigned for and delivered the Batemans Bay Medicare Urgent Care Clinic. It's why I am lobbying for a second urgent care clinic for the New South Wales South Coast. Since the Batemans Bay Urgent Care Clinic opened in December 2023, more than 11,000 people have presented for the treatment of urgent but non-life-threatening conditions. The Batemans Bay Clinic has been embraced by the community and it has been such a success, particularly over the busy summer holidays, that I am seeking extended hours and a higher level of care for the Eurobodalla community. It's funny how good ideas just explode, because since launching the Batemans Bay campaign, I've been contacted by people from right across the Gilmore electorate asking for a Medicare urgent care clinic in their town. They have seen how well the Batemans Bay Clinic is working, and they want one as well. I would love to see a second free bulk billed clinic open for the people of the South Coast, and I'm seeking feedback from people about that and the best possible location. With many retirees, young families and a population that swells during the holiday periods, it would be great to have another urgent care clinic in the region where patients can just walk in and all services are bulk billed. As part of its plan to improve health services, the Albanese Labor government is continuing to establish Medicare urgent care clinics right across the country. These clinics are fantastic, especially in regional areas where they take pressure off our emergency departments by providing treatment for a range of non-life-threatening conditions like cuts, sprains, stings and viral infections. Speaker, 40 years ago, the Labor government created Medicare because they understood, and we still understand, the importance of making healthcare available and affordable for all Australians. It's fantastic to see the Albanese government's record investment to strengthen Medicare has revived bulk billing across my Gilmore electorate. Our tripling of the GP incentive to bulk bill pensioners, Commonwealth concession card holders and students has made a real difference in my community. We have a lot of older people in Gilmore and families struggling with cost of living, so more people seeing a bulk billed GP relieves a bit of that pressure. The Royal Australian College of General Practitioners called our investment in Medicare a game changer, and it has given GPs the confidence to increase bulk billing after a decade of cuts and neglect to Medicare. Healthcare is incredibly important in my community, and I will always advocate for improved health services to assist people in Gilmore. In the past 12 months, I'm proud to have officially opened the doors of 2 free walk-in mental health centres at Nowra and Maruya, which provide a safe space where adults in distress can seek immediate support. In response to community need, I've lobbied hard to get these services up and running to ensure the Eurobodalla and Shoalhaven residents can get the mental health care they need. Access to mental health support is absolutely crucial for young people living in regional areas. That's why, following the tragic loss of a number of teenagers to suicide in my community, I also worked alongside my local community to secure federal funding to establish the much-needed headspace for Kiama, which is now open. Speaker, since September 2023, women in my electorate have been able to access multidisciplinary care at the South Eastern Endometriosis and Pelvic Pain Clinic in Milton. With 1 in 9 women living with endometriosis, it's really essential that they receive good support and a timely diagnosis. And it's just fantastic that women in Gilmore can access help from a local team close to home. It's also great news that, thanks to this government, women can now receive specialist gynecological care without worrying about the cost. And the addition of endometriosis medicine, some contraceptive pills and menopausal hormone therapies to the PBS will be life-changing for women. As a woman and a mum, I join with women of all ages from right across the nation in celebrating Labor's $573 million investment to provide more choice, lower costs and better health care for women. And I welcome the Albanese government's delivery of more doctors, more health workers and more accessible, affordable health care for people in Gilmore.
The question is the House to now adjourn. I give the call to the honourable member for Monash.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Today I rise to pay my respect and honour a remarkable group of Australians who have been unwavering in their support and sustained me in my fight to protect our freedoms, especially our fundamental rights to bodily autonomy and freedom of speech. While I know there's always a risk in naming individuals, I cannot possibly list everyone who's played a part. I want to acknowledge the extraordinary commitment, tenacity and courage of the following people. These are the people who have consistently stood for truth and justice, no matter the personal or professional cost. Medical professionals like Dr Julie Sladden, Chris Neal, Duncan Syme, Jananthi Kudashan, Melissa McCann, Phil Altman, Judy Weilerman, David Bell and Cara Thomas, Professors Ian Brighthope, Gigi Foster and Kylie O'Brien, lawyers Katie Ashley Coppins, Julian Gillespie and Tony Nikolic, journalists Rebecca Barnett, Mary Undermassey and Elizabeth Hart, and of course former Qantas pilot Graham Hood, former paramedic John Larder and firefighter Josh Hawkes, who despite being terminated from their jobs due to COVID mandates, have turned their adversity into powerful force for truth and justice. A special mention goes to Katie Ashley Coppins, who was part of a small but determined team at the Aligned Council of Australia, a peak group representing over 1.8 million Australians, led the charge against the chilling and Orwellian disinformation bill, a bill that would have legalised state-sanctioned surveillance and censorship. In mid-2023, I wrote to all my fellow parliamentarians to sound the alarm about this heinous bill. And now, thanks to the efforts of thousands of Australians, the bill has been axed, for now at least. So today I'm proud to present to the House the Save the Truth, Stop the Mad Bill petition, which has been considered by the Petitions Committee and found to be in order. To all who signed, I applaud your courage in standing up for freedom of speech in this country. You recognise this bill posed a grave threat to our ability to speak freely, exchange ideas and access information without undue government control. Which brings me to another person I want to honour today, Professor Robin Crossford, a functional medical doctor, educator and researcher with 38 years of experience in nutritional and environmental medicine. Robin has been a driving force behind the David Declaration, a powerful initiative born from the voice of thousands of Australians calling on the government to investigate the safety of COVID vaccines. The David Declaration outlines 10 clear demands for open, transparent dialogue about the TGA's vaccine safety and testing processes, and a further 13 statements calling for the restoration of health and well-being of all Australians. When COVID hit, like many integrative doctors and health professionals, Robin questioned why the world was being forced to take experimental vaccine for what was in essence a flu-like illness, when safe, time-tested treatments like vitamin C, vitamin D, zinc and affordable repurposed drugs like ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine and antibiotics has been shown to work. Robin has been key in rallying doctors and health practitioners globally in support of my letters to the Prime Minister and Health Minister regarding DNA contamination in COVID vaccine vials, something the government has stubbornly ignored despite the growing body of evidence. This contamination may be linked to the surge in turbo cancers and autoimmune and neurological diseases that are becoming far too common in Western countries. So why isn't the government at least following up? Next week, the David Declaration website will go live. The name is in tribute to Dr. David Speaker, the researcher who first identified the DNA contamination in Australian vaccine vials, and to the David and Goliath struggle we're facing. Hundreds of medical professionals have already pledged to support the declaration, and soon the general public will also be able to sign. I'll share the link next week. I'm truly honoured to have worked alongside such remarkable and brave individuals, and those I've named are just a few of the many inspiring people I've had the privilege to stand with over the last 3 years in this 47th Parliament. Together we continue to fight for truth, justice and the freedoms that define us as Australians. I say, follow the money, find the truth, and the truth will set you free. I also acknowledge in the chamber, Mr Speaker, tonight the member for Moreton, I think who is about to speak. I had the privilege of working with the member for Moreton on the House of Representatives Human Rights Committee. I found him a person above reproach in his approach to the issues, the difficult issues we faced at the time, a gentleman in all his ways, and a man who thought very deeply about the issues around human rights in Australia. He has been an adornment to this Parliament. I thought it was very unfair and very uncharitable of the Speaker in this 47th Parliament on his last day of sitting to eject him from the Parliament, the only reason being that his voice is a voice that can be heard.
Well said by the member for Monash. The question is the House to now adjourn. I give the call to the honourable member for Moreton.
Couldn't possibly comment on those earlier words, Speaker. You're always fair. At the last federal election in Moreton, the Liberal National Party put a call-flu up that had a pointing finger and a headline that said, Labor lie. The finger was pointed at a call-flu of me. I always thought referring to me as a lie was odd because I think, therefore I am. For many elections, someone in Moreton spent a lot of time distributing flyers that said I was the writer of pornographic material and that my mother had disowned me for it. Neither of these statements were true, incidentally. And the campaign backfired because so many residents were offended at receiving these lies in their letterbox, and also it was very good for my book sales. My point here is that most politicians have probably been subject to some form of misinformation during their political careers, heightened, of course, around elections. Factors like foreign interference and cyber attacks are acknowledged as credible threats at such times. But what has changed is the veracity of social media and the misinformation it regurgitates. We've seen a proliferation of AI-generated text, images, video, audio and deep fakes, and much of this information is homegrown. The Acting Electoral Commissioner, Jeff Pope, said, "We're seeing sovereign citizens and conspiracy theorists and keyboard warriors who don't want to reveal their identity. They do want to stir the pot and cause problems." People seem more susceptible to believing misinformation they read and watch online compared to what is dropped in their letterbox, often because it's unwittingly shared by someone they agree with or that they trust. We're now more than familiar with the proliferation of fake news, and it is impossible to avoid fake ads on social media. They're linked to scam activity designed to fleece victims, as the minister at the table can attest, which makes some of the latest Greens political party fundraising efforts in Queensland very suspect indeed. Recently, the Greens admitted to photoshopping their own anti-Greens ad to increase its impact. The doctored image contains a menacing green goblin alongside the words, "The Greens are coming to get you." The members for Ryan, Brisbane and Griffith all blithely posted the fake ad on their Facebook pages alongside lengthy complaints about it and, of course, pleas for donations. Generate outrage and ask for money. Given the Greens political party's highly publicised stance against mis- and disinformation, their actions are disingenuous and hypocritical. But they're on brand. The party that spread harmful and socially divisive disinformation about weapons and ammunition exports to Israel does not blink at doctoring their ads to make money. Why let facts and truth get in the way of your political agenda? Speaker, mis- and disinformation are not always signposted by a cartoon gremlin. This recent incident is a timely reminder that we all need to be on our guard as the federal election approaches, especially while scrolling through social media. An Australian Institute report released after the 2022 federal election found that political parties spent over $12 million on social media advertising in the last 2 months of the campaign alone. The same report stated misinformation and disinformation were widespread during the election, with 73% of voters reporting exposure to misleading political advertising and 43% of those saying they saw this once a day or more often. The Electoral Integrity Assurance Task Force defines misinformation as false, misleading or deceptive information that is spread due to ignorance, by error or mistake, or without the intent to deceive. It can include made-up news articles, doctored images and videos and false information shared on social media. Doctored images, I stress that, Speaker. This is exactly what the Greens political party in Queensland deliberately release. The task force definition of disinformation is deliberate spread of false information to mislead for malicious or deceptive purposes. This can cause confusion and undermine trust in government and institutions. Political parties should be leading the way in making sure their messaging, whether that be in reports of parliamentary activity or advertising or social media posts, does not mislead voters. The same applies to activist groups working behind political parties in the shadows, financing misleading advertising. Remember that porno flyer I mentioned earlier? It was authorised using a fake name and fake address in my electorate. Ultimately, the best advice for voters comes from the task force to think deeply about what they are reading, hearing and watching, and to stop and consider the source of the information when weighing up voting decisions. As the AEC says, Australia has one of the most trusted electoral systems in the world, and we all have a responsibility to protect it. Don't risk what we have. So I call out the 3 Greens members elected in the chamber and some of the candidates and ask them to make sure they apologise for that misleading doctoring of an ad.
Yeah. It being 5 p.m, the House stands adjourned until Tuesday, 25 March 2025 at 12 noon.